Midnight, August 15, 1947, the hour when the world's largest democracy is born and the British Empire's sun finally sets over India. In Delhi, the city of empires, the air trembles with the sound of celebration. Crowds gather under the glimmering lights strung across Parliament House and the Red Fort. Jawaharlal Nehru, dressed in white khadi, rises before the Constituent Assembly. The clock nears midnight. He speaks words etched forever into the memory of a nation. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. Cheers rise, tears flow, and the tricolour flag is raised above a free nation. But the dawn of freedom is shadowed by the wound of partition. Across the plains of Punjab and Bengal, the cost of freedom is measured in the thunder of refugee trains and the quiet shuffle of millions on the move. Families clutch what they can carry, boarding trains bound for a new homeland, some to India, some to Pakistan, unsure if they will ever see their old homes again. The trains themselves become symbols of hope and dread, packed beyond capacity, sometimes arriving at their destinations emptied by violence and fear. Along the roads, columns of refugees, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, trudge beneath the relentless August sun, haunted by the memory of neighbors turned strangers, the villages left burning behind them. In the cities, relief camps overflow, and the air is thick with both jubilation and mourning. Freedom has come, but it is a freedom rent by separation, loss, and the unanswered question, what price must be paid for a nation's birth? Elsewhere, in Karachi, another ceremony unfolds. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the founder of Pakistan, addresses his new nation, invoking the promise of unity and justice. Across the subcontinent, radios crackle with the voices of leaders and the songs of independence, but also with rumors, anxieties, and the distant echo of gunfire. For every flag raised, there is a home abandoned. For every speech, a silence where friends and families have been divided by new borders drawn in haste. The promise of a new era is inseparable from the memory of what has been lost. How did this world come to be? How did the British, who arrived centuries earlier as traders, leave as rulers unable to hold their empire together? The answers lie not just in the drama of 1947, but in a saga stretching back over 200 years. The story begins with a company, one among many European trading ventures, seeking profit on the shores of a rich, diverse, and ancient land. Over generations, the East India Company's ledgers became maps of conquest, their ships and soldiers reshaping the destinies of millions. Fortified warehouses turned into walled cities. Trading privileges became rights of rule. What began as commerce grew into an empire that would one day call itself the jewel in the crown of Britain. But the British Empire in India was never only a story of foreign power imposed from above. It was also the story of resistance and adaptation from below, of princely courts and peasant rebellions, of religious reformers and revolutionary conspirators, of lawyers, journalists, and poets who imagined new futures. The Raj governed through railways, telegraphs, and legal codes, but also through alliances with Indian princes, landlords, and communities, each with their own interests, ambitions, and resentments. For every act of imperial authority, there was a countercurrent of Indian initiative, negotiation, and defiance. The journey to 1947 was shaped by countless crises and turning points. Famines that revealed the limits of imperial benevolence. uprisings that exposed the fragility of foreign rule. The rebellion of 1857, when sepoys and civilians rose in a tide of anger, shook the company's foundations and forced the British Crown to take direct control. In the decades that followed, new forms of politics emerged: associations, petitions, strikes, and protests. Newspapers in English, Urdu, Bengali, and Tamil carried voices of dissent to every corner of the land. The Indian National Congress, founded in 1885, began as a platform for moderate reform, but soon became the crucible of a mass movement for self-rule. The struggle for independence was never a single movement, but a tapestry of many threads, sometimes woven together, sometimes pulling apart. There were the constitutionalists and the revolutionaries, the advocates of non-violence and the champions of armed struggle, the visionaries of Hindu-Muslim unity and the architects of separate nationhood. At its heart, the Indian independence movement was a debate over justice, identity, and what it meant to be free. It was a struggle not just against foreign domination, but also against poverty, discrimination, and the burdens of history. By the 1940s, the world had changed. The Second World War had left Britain exhausted, its empire battered by the costs of global conflict. In India, mass movements, Quit India, the Indian National Army, the naval mutiny, and waves of labor unrest made it clear that the old order could not endure. The demand for independence was now unstoppable, but so too were the fears and divisions that had grown in its shadow. The lines drawn by British officials in hurried negotiations became the frontiers of new states, but they could not contain the passions unleashed by decades of struggle and disappointment. As the sun rose on August 15, 1947, India and Pakistan entered the world as sovereign nations. The Union Jack came down and new flags fluttered in the monsoon breeze. Yet the memory of empire and the trauma of partition would linger for generations. The question, how did a trading company become an empire, and how did that empire unravel, remains at the heart of the subcontinent's modern story. To answer it, we must return to the world that existed before the company's ships ever dropped anchor on Indian shores. A world of Mughal emperors, Maratha confederacies, princely courts, bustling ports, and the intricate patterns of life that made India both a prize and a mystery to those who sought to rule it. Before the company's shadow lengthened over the subcontinent, India was a world of courts, armies, and ambition, an intricate chessboard where power flickered and shifted. At its notional center, the Mughal emperor still sat in Delhi, a descendant of Babur and Akbar. But by the early 1700s, Mughal authority was a memory more than a force. The imperial court commanded poets and protocol, but its armies were hollowed by civil war and its treasury drained by years of succession struggles. The emperor's word was still law in theory, yet every year saw more of his governors and vassals acting as independent rulers, negotiating their own alliances, minting their own coins, and paying only lip service to Delhi's faded grandeur. Across the Deccan Plateau, a new power was on the rise. The Marathas, once mountain guerrillas under Shivaji, had become the most formidable military confederacy in India. By the 1740s, their cavalry thundered from Pune to the gates of Delhi itself, collecting tribute from North Indian princes who once paid only the Mughal. The Peshwas, hereditary prime ministers of the Maratha state, ruled from Pune, balancing fractious noble families, distant satraps, and the ambitions of their own generals. Maratha armies clashed with the Nizam of Hyderabad, the Nawab of Arcot, and the Kingdom of Mysore, each contest redrawing the map of the subcontinent with every campaign season. In the south, the Kingdom of Mysore rose under Hyder Ali, and later his son Tipu Sultan. Mysore's court at Srirangapatna became a center of military innovation and economic reform, with French advisors drilling infantry and new industries feeding the state's war machine. Tipu's rockets startled British soldiers, and his diplomacy reached as far as Versailles and Istanbul. Mysore's resistance would soon make it a symbol of Indian defiance, but even before the company's arrival, it was already locked in struggle with Marathas, Hyderabad, and the old Mughal order. Further east, Bengal's alluvial wealth made it the richest province in India. The Nawabs of Bengal, ruling from Murshidabad, maintained a delicate dance with Delhi, ostensibly loyal to the Mughal, but in practice wielding near-sovereign power. Bengal's fields yielded rice and indigo, its rivers carried fleets of trading boats, and its ports, Hooghly, Chittagong, and Calcutta, teemed with Armenian, Portuguese, Dutch, and English merchants. The Nawab's court was a world of Persian poetry, intricate diplomacy, and cutthroat intrigue, where bankers like Jagat Seth and the House of Shobhabazar wielded as much influence as generals. To the north and west, the plains of Awadh, today's Uttar Pradesh, were ruled by Nawabs who combined Persianate culture with Indian pragmatism. Lucknow's court became a byword for opulence and refinement, its rulers patrons of art, music, and elaborate etiquette. But beneath the surface, Awadh was a military state, its land revenue system supporting a vast army of cavalry and musketeers, and its rulers constantly maneuvering between Mughal, Maratha, and, soon, European ambitions. Hyderabad, under the Asaf Jah dynasty, sprawled across the Deccan, its rulers the Nizams. Their court was a blend of Persian, Turkish, and Telugu traditions, and their power rested on a balancing act: alliances with Marathas, treaties with the French, and, increasingly, negotiations with the English company. The Nizam's capital, a city of palaces and mosques, was also a center for diamond trade and banking, where Persian scribes and Hindu financiers worked side by side. In the northwest, the Sikh Missals, confederacies of warrior chieftains, dominated the Punjab after the decline of Mughal control. By the late 1700s, Ranjit Singh would forge these Missals into a powerful Sikh empire, with Lahore as its capital and a modernized army that blended Mughal, Afghan, and European tactics. Sikh politics, rooted in the Khalsa tradition, offered a different vision of statehood, one that drew on both martial discipline and religious identity. India's ports hummed with commerce long before the company's arrival. Surat, Masulipatam, Madras, and Bombay connected India to the wider world, handling a torrent of textiles, spices, saltpeter, and gems. Indian merchants, Parsis, Chettiars, Boras, and Banias, ran vast networks from Cairo to Canton, financing trade, lending to rulers, and speculating on the rise and fall of dynasties. The great banking houses of Jagat Seth in Bengal or the Shroffs of Gujarat could make or break a prince with a stroke of the pen. Agrarian India, meanwhile, was the backbone of this world. Most Indians lived in villages, working the land as peasants, tenants, or smallholders. The rhythms of the monsoon shaped every harvest. Local landlords, zamindars, jagadars, or deshmukhs collected rent and tribute, passing a share up the chain to regional courts. life was marked by caste hierarchies, religious festivals, and the ever-present risk of drought or flood. Yet even here, the world was not static. New crops, changing land rights, and shifting patronage could transform fortunes within a generation. Society was a mosaic of languages, faiths, and communities. Persian was the language of high culture and administration, but every region spoke its own tongue. Bengali, Marathi, Telugu, Punjabi, Tamil, Urdu, and dozens more. Hindu temples, Sufi shrines, Sikh gurdwaras, Jain and Buddhist monasteries, and churches dotted the landscape, each community shaping its own traditions, rituals, and stories. Caste and class, gender and occupation defined daily life, but so did the possibility of mobility through trade, service, or royal favor. The political world was dizzyingly complex. Alliances shifted with the seasons. A prince's enemy might be his ally tomorrow. European traders, Portuguese, Dutch, French, and English, were already threading themselves into this fabric, bargaining for privileges, offering military aid, and playing rivals against one another. Yet for all their gunpowder and gold, they remained supplicants at Indian courts, their fortunes dependent on the favor of Nawabs and Rajas, the skill of Indian brokers, and the pulse of monsoon winds. This was India before company rule, a subcontinent of ambition and anxiety, splendor and uncertainty, where no power was absolute and every advantage was fleeting. As the 18th century dawned, the old order trembled, but it was not yet clear which new force would seize the moment. Into this world of shifting loyalties and restless energy, new actors would soon arrive from across the sea, bringing with them unfamiliar ambitions and the promise and threat of a different kind of empire. At the turn of the 16th century, the Indian Ocean was a world unto itself, a restless highway of ships, spices, and stories. On its northern shores, the Mughal Empire presided over the wealthiest textile workshops on earth, and ports like Surat, Calicut, and Masulipatam buzzed with Gujarati, Arab, Persian, and Malay traders. But to the west, in Lisbon, a new rival gazed hungrily towards India's riches. In 1498, Vasco da Gama's battered fleet anchored off Calicut, opening a sea route that would transform not only commerce, but the very fate of the subcontinent. The Portuguese came first, their sails emblazoned with the cross, their ambitions sharpened by the spice fever gripping Europe. They were not the first foreigners to seek India's pepper and cardamom, but they brought a new kind of violence to the ocean. Their caravels bristled with cannon, and soon Portuguese forts rose like teeth along the coast. At Cochin, Goa, Diu, and Daman. They seized Goa in 1510, making it the capital of their Estado da India, and extracted tribute from Indian rulers to control the flow of spices. Yet, for all their swagger, the Portuguese never truly mastered the hinterland. Their power depended on the sea and on fragile alliances with local merchants and rulers who resented their arrogance. By the early 17th century, new competitors arrived with fresher ships, deeper coffers, and sharper commercial instincts. The Dutch East India Company, founded in 1602, unleashed a fleet that soon outgunned the Portuguese. The Dutch were ruthless. They blockaded Portuguese ports, seized Ceylon's cinnamon groves, and for a time dominated the pepper trade from their fortress at Pulicat. Yet even as the Dutch amassed fortunes in nutmeg and cloves from the East Indies, they found themselves drawn ever deeper into India's coastal bazaars, where the true wealth was not spice, but cotton and silk. The French too carved out enclaves, Pondicherry, Chandernagore and Karakul, where they courted local rulers and dreamed of empire. But it was the English, with their East India Company chartered by Queen Elizabeth I in 1600, who would leave the deepest mark. The company began humbly, its first ships arriving at Surat in 1608, seeking permission from the Mughal emperor to trade. They were granted a modest foothold, a factory or fortified warehouse, on the promise of bringing exotic novelties and European curiosities to the Mughal court. These coastal factories became the nerve centers of a new economic order. At Surat, Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta, company servants haggled with Indian brokers over the price of textiles, indigo, and saltpetre. Indian weavers, dyers, and spinners produced cottons of such fineness that they became the envy of Europe. Muslins from Bengal, chintzes from the Coromandel, calicos from Gujarat. Ships laden with these fabrics sailed for London, Amsterdam, and Paris, paying for the silver that flowed back to India in exchange. The subcontinent was not a passive prize, but an active engine of global commerce, its artisans shaping the tastes and fortunes of distant continents. Competition among the Europeans was fierce and often bloody. On the Malabar and Coromandel coasts, rival companies jockeyed for favor with local rulers, sometimes through gifts and diplomacy, sometimes through bribes and betrayal. Company factors became skilled in the arts of intrigue, learning Persian and Tamil, sending spies into rival compounds, and exploiting courtly rivalries. The Dutch and English clashed at Hooghly and Pulicat. The French and English fought over Madras and Pondicherry. Fortresses rose and fell, treaties were signed and broken, and each European power sought to tip the balance of local politics in its favor. But the Europeans were never the sole masters of their fate. Indian rulers and merchants played their own games, pitting foreign companies against one another to extract better terms. The Mughal and Maratha courts granted trading privileges in exchange for gifts, naval assistance, or promises to suppress piracy. Indian financiers provided the credit that kept the company ships afloat, and local brokers, Baniyas, Chettiars, and Armenians, became indispensable intermediaries. The balance of power was always shifting, shaped as much by Indian agency as by European ambition. Inland, the great empires of India watched the foreign traders with a wary eye. For the Mughal emperors, the European presence was useful but never essential. They saw the companies as mere supplicants, one more group of merchants in a crowded bazaar. But as Mughal authority waned in the 18th century and regional powers like the Marathas, Nizam of Hyderabad, and Nawab of Bengal rose to prominence, the calculus changed. European companies offered not just trade, but muskets, cannons, and the promise of alliances in times of war. By the mid-1700s, the line between merchant and soldier, trade and sovereignty, was blurring. Company agents began to intervene in succession disputes, lend money to princes, and raise private armies to protect their warehouses. What began as a scramble for pepper and cloth was becoming something more dangerous, a contest for territory, revenue, and political power. The factories, once mere outposts, were now fortresses bristling with guns. The stage was set for the next act, when commerce would give way to conquest, and the company would step out of the counting house and onto the battlefield. In the first decades of the 17th century, the English East India Company was just one among many European merchant ventures vying for a foothold in the teeming ports of the Indian Ocean. Their earliest settlements, Surat on the west coast, Madras on the Coromandel, and later Bombay and Calcutta, were not yet outposts of empire, but fragile beachheads in a world dominated by Indian rulers, Persian merchants, and the formidable power of the Mughal court. The company's agents, known as servants, were traders first, living by the favor of local authorities and the sharp negotiation of Indian brokers, or baniyas, whose knowledge of credit, custom, and language was indispensable. Every bale of cloth and chest of pepper was a wager in a market governed by others' rules. Yet even in these early years, the company's ambitions pressed against the boundaries of commerce. In Surat, the company's factors learned quickly that trade was inseparable from politics. The Mughal port was a cosmopolitan hub, its quays crowded with Armenian, Persian, and Gujarati traders, and its customs houses watched over by imperial officials. When rival European ships clashed offshore, or when pirates threatened their cargoes, the company's agents pleaded for protection from the Mughal governor. But they also began to arm themselves, hiring Indian guards and, in time, raising small bands of soldiers, sepoys, on their own account. The line between merchant and warrior, always thin in the world of early modern trade, began to blur. Madras, founded in 1639 on a strip of land granted by the local Nayak ruler, became the company's first fortified settlement. Here, the English built Fort St. George, a squat bastion of brick and mortar that stood as both warehouse and citadel. The fort's walls were less a defense against the Nayak or Mughal armies, whose power dwarfed anything the company could muster, than a signal to rivals. The Dutch, the Portuguese, and the French, all of whom eyed the Indian coast with hungry calculation. Within the fort's walls, company servants lived under a strict hierarchy, their lives governed by the rhythms of trade, the hazards of disease, and the watchful gaze of their superiors. But outside, in the black town that grew up around the fort, Indian weavers, merchants, and laborers sustained the settlement, making the company's fortunes possible. Bombay, ceded to the English crown as part of Catherine of Braganza's dowry in 1661, and soon leased to the company, offered another kind of experiment. The company transformed the scattered fishing villages of the islands into a bustling port, dredging harbors, draining swamps, and encouraging settlement by Parsis, Gujaratis, and other communities. Here again, the company's power depended on its ability to navigate a web of Indian brokers and merchants, whose credit and connections extended deep into the interior. The company minted its own coins, levied customs, and enforced its own laws within the boundaries of its growing enclave. The trappings of sovereignty, once the prerogative of kings, became tools of trade. Calcutta, founded in 1690 on the muddy banks of the Hooghly River, marked the most audacious leap yet. Francis Ellis, Job Charnock, and other company agents negotiated with local zamindars for the right to build a factory and, in time, Fort William, a formidable structure bristling with cannon and surrounded by a deep moat. The fort's construction was both a response to the dangers of the Bengal Delta, floods, raids, and the unpredictable tides of local politics, and a symbol of the company's growing self-confidence. Here, the company began to collect its own revenues from the surrounding villages, appointing Indian officials to manage land, settle disputes, and ensure the steady flow of rice and textiles to the warehouses along the river. Sovereignty, once a distant concept, began to take root in the routines of administration. These settlements were not isolated outposts, but nodes in a vast and shifting network. Company servants, men like Thomas Pitt, Elihu Yale, and William Hedges, became adept at playing local rulers against one another, exploiting rivalries and buying influence with gifts, loans, and promises. Indian brokers, indispensable to every transaction, moved between worlds, translating contracts, managing accounts, and sometimes growing rich in the process. The company's records are full of names: Jagat Seth in Bengal, the Dubashes of Madras, whose wealth and power rivaled those of the foreign merchants they served. In these relationships, commerce became politics, and politics became the shadow of sovereignty. But this new order was always precarious, its foundations contested by Indian rulers, rival Europeans, and the company's own shareholders in London. The company's private armies grew, not by design but by necessity, as the costs of protection and the temptations of intervention mounted. In the Carnatic, the company found itself drawn into the wars of succession that racked southern India, hiring and training thousands of Indian sepoys to fight alongside a handful of British officers. In Bengal, the wealth of the province, its fertile fields and crowded markets, became both prize and battleground, as the company maneuvered against the Nawab's officials and rival trading houses. By the mid-18th century, the company's settlements had become miniature states, their governors wielding powers once reserved for kings. They judged disputes, minted coins, levied taxes, and commanded armies. The company's directors in London, often uneasy at the scale of these ambitions, found themselves drawn ever deeper into the politics of a continent they scarcely understood. For Indian society, the consequences were profound. The old balance of power between Mughal, Maratha, and regional courts, between zamindars and bankers, between merchant and ruler, began to shift. The company was no longer just a guest at the Indian table, it was becoming a power in its own right. As the guns of Fort William faced the river, and the flags of the company flew above the ports of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, the stage was set for a new kind of confrontation. The logic of trade had become the logic of rule. Soon the company would find itself drawn into the storms of Indian politics, not as a supplicant, but as a contender for power. In the lush fields of Bengal, a fateful clash would soon unfold, forever changing the destiny of both Britain and India. In the humid summer of 1757, the fate of Bengal, and perhaps of all India, pivoted on the banks of the Bhagirathi River. The Nawab of Bengal, Siraj-ud-Dowlah, was barely 23, ruling over one of the richest provinces of the Mughal world. His court at Murshidabad glittered with silk, jewels, and Persianate ceremony, but beneath the surface, intrigue ran deep. Bengal's wealth had drawn not only Mughal grandees and Maratha raiders, but also the increasingly ambitious agents of the British East India Company, merchants who now commanded their own fortified settlements and private armies along the river at Calcutta. Siraj-ud-Dowlah's rise had unsettled the fragile balance between the company and the Bengal court. The young Nawab resented British interference, their construction of new fortifications in Calcutta, and their sheltering of rivals. In June 1756, he led his army to seize Fort William, capturing the British settlement in a matter of days. The infamous Black Hole incident followed, as dozens of British prisoners perished in a crowded cell overnight, an event soon magnified by company propaganda into a symbol of native cruelty and British victimhood. But the company's response was swift and calculating. Robert Clive, a former company clerk turned soldier, returned from Madras with a small but disciplined force. Clive's genius was not only military but political. He understood that Bengal's court was riven with jealousies. Chief among Siraj's discontented courtiers was Mir Jafar, the commander of the Nawab's army, who chafed under the arrogance and suspicion of his young master. Clive and his agents fanned the flames of conspiracy, promising Mir Jafar the throne of Bengal in exchange for his support. On June 23, 1757, monsoon clouds gathered over the fields of Plassey. Siraj's army outnumbered Clive's by several times, but numbers would not decide the day. At the crucial moment, Mir Jafar and his allies withheld their troops. The Nawab's artillery, bogged down by rain and indecision, fell silent. Clive's sepoys and European gunners advanced, and the battle collapsed into a rout. Siraj fled, was captured, and soon murdered. The British installed Mir Jafar as a puppet Nawab, and the company's coffers swelled with the spoils of victory. Enormous sums extracted as compensation and bribes. The conquest of Bengal was not just a triumph of arms, but of calculation and betrayal. The company, once mere supplicants at Indian courts, now dictated terms to rulers and collected vast sums. Yet the politics of Bengal remained volatile. Mir Jafar, squeezed for revenue by his British patrons, quickly became unpopular and was replaced, then restored, then replaced again. The company learned to play kingmaker, manipulating factions within the court to its own advantage. But Bengal's prosperity began to wither under the weight of extraction. The logic of conquest demanded ever more revenue. The company's directors in London, hungry for profit, pressed their agents in Calcutta to remit fortunes home. British nabobs, company men returned from India with sudden ostentatious wealth, became objects of envy and suspicion in England. Meanwhile, in Bengal, the countryside strained under new demands. Zamindars and officials scrambled to satisfy both the company and the Nawab's court, while peasants bore the heaviest burden. 7 years after Plassey, a new crisis erupted on the northern plains. In 1764, at Buxar, the company faced a formidable alliance. Shuja-ud-Dawla, the Nawab of Awadh, Mir Qasim, the ousted Nawab of Bengal, and the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II himself. Each had reason to resent company interference, Mir Qasim for being replaced after resisting company trade abuses, Shuja-ud-Dawla for fearing the company's encroachment, and Shah Alam for seeking to restore imperial dignity. Their combined forces met the company's army on the banks of the Ganges. The Battle of Buxar was a clash not only of arms, but of worlds. The company's soldiers, drilled in European tactics and paid in regular coin, faced a coalition that struggled to coordinate its movements. In a few hours, the alliance was broken. Shuja-ud-Dawla retreated, Mir Qasim fled, and Shah Alam, the once mighty Mughal, was left a supplicant. The road to company supremacy in northern India now lay open. The consequences of Buxar were profound. The Mughal emperor, stripped of effective power but still revered as a source of legitimacy, was compelled to negotiate. In August 1765, at Allahabad, Shah Alam granted the company the Diwani, the right to collect revenue from Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. This was no mere tax farm. It was the transfer of fiscal sovereignty over India's richest provinces. The company became, in effect, the government of Bengal, responsible for collecting and remitting enormous sums while leaving the Nawab as a ceremonial figurehead. In London, Parliament and the public began to grasp the scale of the company's new dominion. For millions in Bengal, the changes were immediate and bewildering. Revenue collectors, company servants, and Indian intermediaries descended on villages, demanding payments in cash rather than kind. The old rhythms of rural life, already battered by war and uncertainty, now faced the relentless logic of profit and remittance. The company's officials, often ignorant of local conditions, pressed for ever greater returns. Their success measured not in stability, but in silver shipped to London. Bengal's conquest set a template for the company's expansion. Rule through intermediaries, extraction of revenue, and the manipulation of Indian politics. But it also sowed the seeds of disaster. As the company's grip tightened, the land itself began to suffer. Peasants faced ruin, merchants and artisans saw markets dry up, and the once fertile province slid toward crisis. The British Parliament, alarmed by tales of famine and corruption, would soon be forced to reckon with the consequences of empire built on speculation and greed. The drama of Plassey and Buxar transformed a merchant company into a territorial power, but it also unleashed forces that neither the company nor its new subjects could easily control. In the years that followed, Bengal would become the crucible of colonial rule, a place where the promises of order gave way to the realities of extraction, and where the first great wounds of empire were opened. The hunger for revenue and the suffering it unleashed would soon make Bengal a cautionary tale for the world. In the humid, fertile deltas of Bengal, the new masters of the land were neither Mughal nor Nawab, but merchants with ledgers and muskets. After the victories at Plassey and Buxar, the East India Company gained the Diwani of Bengal in 1765, official rights to collect the province's revenue, signed over by a defeated Mughal emperor. With this parchment, a trading company became the tax collector of nearly 20 million souls. In Calcutta's airy council rooms, company directors and their Indian intermediaries pored over maps and account books, recalculating the rhythms of a society they scarcely understood. The company's instructions were clear: maximize revenue, secure profit, and ensure the flow of silver to London's shareholders. The company's new regime fell hardest on Bengal's countryside. Where the Mughal system had once allowed for negotiation and local adjustment, the company's revenue officials imposed fixed, rising demands. Zamindars, hereditary landholders, were pressed to deliver more than ever before, often with little regard for the harvest's realities. Those who failed faced auction of their lands. Those who succeeded squeezed their tenants with new ferocity. Peasants, artisans, and weavers found their rents and taxes climbing, even as they lost the protection of the old order. The company's appetite was insatiable. It needed cash not only to send home, but to pay its private army, fund its bureaucracy, and cover the costs of further conquest. The human cost of these policies soon became impossible to ignore. In the fields and villages, a quiet desperation grew. Weavers, once the pride of Bengal's textile trade, now labored under company monopolies that dictated what they could produce and for how much. Many were forced into debt or abandoned their looms altogether. Grain prices rose as the company diverted rice to feed its soldiers and fill its warehouses. The ancient social compact between ruler and subject, already strained, began to unravel. Then in 1769, the monsoon failed. Across Bengal, Crops withered, rivers shrank, and granaries emptied. No rains came the next year. The company's revenue collectors, bound by London's instructions and their own fear of dismissal, refused to lower tax demands. In some districts, they even raised them, convinced that only strict discipline could keep the system afloat. Famished villagers sold their tools, their cattle, their land, and finally themselves, seeking work, food, or charity in the towns. By 1770, the Bengal countryside was haunted by hunger and flight. Fields lay fallow, villages emptied, and funeral pyres burned day and night. The company's own records and the scattered accounts of travelers speak in stunned tones of the scale of the catastrophe. In some districts, a third or more of the population vanished, dead or fled. The company's revenue collapsed, but the directors in London, desperate for dividends, pressed their agents to extract what they could from the survivors. Company servants, some appalled, others complicit, debated whether to offer relief. The company's official response was halting and inadequate. A few grain depots, some charity works, but no suspension of taxes, no reversal of policy. The famine's toll, by some estimates up to 10 million lives, remains one of the starkest indictments of imperial extraction in world history. The news did not stay in Bengal. Word of the famine and of the company's role reached London in the form of letters, petitions, and parliamentary reports. In the coffee houses and counting rooms of the city, a new anxiety took hold. Was this the price of corporate empire? Critics such as Edmund Burke denounced the company's rapacity and oppression. The scandal threatened not only the company's reputation, but the legitimacy of British rule in India. In Parliament, voices demanded inquiry and reform. Yet even as London debated, the company's grip on Bengal tightened. The profits, after all, were too great to abandon. Behind the statistics and debates lay countless untold stories. A mother searching for food along the Ganges, a weaver forced to burn his loom for firewood, a zamindar ruined by impossible demands, a British revenue officer torn between duty and conscience, watching the land he administered descend into silence. The famine was not only a disaster of nature, but a human tragedy shaped by policy, profit, and the arrogance of distant power. In the aftermath, Bengal was changed. The population was scarred, the economy shattered, the trust between ruler and ruled broken. The company, chastened but unrepentant, began to experiment with new systems. More paperwork, more oversight, new schemes to prevent collapse, but never to relinquish control. The famine became a warning, one that would echo through every future debate over the morality and method of British rule in India. For Parliament, the spectacle of a private company wielding sovereign power and failing so catastrophically posed a question that could no longer be ignored. As London's politicians and company directors argued over responsibility, a larger transformation was underway. The British state began to peer more closely into its Indian experiment, sending out commissions, drafting new laws, seeking to harness the company's empire without repeating its disasters. The crisis of revenue and famine in Bengal did not end the company's rule, but it shattered the illusion that commerce and conquest could be kept apart. In the years to come, Parliament would attempt to impose order on empire, a struggle that would reshape both Britain and India and lay the groundwork for new conflicts yet to come. In the late 18th century, the British Parliament found itself confronted by a troubling paradox. On paper, the East India Company was merely a trading corporation, licensed to buy and sell in Asian markets. In reality, it had become a sovereign power, ruling millions across Bengal and beyond, collecting taxes, commanding armies, and dispensing justice. Yet while company directors and their agents amassed fortunes, the people of Bengal reeled from famine and revenue extraction, and London's political class woke to the dangers of a corporate empire run amok. The question was no longer merely how profit flowed, but whether Britain could, or should, control the company's conquest. By 1772, the alarm bells in Westminster were impossible to ignore. The Bengal famine had killed millions. Company finances teetered, and stories of corruption and excess swirled from Calcutta to London. The company, desperate for a bailout, begged Parliament for loans. In exchange, Parliament demanded oversight. The first experiment in imperial supervision arrived in 1773, the Regulating Act. For the first time, the British state intervened directly in the company's affairs, not to seize its Indian dominions, but to discipline them. The act created a new office, the Governor-General of Bengal, whose authority would, in theory, bring order to the company's unruly settlements. Warren Hastings was chosen as the first Governor-General, a man of ambition and intelligence, yet also a product of the company's own culture of improvisation and intrigue. His task was impossible: to govern a territory larger than Britain itself, with a patchwork of British, Mughal, and Hindu law, and an administration riddled with private deals and personal fortunes. The Regulating Act also established a new Supreme Court at Calcutta, intended to bring the rule of English law. Instead, it unleashed confusion. British judges, unfamiliar with Indian customs and languages, clashed with company officials, Indian zamindars, and merchants. The result was jurisdictional chaos, as lawsuits multiplied and confidence in justice eroded. Parliament's first attempt at control had exposed the scale of the problem. The company's directors in London and its agents in India were divided by months of sea travel and even greater gaps of interest. In 1784, after years of debate and scandal, a new solution emerged: Pitt's India Act. This law created a board of control in London, government ministers who would oversee the company's political affairs. Company directors would still manage trade, but the British state now claimed the right to supervise conquest, diplomacy, and war. It was an uneasy partnership, with blurred lines between public and private, commerce and conquest, but it marked the slow birth of the British Raj. The new system did not banish the old temptations. Company officials continued to enrich themselves, sometimes spectacularly. Parliamentary committees summoned men like Robert Clive to answer for their fortunes. Clive, the conqueror of Plassey, faced a grilling over his vast Indian spoils. "I stand astonished at my own moderation," he famously declared, defending his actions as necessary in a world of intrigue and betrayal. Others were less lucky. Scandal after scandal surfaced: bribes, gifts, monopoly contracts, and accusations of extortion. The most notorious case would grip Parliament for years: the impeachment of Warren Hastings. Hastings, recalled to Britain in 1785, became the lightning rod for every anxiety about empire. In the grand halls of Westminster, Edmund Burke, the passionate Whig orator, led the prosecution. Burke thundered against what he called a species of despotism, such as no other nation has ever attempted. He accused Hastings of judicial murder, extortion, and the ruin of Indian princes and peasants. The trial, a spectacle of eloquence and bitterness, dragged on for 7 years. In the end, Hastings was acquitted, but the message was clear. The days of unaccountable company rule were numbered. As Parliament debated in London, the machinery of supervision grew in India. Each new Governor-General, Cornwallis, Wellesley, Bentinck, brought new reforms, codes, and institutions. The company's armies became more professional, its bureaucracy more centralized. British judges, Indian clerks, Persian scribes, and a new class of English-educated Indians manned the growing apparatus of rule. Courts multiplied, revenue boards standardized taxes, and the company's writ extended deeper into rural life. Yet for all the new rules, the contradictions of empire persisted. The British state claimed to bring order and justice, but its power depended on conquest, dispossession, and the uneasy alliance of Indian elites. The consequences of these reforms rippled through Indian society. Landholders, merchants, and princes learned to navigate the new legal codes and administrative hierarchies. Some prospered, forging ties with British officials or adapting to new markets. Others lost lands, privileges, or power as the old order gave way to the company's logic of revenue and control. Indian petitioners appeared in Calcutta's courts, pleading their cases in a bewildering hybrid of English, Persian, and local law. Meanwhile, rumors of British schemes, forced conversions, land grabs, disrespect for custom, fueled anxiety and resistance in towns and villages. By the dawn of the 19th century, the company's transformation was nearly complete. The British state, once a distant overseer, now stood as the final arbiter of Indian affairs. Parliament's experiments in supervision had created a new kind of empire, no longer the private dominion of merchants, but a hybrid of corporate ambition and state authority. The machinery of control was in place, but its reach was not yet secure. Beyond Bengal, powerful Indian states, Mysore, Maratha Confederacy, the Sikhs, watched, wary and unconquered. The next phase would be marked not by regulation, but by war, as the company and its new masters sought to bring all of India within their grasp. In the final decades of the 18th century, the East India Company's ambitions outgrew the narrow lanes of Bengal. Its appetite for dominion, once cloaked in the language of commerce, now advanced behind columns of red-coated sepoys and the thunder of artillery. The company's new adversaries were not merchants but kings, rulers of Mysore, Maratha chieftains, and Sikh sardars, each determined to hold their ground against the encroaching tide from the east. To the south, the kingdom of Mysore became the crucible of company conquest. Hyder Ali, a soldier who had risen from obscurity, transformed Mysore into a formidable military state. His son, Tipu Sultan, inherited a legacy of resistance. Tipu, the Tiger of Mysore, modernized his army, forged alliances with the French, and dreamed of an India free from foreign yoke. The 4 Anglo-Mysore Wars, stretching from 1767 to 1799, became a test of will and weaponry. At Seringapatam, Tipu's capital, the walls bristled with cannon and the streets echoed with the chants of defenders. But British persistence, treachery among allies, and the grinding pressure of siege wore Tipu down. In 1799, as company forces stormed Seringapatam, Tipu Sultan fell sword in hand, his death marking the end of Mysore's defiance. The company divided his territories, rewarding its allies and planting the British flag deeper into southern soil. Yet Mysore was only one theatre. To the west and centre, the Maratha Confederacy, an intricate web of chieftains, Peshwas and warlords, remained the dominant power after the Mughal decline. The Marathas, skilled in cavalry warfare and adept at forging shifting alliances, had long resisted both Mughal and European encroachment. But the company, now flush with revenues and seasoned by war, was determined to break Maratha power. The three Anglo-Maratha wars, fought between 1775 and 1818, unfolded as a contest of intrigue as much as arms. British agents whispered in the courts at Pune and Baroda, promising protection to some, sowing discord among others. In the field, company battalions clashed with Maratha horsemen at Asai, Laswari and Khadki. Arthur Wellesley, later the Duke of Wellington, made his reputation here, defeating Maratha forces with disciplined volleys and bayonet charges. By 1818, the Peshwa was dethroned, Maratha sovereignty shattered, and the company's reach extended over most of the Deccan. As British power radiated outward, conquest was often disguised as protection. Lord Wellesley, Governor-General from 1798, perfected the system of subsidiary alliances. Indian rulers, faced with the threat of invasion or internal revolt, were pressed to accept British garrisons within their capitals. In return, they paid for their own occupation, ceding territory or revenue. A British resident, ostensibly a diplomatic advisor, but in truth a shadow governor, would watch over the court, reporting every intrigue to Calcutta. These alliances, enforced by treaties rather than open battle, hollowed out princely autonomy. Hyderabad, Awadh, and dozens of smaller states found their rulers reduced to pensioners, their armies disbanded, their policies dictated by company officials. But not all would submit quietly. In the fertile plains of Punjab, the Sikh Empire under Maharaja Ranjit Singh forged a kingdom that matched the company in ambition and military innovation. Ranjit Singh's army, drilled by European officers, fielded modern artillery and disciplined infantry. For decades, the Sutlej River marked the uneasy frontier between Sikh and British power. But after Ranjit Singh's death in 1839, succession disputes and court intrigue weakened Lahore. The company, sensing opportunity, moved its forces north. The two Anglo-Sikh wars, fought between 1845 and 1849, were among the bloodiest of the era. At Ferozeshah, Sobraon, and Jallianwala, British and Sikh soldiers fought with desperate valor. The fall of Lahore in 1849 ended Sikh sovereignty and brought the rich lands of Punjab under British rule. The Koh-i-Noor diamond, symbol of conquest, was sent to Queen Victoria, a trophy of imperial triumph. Each victory was sealed with parchment and seal. Treaties imposed after war or under duress codified the new order: revenue settlements, military disarmament, the appointment of residents, and the forced exile or pensioning of defeated rulers. The company's mapmakers redrew boundaries, its surveyors measured fields and forests, its clerks tallied new streams of revenue. The British presence, once confined to coastal trading posts, now reached from the Kaveri Delta to the banks of the Indus. The subcontinent's political landscape, once a mosaic of shifting alliances and regional sovereignties, was being remade into a patchwork of direct rule and dependent states. For millions of Indians, the wars of expansion brought not just new rulers, but new burdens. Company revenue demands reshaped the countryside, while disbanded soldiers and dethroned nobles struggled to find their place in the new order. In courtly halls and village squares, rumors of annexation and British treachery spread, feeding deepening anxiety. Some found opportunity in the new regime, becoming intermediaries, zamindars, or company officials. Others nursed resentments that would smolder for generations. Beneath the outward calm of imperial order, the wounds of conquest festered. The company's steady advance by treaty, alliance, and war left a legacy of dislocation and grievance. The promise of protection now revealed itself as the reality of subordination. As British officials debated new methods of annexation and control, the conquered lands themselves became restless, their peoples caught between memory of lost sovereignties and the hard facts of foreign rule. The next phase of company expansion would bring not only new territories, but deeper fractures: annexation by doctrine, the reshaping of society, and the first sparks of rebellion. In the first light of the 1850s, the Indian subcontinent was a quilt of princely states, jagirs, and company-ruled provinces, stitched together by treaties, alliances, and a fragile sense of autonomy. But the threads were fraying. The East India Company, emboldened by decades of military triumph, now sought to consolidate its dominion with an icy logic that would unsettle courts and countrysides alike. At the heart of this new imperial calculus was Lord Dalhousie, Governor-General from 1848 to 1856, a man whose ambition was matched only by his conviction that British rule meant progress, and that Indian sovereignty was an anachronism to be swept away. Dalhousie's instrument was the doctrine of lapse, a policy as bureaucratic as it was ruthless. According to the doctrine, any princely state under company suzerainty would be annexed if its ruler died without a direct biological heir. Adoption, a time-honored Indian practice, would no longer ensure succession. In Dalhousie's view, this was not conquest, but legal tidying, an administrative convenience. For Indian princes, it was a sword hanging over every aging ruler, a denial of custom and dignity. Satara in 1848, Jaitpur, Sambalpur, Jhansi, Nagpur, one after another, states fell to the company's pen, their treasures catalogued, their courts dismissed, their rulers pensioned or exiled. The most notorious of these was Jhansi, where the young Rani Lakshmi Bai, denied her adopted son's right to rule, would later become a symbol of resistance. Yet it was the annexation of Awadh in 1856 that sent the greatest tremor through the land. Awadh, or Oudh, was not a minor principality, but a vast, fertile kingdom in the Gangetic heartland, ruled by the Nawabs for over a century. The company had long coveted its wealth and strategic location, but had maintained the fiction of Awadh's independence through a subsidiary alliance. Dalhousie ended the pretense, accusing Nawab Wajid Ali Shah's government of misrule, a charge more convenient than credible. The company moved in, deposed the Nawab, and absorbed Awadh into its territories. Wajid Ali Shah, a poet and patron of the arts, was sent into melancholy exile in Calcutta. His court dissolved, his people left bewildered and bereft. The shockwaves of annexation rippled far beyond the palaces. For the Indian aristocracy, the message was clear. No promise, no treaty, no tradition was safe from the company's reach. Princely anxiety became a quiet epidemic. Rajput courts, Maratha houses, and the Begums of Bhopal all watched the fate of Awadh with mounting dread. Even those who remained nominally independent knew that their titles and lands depended on British favor, not on custom or consent. The old codes of loyalty and kinship were eroding, replaced by suspicion and a desperate search for allies in a world remade by foreign law. But it was in the countryside that the company's new order cut deepest. British administrators, eager to maximize revenue, imposed land settlements that upended rural life. In Awadh, the talukdars, hereditary landholders, were stripped of their estates, replaced by direct company taxation. Village headmen, peasants, and artisans found themselves entangled in a web of unfamiliar bureaucracy, their rights and livelihoods subject to the whims of distant officials. Where once obligation had been mutual, now it was extractive. The company's demand for cash revenue, indifferent to crop failure or custom, drove many to debt and dispossession. The social fabric, already strained, began to unravel. Into this landscape of uncertainty came the missionaries, protected by British law and often zealous in their purpose. While their numbers were small, their presence was deeply unsettling to many Indians. Rumors spread of forced conversions, of orphanages as fronts for proselytization, of a hidden agenda to undermine Hindu and Muslim faith alike. In the bazaars of Kanpur, the alleys of Lucknow, and the villages of Bengal, anxiety grew that the company's rule was not just foreign, but hostile to religion itself. Even company proclamations of religious neutrality could not still these fears. For many, the missionary was the visible sign of a deeper threat, the erosion of centuries-old ways of life. No group felt the contradictions of company rule more acutely than the sepoys, the Indian soldiers of the company's own army. Drawn from peasant families, often of high-caste Hindu or Muslim background, the sepoys were at once privileged and precarious. Their pay was steady, but their status was ambiguous, caught between the world of their ancestors and the demands of a foreign master. The annexation of Awadh, home to many sepoys and their kin, struck at their sense of belonging. The new land settlements threatened their families' security. The growing presence of missionaries and rumors of forced conversions unsettled their religious identity. Grievances multiplied. Pay was slow or stagnant, allowances were cut, and service was increasingly required far from home, sometimes across the sea, a journey that many Hindus believed would pollute their caste. The company's officers, once more familiar with Indian languages and customs, became increasingly aloof and British in manner. The bonds of respect and discipline began to fray. In the sepoy lines, rumors spread like wildfire that the company planned to destroy their religion, that new rifle cartridges were greased with cow and pig fat, that nothing sacred was safe. Each new order from Calcutta or London seemed to confirm the worst suspicions. By the mid-1850s, the Raj was no longer a distant presence, but an intrusive force in every domain: political, economic, social, and spiritual. The old world was being dismantled, but the new order offered little security in its place. Princes and peasants, landholders and laborers, soldiers and saints, all found themselves dislocated, their futures uncertain, their grievances mounting. The company's triumphs had bred not peace, but a pervasive sense of betrayal and loss. As the company's armies marched and its administrators measured out new laws and boundaries, a slow, simmering resentment gathered across the land. In cantonments and villages, in palaces and prayer halls, a question began to take shape. If the company could not be trusted to honor its word, what loyalty did it deserve? The answer would come soon enough, in a storm of fire and fury that would shake the empire to its core. In the early decades of the 19th century, as British power spread across the subcontinent, the East India Company's armies became the muscle of empire, a force both Indian and foreign, familiar and alien. The company's banners flew above tens of thousands of soldiers, most of them born in the villages and towns of India, drilled and commanded by a thin layer of British officers. In distant cantonments from Meerut to Madras, these sepoys, Indian infantrymen, stood in red or blue uniforms, their lives shaped by a strict hierarchy, the rhythms of parade ground and barracks, and the ever-present gulf between ruler and ruled. For the company, the Indian soldier was indispensable. The armies that conquered Mysore, Maratha, and Sikh domains were overwhelmingly Indian in rank and file. In 1856, the Bengal army alone counted over 130,000 Indian sepoys, compared to just 23,000 British troops. Most were recruited from what the company called martial races: Brahmins, Rajputs, and other high-caste Hindus from the Gangetic heartland, as well as Muslims from Awadh and Bihar. In the south, Tamil and Telugu men filled the ranks. In the west, Marathas and others. Each presidency, Bengal, Madras, Bombay, had its own army, its own customs, and its own ethnic and religious composition, reflecting the diversity and divisions of the subcontinent itself. Yet this diversity was managed with rigid care. Caste and religion shaped every detail of sepoy life. Brahmin recruits expected separate cooking fires, water carriers, and kitchens to maintain ritual purity. Muslims demanded halal meat, prayer time, and respect for Friday worship. The company, wary of offending its soldiers, bent over backwards to accommodate these customs. Building temples and mosques in barracks, hiring Brahmin cooks, issuing orders forbidding the mixing of castes in mess halls. But this careful balance was always precarious, threatened by rumor, misunderstanding, and the company's own ignorance of the world it ruled. Service in the company army offered both hardship and opportunity. For many, it meant steady pay, modest by British standards, but a lifeline in rural India. A sepoy's monthly salary might feed an extended family back home, and the promise of pension or land after retirement drew thousands to recruitment fairs. Yet the discipline was harsh. Soldiers marched for months across sweltering plains or up into the Himalayan foothills, far from their villages and kin. They faced long separations, grueling campaigns, and the daily grind of drill and obedience. Leave was rare and tightly controlled. Desertion was punished severely. Promotions were slow and limited, almost never rising beyond the rank of Subedar, far below the British officers who truly commanded. The gulf between sepoy and officer was profound. British officers, often young men from the English gentry, lived in separate bungalows, dined in exclusive messes, and rarely learned the languages or customs of their men. They issued orders in clipped English, relying on Indian subedars and havildars, junior officers, to translate and mediate. The result was a world of whispers and misunderstandings, where resentment could fester over a careless word or an unexplained command. Social mixing was minimal. The company's code of discipline was enforced with a severity that brooked no dissent, from floggings for minor infractions to court-martials for insubordination. Yet beneath the surface, a strange intimacy grew. Officers depended on their Indian subordinates for intelligence, translation, and the daily running of the regiment. Sepoys, in turn, learned to navigate the expectations of their British superiors, sometimes with loyalty, sometimes with quiet skepticism. In the cantonment, the bazaar bustled with Indian traders, soldiers' families, and the swirl of languages from across the subcontinent. Festivals, Diwali, Eid, Holi, were observed with company sanction, and a sepoy's pay might go to a temple offering or a family dowry far away. But the lines of trust were easily strained. The company's military machine was shaped by suspicion as much as by necessity. After the Vellore Mutiny of 1806, when sepoys rose against new dress regulations they saw as an attack on caste and religion, the company grew wary of any change that might unsettle its soldiers. Rumors could ripple through the ranks with lightning speed. A new drill, a change in rations, a whisper that cartridges were greased with cow or pig fat. In a world where caste purity and religious identity were woven into daily life, such rumors could be explosive. The company's senior officers, men like General William Sleeman, who hunted thugs in central India, or Colonel John Nicholson, the Lion of the Punjab, prided themselves on military efficiency and discipline. But few truly understood the anxieties of the men under their command. Orders from Calcutta or London, crafted in distant offices, might trample local custom or ignore the delicate balance of caste and faith. The army's code was British in spirit, but its backbone was Indian, and the contradiction grew sharper as the company's rule deepened. The rewards of service were matched by its costs. Sepoys who fought in Burma, Afghanistan, or distant corners of India were often required to cross the Kala Pani, the Black Waters, an act many Hindus believed would destroy their caste status. Some accepted, others protested fiercely. The company sometimes relented, sometimes forced obedience. Each campaign brought new strains, new rumors, and new grievances. Pay delays, broken promises, and the slow erosion of traditional privileges wore down the trust that had once bound sepoy to officer. By the 1850s, the company army stood at a crossroads. The annexation of Awadh in 1856, once a key recruiting ground, disrupted the social world of many soldiers, leaving them anxious about land, pensions, and the future. New Enfield rifles arrived, with cartridges rumored to be greased with animal fat, forbidden by both Hindu and Muslim law. The old compact, built on careful accommodation and mutual dependence, began to unravel. The barracks and parade grounds of northern India grew tense with rumor and resentment. In this charged atmosphere, a single spark would be enough to ignite rebellion. In the cantonment at Meerut, sepoys whispered about cartridges and broken promises, about lost honor and the growing arrogance of their foreign masters. The company, confident in its discipline and its bayonets, did not see the storm gathering among the men who had built its empire. Soon, the army that had served the Raj would turn against it, and the fate of British rule in India would hang in the balance. In the spring of 1857, the cantonment at Meerut simmered with an unease that no British officer could fully decipher. The East India Company's army, the largest standing force in Asia, was a world unto itself, where Indian sepoys drilled and paraded under the watchful eyes of their British superiors. For years, discipline had been maintained by a delicate balance of pay, promise, and a rigidly enforced hierarchy. Yet beneath the surface, grievances multiplied. Stagnant wages, long service away from home, and the slow erosion of religious and caste customs that had, until recently, been respected by the company. It was in this tense atmosphere that a rumor, at once trivial and incendiary, began to circulate among the sepoys. The new Enfield rifle cartridges, issued with little explanation, were said to be greased with the fat of cows and pigs, an intolerable violation for Hindu and Muslim soldiers alike. The Enfield rifle required its user to bite open the cartridge before loading the powder and shot. To the British, this was a simple matter of military efficiency. To the sepoys, the act threatened their very identities. In Hindu tradition, the cow was sacred. For Muslims, the pig was unclean. The mere suspicion that the cartridges were tainted was enough to provoke anxiety and then outrage among the ranks. Officers issued contradictory reassurances. Some insisted the grease was made from vegetable oil. Others offered to let sepoys prepare their own cartridges. But trust, once breached, could not be so easily restored. The rumor spread from barracks to bazaar, from Bengal to Awadh, gathering force with every retelling. On April 24, 1857, 90 sepoys of the 3rd Bengal Light Cavalry at Meerut refused to accept the cartridges. The punishment was swift and public: a court-martial, sentences of hard labor, and the humiliation of being stripped of uniforms in front of their comrades. For the sepoys, this was not just discipline, it was desecration, a deliberate shaming that turned anger into something more dangerous. The British officers believed they had nipped insubordination in the bud. Instead, they had set a fuse. On the evening of May 10th, as the sun dipped behind the cantonment's whitewashed walls, the sepoys struck. The mutiny began with a roar of gunfire and the storming of the jail where the punished men were held. British officers and their families, caught unprepared, fled for their lives. Barracks burned, and the lines of command, so carefully maintained, collapsed in the chaos. Within hours, the revolt had spilled from the parade ground into the streets of Meerut. Shops were looted, symbols of company authority destroyed. But the mutineers did not linger. Their eyes turned to Delhi, the ancient seat of Mughal power, just 40 miles away. It was not accident or confusion that led the sepoys to Delhi. The city still housed Bahadur Shah Zafar, the last powerless Mughal emperor, a frail old man living in faded grandeur in the Red Fort. For generations, the Mughal name had been a mere shadow, a relic of authority. Now, in a desperate moment, the mutineers saw in Zafar a symbol around which to rally. On May 11th, they reached the city's gates, calling on the emperor to bless their rebellion. The British garrison at Delhi, undermanned and unprepared, melted away before the onrush. By nightfall, the Mughal flag once again flew over the city, and proclamations went out in Zafar's name, calling Indians to arms against the company. What began as a military revolt now threatened to become something much larger. Across the Gangetic heartland, news of the mutiny at Meerut and the seizure of Delhi raced along dusty roads and riverbanks, carried by messengers, merchants, and pilgrims. Sepoys in other cantonments hesitated, then rose in rebellion. At Kanpur, Lucknow, Jhansi, Bareilly, and countless smaller towns, the pattern repeated itself. British officers were killed or driven out, treasuries seized, and the symbols of imperial authority toppled. Civilian populations, already resentful of revenue demands and land settlements, took the opportunity to settle old scores or assert long-suppressed grievances. The company's system, so dependent on Indian intermediaries, so confident in the loyalty of its native army, now found itself beset from all sides. Yet the uprising was never a single unified movement. In some places, peasant grievances against landlords mingled with anti-British sentiment. In others, dispossessed princes and chieftains saw a chance to reclaim lost domains. Religious leaders invoked the defense of faith, while artisans and townspeople, battered by economic change, joined the tumult for their own reasons. For the British, the crisis appeared as a monstrous betrayal, a sudden, inexplicable savagery. For many Indians, it was a reckoning, the moment when the foreign rulers' arrogance, ignorance, and indifference had finally gone too far. The British response was slow and uncertain at first. Reinforcements had to be summoned from across the empire, and the lines of communication, roads, telegraph wires, and rivers were vulnerable to sabotage. In the countryside, order collapsed, and rumors of victory or massacre spread faster than any official report. The company's authority, so recently unchallenged, now seemed brittle and contingent. In the towns and cities held by the rebels, new administrations sprang up, improvising courts, levying taxes, and issuing proclamations. The old world had not returned, but something new was being forged in the fire. The events at Meerut and Delhi marked not just the breakdown of military discipline, but the eruption of a wider crisis of legitimacy. The cartridge rumor had been the spark, but the tinder had accumulated for years. Dispossession, religious anxiety, wounded pride, and the slow, grinding loss of autonomy. The uprising of 1857 was not yet a national movement in the modern sense, but it revealed the vulnerabilities of company rule and the depth of Indian discontent. As the summer wore on, the struggle would spread to other cities, Kanpur, Lucknow, Jhansi, each with its own stories of resistance, tragedy, and hope. The fate of an empire now hung in the balance, and the meaning of rebellion would be contested on the battlefield and in memory for generations to come. In the summer of 1857, India's heartland convulsed as rebellion spread from the barracks of Meerut to the palaces, alleys, and fields of the north. The mutiny of company sepoys had kindled a wider fire, drawing in dispossessed princes, anxious landlords, and men and women with little left to lose. At its center stood the aging city of Delhi, seat of the shattered Mughal dynasty, where the rebels proclaimed Bahadur Shah Zafar as their emperor, a poet king, frail and reluctant, suddenly thrust into the storm of history. Delhi's Red Fort, battered by time and neglect, became the improbable headquarters of the uprising. Zafar, in his 80s, had long been a figurehead under British suzerainty, his realm reduced to little more than the city's walls. Now, as sepoys and townsfolk crowded the fort, he found himself the symbolic sovereign of a rebellion he had not summoned. The city's bazaar echoed with rumors and proclamations. The rebel court struggled to impose order on the chaos of ambition. The company's loyalists and their families barricaded themselves in makeshift strongholds, while rebel leaders debated strategy and justice. For weeks, Delhi became both the hope and the target of the uprising, its fate entwined with the fortunes of the mutineers. The British response was swift and merciless. From the Punjab, a siege train lumbered toward the city, manned by British and Sikh regiments determined to retake Delhi at any cost. The siege, beginning in June, dragged into the monsoon, grinding down both attacker and defender. Within the city, food and ammunition ran low, disease spread in the crowded quarters. Outside, the besiegers suffered heat, snipers, and dysentery. In September, the company's guns battered a breach in the walls. The assault that followed was brutal. Delhi fell, its streets ran with blood, and the Mughal dynasty was extinguished. Bahadur Shah Zafar, the last emperor, was captured, tried, and exiled to Rangoon, a broken man whose poetry would become a requiem for a lost world. But Delhi was only one front. As the rebellion flared, the Ganges plain erupted in parallel dramas of resistance and reprisal. In Kanpur, once known as Kaunpur, Nana Sahib, adopted son of the exiled Maratha Peshwa, emerged as a leader. Grievance shaped his cause. The company had denied him his adoptive father's pension, a slight that became a rallying cry. Nana Sahib's forces, joined by mutinous sepoys and townspeople, besieged the British entrenchment at Sati Chauragat. The siege dragged on in the sweltering heat, punctuated by failed negotiations and mounting desperation. When the British surrendered, a massacre followed, an act that would haunt the memory of 1857 and fuel British vengeance in the months to come. The retribution was swift and savage. When company forces retook Kanpur, they enacted collective punishment on the city's residents, blurring the line between justice and reprisal. Kanpur became a site of trauma for both sides, its name forever linked to the cycle of violence that marked the rebellion's course. To the east, Lucknow, capital of the vanished kingdom of Awadh, became another epicenter. Here, Begum Hazrat Mahal, wife of the deposed Nawab Wajid Ali Shah, emerged as a formidable leader. As the British residency compound came under siege, the Begum rallied nobles, soldiers, and townsfolk, refusing to accept foreign rule. Her proclamations invoked both Islamic legitimacy and the rights of Awadh's people, forging a fragile unity across religious lines. The siege of Lucknow lasted for months, a desperate defense by British residents, countered by determined rebel assaults and the Begum's deft political maneuvering. When relief finally arrived, the city lay in ruins, its palaces and bazaars scarred by artillery and fire. Hazrat Mahal escaped to Nepal, her brief rule a testament to resistance and the possibilities of female leadership in a world shaped by war. Southward, another legend took form in Jhansi. Rani Lakshmi Bai, widowed queen of a small principality annexed by the company under the doctrine of lapse, refused to surrender her throne. With her adopted son denied recognition, the Rani became a symbol of defiance, forging alliances with local leaders and training her own troops. In the spring of 1858, company forces under Sir Hugh Rose laid siege to Jhansi. The Rani, clad in uniform, led her soldiers on horseback, rallying both men and women to the defense. When the city fell, she escaped, joining forces with Tantia Tope, a master of guerrilla tactics. Together they fought a desperate rearguard action across central India. Lakshmi Bai's death in battle at Gwalior became myth almost instantly. A warrior queen who died sword in hand, her courage immortalized in poetry and song. Beyond the high drama of cities and courts, the rebellion was also a patchwork of local grievances and ambitions. In Bihar, the elderly landlord Kunwar Singh, nearly 70, took up arms against the company, rallying peasants and disaffected sepoys. His campaign was marked by daring raids and the ability to elude far younger adversaries, embodying the persistence of rural resistance. Across the countryside, rumors of company atrocities, rumors of rebel victories, and millenarian hopes of deliverance swept through villages and towns. Not all joined the uprising. Many Indian elites and princes sided with the British, calculating that survival lay in loyalty rather than defiance. The consequences were profound and enduring. The company's reprisals were widespread, villages burned, and families uprooted. The memory of 1857, its brutality, its failures, its moments of heroism, became a touchstone for later generations. British accounts dwelled on the violence against Europeans, shaping imperial attitudes for decades. Indian memory, meanwhile, preserved the courage of Lakshmi Bai, Hazrat Mahal, and the nameless thousands who rose and fell in the struggle. In poetry, folklore, and political rhetoric, the events of Delhi, Kanpur, Lucknow, and Jhansi would echo long after the last shots were fired. As the dust settled, the East India Company was irreparably discredited. The British Crown would soon assume direct rule, promising a new order but carrying forward the scars and lessons of rebellion. The Raj was born in the shadow of 1857, its foundations laid atop the ruins of old kingdoms and the memory of resistance. The struggle for India's future had entered a new, uncertain phase. The gunsmoke of 1857 had barely cleared when a different kind of revolution arrived, one declared not by rebels or rajas, but by the signatures of men in the British Parliament. On August 2, 1858, the Government of India Act was passed in Westminster, a single sheet of law that ended the East India Company's two-century experiment in private empire. With a stroke of the pen, the world's largest corporate state was abolished. The company's armies, treaties, debts, and districts all were now the property and burden of the British Crown. India, for the first time, was ruled not by merchants, but by a monarch. The company's double-headed seal was replaced by the royal arms of Queen Victoria. The change was at once abrupt and carefully staged. In November, Queen Victoria's proclamation was read aloud in English and Persian across the subcontinent. In Allahabad, Lord Canning, the last company governor-general and now the first viceroy, gathered Indian princes and notables beneath banners and tents to hear the royal message. The Queen, it was said, desires no extension of our present territorial possessions and promised to respect the rights, dignity, and honor of India's princes. There would be equal and impartial protection of the law to all, regardless of race or creed. The proclamation, drafted with deliberate care, was meant as balm after a year of horror. It offered a vision of reconciliation, but also a warning. All subjects were now directly answerable to the crown. For the princes, the Maharajas, Nawabs, and Rajas who had watched the company swallow kingdom after kingdom, the new order was both a relief and a reminder of their own fragility. During the uprising, some had thrown their lot with the rebels, but many had hedged their bets or sided with the British, calculating that survival depended on loyalty. Now the crown rewarded its allies. Titles and gun salutes were restored, annexed territories returned in some cases, and the doctrine of lapse, which had allowed the company to seize states without a male heir, was publicly abandoned. The princely states would remain semi-sovereign and ringed by British residents, but their future was now tied to imperial favor. The Raj would be a patchwork, its map a chessboard of direct British rule and princely domains, all under the distant authority of a queen in London. Yet beneath the language of reconciliation, a new hardness set into the bones of the empire. The violence of 1857 had left the British deeply shaken and suspicious. The company's old habits of cultural engagement, learning Indian languages, adopting local dress, even marrying Indian women, were now seen as dangerous weaknesses. The new rulers of India were to be racially distinct and socially aloof. British families arrived in greater numbers, but they lived in cantonments and hill stations, behind walls and clubs that excluded Indians. The civil service was declared open to all without distinction of race, but examinations were held in London, effectively barring almost all Indians from entry. The promise of equality in the Queen's proclamation collided with the realities of imperial power. A racial order hardened in the shadow of rebellion. For ordinary Indians, the end of company rule was a moment of uncertainty and muted hope. The company's courts and collectors remained, but now answered to a new bureaucracy in Calcutta and London. The army was reorganized. Sepoys were recruited in smaller, more carefully chosen groups, and artillery was reserved for Europeans. The scars of collective punishment, villages razed, families dispossessed, remained raw in many districts. But there were also signs of a new caution. The British, chastened by the scale of the uprising, slowed the pace of social and religious reform. Christian missionary activity was curbed, and the government distanced itself from anything that might provoke religious sensibility. Tax and land policies were reviewed, though the basic structures of extraction and control persisted. The machinery of rule was now more elaborate, more bureaucratic, and more remote. The Viceroy presided over a new India Council in London, a body of former company men and British politicians who advised on Indian affairs from thousands of miles away. In Calcutta, the Secretariat became the nerve center of an imperial administration stretching from the Khyber Pass to Cape Comorin. Laws and regulations multiplied, written in English and translated into a dozen Indian languages. The census, the survey, the railway timetable, all became tools of a government that sought to know, classify, and control its subjects as never before. But if the proclamation spoke of justice and protection, it also made clear that sovereignty, real power, now lay with the British state. The memory of 1857 haunted every decision. The Raj would be built not just on railways and revenue, but on a careful, sometimes fearful management of difference. Indian soldiers were divided by caste and region. Communities were described and categorized in official reports. The British believed that order depended on keeping potential sources of unrest separate and watched. The age of the company's improvisation was over. The age of the imperial system had begun. In the years that followed, the symbols of the Raj spread across the landscape. The Viceroy's processions, the grand durbars, the red brick of railway stations and courts. But beneath the surface, new tensions simmered. The promise of equal law stood alongside the reality of racial exclusion. The princes were loyal, but their subjects watched and remembered. Indian intellectuals, lawyers, and teachers, educated in the new schools and universities, began to question the justice of foreign rule. The machinery of the new empire was vast, but it would become the stage for new forms of resistance. As India entered the era of crown rule, the structures of empire grew more complex and imposing. The everyday business of government, taxes, police, courts, public works, became the framework within which millions of Indians lived and worked. But the memory of rebellion lingered in every district file and official order. The Raj would pride itself on stability and order, but its foundation was always shadowed by the fear that the land it governed could never be entirely tamed. In the decades ahead, the machinery of rule itself would become the proving ground for new hopes, new grievances, and a new kind of politics. In the years after the crown took India from company hands, a new order spread across the subcontinent. A machinery of rule, vast and intricate, designed to make distant Britain present in every corner of Indian life. At its apex stood the Viceroy, the sovereign's representative, who resided in the palatial halls of Government House in Calcutta and later New Delhi. Lord Canning, the first Viceroy, arrived in the wake of 1857's uprising, tasked with holding together a wounded empire. His successors, men like Lord Curzon, Lord Ripon, and Lord Hardinge, were both rulers and symbols, their ceremonial processions and durbars intended to awe, their councils and dispatches meant to govern. Yet for all their grandeur, the viceroys depended on a far-reaching web of administrators. The Indian Civil Service, or ICS, a corps of British and a handful of Indian officers who claimed to be the steel frame of the Raj. The ICS was a brotherhood forged in English universities and Indian heat. Men trained to believe that order, law, and improvement justified their rule. Entry was by competitive examination, but for decades these were held only in London, ensuring the ranks stayed overwhelmingly British. A young Satyendranath Tagore, the first Indian to pass the exam in 1863, was an exception who stood out. The ICS officer was judge, revenue collector, police chief, and disaster manager, sometimes all in one day. In the district headquarters, the collector Sahib presided over files and petitions, surrounded by clerks, peons, and the steady traffic of villagers and townspeople caught in the machinery's gears. The Raj's reach was not just bureaucratic, it was physical, etched into the land. From the 1850s, a fever of railway building gripped the administration. The first lines ran from Bombay to Thane, Calcutta to Raniganj, Madras to Arcot, and soon steel tracks laced the country, binding distant provinces to port cities and the imperial centre. British engineers and Indian labourers, coolies wielding pickaxe and shovel, laid thousands of miles of track. The railways moved troops to suppress rebellion, carried cotton and wheat to waiting ships, and ferried pilgrims, merchants, and migrants across distances that once took weeks. Alongside the rails, the telegraph arrived, first a novelty, then a necessity. In 1857, it flashed news of mutiny along copper wires, allowing British commanders to coordinate their defense. In peace, it stitched the subcontinent into the rhythm of imperial time, compressing distances that had once made rebellion or resistance possible. The Raj counted and classified as it ruled. The decennial census, begun in 1871 under Henry Waterfield, was a project of imperial curiosity and control. Enumerators fanned out across villages and cities, recording names, castes, religions, languages, and occupations. The census rendered India in columns and numbers, an empire of data where people were slotted into rigid categories, their identities frozen in official print. The same impulse drove the creation of new courts, legal codes, and police forces. The Indian Penal Code of 1860 promised a single law for all, but in the magistrate's court, justice moved at the pace of petitions, bribes, and the prejudices of those who held the gavel. The police, drawn from the ranks of Indians but commanded by British officers, enforced order with lathis and files, their presence a reminder of the state's watchful eye. Education, too, became an instrument of rule and reform. The universities of Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, founded in 1857, opened their doors to a new Indian elite. English became the language of opportunity. The civil service, the courts, and the professions required it. The Brown Sahib emerged, Indian graduates who could quote Shakespeare and Mill, who staffed the lower rungs of the Raj but rarely rose to its heights. For many, education was a ladder, for others, a chain. Debates raged over what Indians should learn and whether Western knowledge was a gift or an imposition. Beneath these high institutions, the machinery of the Raj reached into the fields and forests. On tea estates in Assam, coffee plantations in the south, and indigo fields in Bengal, Indian laborers toiled in conditions little changed from those under company rule. The coolie lines were regulated by contract, overseen by planters and police, but the reality was often one of debt, coercion, and hardship. The profits flowed outward, enriching British firms and fueling the empire's appetite for raw materials. Meanwhile, the peasant in the village contended with the revenue collector and the moneylender, his fate tied to the monsoon and the market. The Indian army, too, was transformed. After 1857, British officers scrutinized caste and community, recruiting martial races from Punjab, Gurkha Hills, and the Northwest. The sepoys' loyalty was cultivated with pay and pension, but suspicion lingered. The army became both a pillar of order and a potential threat, its loyalty never fully trusted by those who commanded it. Regiments paraded in cantonments from Karachi to Calcutta, a visible symbol of imperial power and a reminder of the violence that underpinned the Raj. Yet for all its claims to efficiency and progress, the machinery of the Raj was never seamless. Files went missing, corruption flourished, justice was slow. The promise of impartial law was shadowed by racial hierarchies, Indians barred from the highest posts, subject to discrimination in pay, housing, and status. The police could be both protector and oppressor. The census that claimed to know every subject often misunderstood the complexity of Indian society, freezing identities that were fluid and lived. The railways brought mobility, but also disease and dislocation. The courts offered redress, but often favored the powerful. In the daily life of the bazaar, the classroom, the courthouse, and the cantonment, the Raj was both inescapable and incomplete. Its institutions shaped the aspirations and frustrations of a new generation. Men and women who learned to use the language and tools of the empire, and who would, in time, turn them against it. As the British sought to reform and rule, Indian society was already stirring, questioning and seeking its own path. The machinery of the Raj, so carefully built, would soon confront currents of change it could neither control nor comprehend. In the long shadow of the 1857 uprising, as the British Raj rebuilt its machinery of rule, new winds began to stir across Indian society. These were not the storms of rebellion, but subtler, persistent currents of questioning and renewal. From Bengal to Bombay, Punjab to Pune, Indian thinkers and activists turned their gaze inward, probing the ancient customs, beliefs, and hierarchies that shaped their world. The quest for independence was not only from foreign rule, but from the chains of ignorance, superstition, and social injustice. At the heart of this awakening stood Raja Rammohan Roy, a scholar, reformer, and restless seeker. Born in 1772 in Bengal, Roy grew up in a society defined by rigid caste, ritual, and the weight of tradition. He mastered Persian, Arabic, Sanskrit, and English, and with each language he gained a new vantage on his own land. The Bengal he inhabited was a world in flux. Calcutta's printing presses hummed with new ideas, missionaries debated pundits, and the East India Company's courts and schools pressed the old order to adapt. Roy saw the suffering of widows forced into sati, the exclusion of women from learning, and the tyranny of caste. He believed that India's regeneration demanded both reason and faith, and that the moral core of its religions could be reconciled with the best of modern knowledge. In 1828, Roy founded the Brahmo Samaj, a society devoted to the worship of the one God, to rational inquiry, and to social reform. The Brahmo Samaj challenged idolatry, caste discrimination, and the subordination of women, seeking to purify Hinduism and draw it toward universal values. Its meetings in Calcutta brought together Bengali elites, reform-minded officials, and women who would become pioneers in education and public life. Roy's campaign against sati bore fruit in 1829, when Governor-General Bentinck outlawed the practice, but the struggle for women's rights had only begun. Roy's death in 1833 left a legacy of courage and dialogue. The Brahmo Samaj would become a seedbed for later reformers, teachers, and nationalist leaders. The impulse to reform did not stop in Bengal. In the north and west, new voices arose, each grappling with the questions of faith, identity, and justice. In Punjab, Swami Dayanand Saraswati, born Mool Shankar in 1824, would ignite a movement that called Indians back to the earliest Vedic sources of their civilization. Dayanand's Arya Samaj, founded in 1875 in Bombay, rejected idol worship, priestly domination, and blind tradition. He preached a return to the Vedas as the true foundation of Hindu life, and launched campaigns for education, social equality, and the abolition of untouchability. The Arya Samaj established schools and colleges, translated scriptures into vernacular languages, and organized shuddhi, rituals to welcome converts and marginalized castes into the Hindu fold. In the crucible of colonial rule, Dayanand's message was both spiritual and political. India's strength, he argued, lay in reclaiming its own ancient wisdom, purified of distortion and open to progress. While Hindu reformers debated the path forward, a parallel transformation unfolded within India's Muslim communities. In the old city of Aligarh, Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, a judge and scholar, confronted the aftermath of 1857 with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. He saw that Muslims, once pillars of Mughal court and culture, had been left adrift, suspicious in the eyes of the British and wary of the new world taking shape around them. Sir Syed's answer was the Aligarh movement, a campaign to reconcile Islamic tradition with Western science and learning. In 1875, he founded the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College, which would grow into Aligarh Muslim University. Here, young men studied English, mathematics, and law alongside the Quran and Hadith, preparing for a future in which Muslims could thrive as equals in modern India. Sir Syed's vision was controversial. Some accused him of surrendering to colonial influence, others of neglecting religious orthodoxy. Yet Aligarh's graduates would become lawyers, journalists, and political leaders, shaping the debates that would define the coming century. Yet the deepest fissures in Indian society ran not only along lines of religion, but of caste and gender. In the dusty lanes of Pune, Jyotirao Phule and his wife Savitribai Phule waged a quiet revolution. Born in 1827 to a family of the Mali caste, Jyotirao saw the crushing weight of Brahminical hierarchy and the misery of so-called untouchables. He denounced the scriptures that justified inequality, and in 1848, with Savitribai, opened India's first school for girls. Savitribai, herself denied formal education as a child, became a teacher and a beacon for women's emancipation. The Phules established schools for Dalits and lower castes, organized the Satya Shodak Samaj, Truth Seekers Society, and campaigned against child marriage, widow burning, and caste violence. Their work brought them into conflict with orthodox leaders and even with their own families, but their resolve never wavered. In the heart of the colonial city, the Foolies dreamed of a new India, where learning and dignity would not be the privilege of birth. The struggle for women's education and emancipation gathered strength. In Bombay, Pandita Ramabai, born into a Brahmin family, translated Sanskrit texts, founded schools and shelters for widows, and campaigned for women's rights in law and society. Across the subcontinent, women began to emerge as teachers, writers, and organizers, challenging the boundaries of home and tradition. The first Indian women entered universities in the 1880s. By the century's end, their voices would be heard in protest meetings, reform associations, and the earliest stirrings of national politics. These movements were not without tension. Reformers clashed with defenders of orthodoxy and with each other over the meaning of faith, the limits of change, and the path to self-respect. The British Raj, for its part, often watched with a mixture of suspicion and calculation, sometimes supporting reforms that weakened old elites, sometimes retreating in the face of conservative backlash. Yet the ferment was unstoppable. By the close of the 19th century, India's cities and villages buzzed with debate. In the halls of the Brahmo and Arya Samaj, in the classrooms of Aligarh and Pune, in the pamphlets and newspapers that carried new ideas to every corner of the land. The quest for social and religious renewal did not end with a single law or institution. It seeded a restless, questioning spirit, one that would shape the generation now coming of age in British India's schools and colleges. As these young men and women took up the pen, the printing press, and the platform, they would forge new forms of public life and new languages of protest. The next revolution would be waged not only in temples and schools, but in the columns of the press and the gathering crowds of an awakening nation. By the late 19th century, India's political world was being quietly transformed, not by armies or edicts, but by words. In the smoky, ink-stained rooms of Calcutta, Bombay, Lahore, Allahabad, and Madras, presses clattered through the night, churning out newspapers in Bengali, Marathi, Urdu, Hindi, Tamil, English, and a dozen other tongues. These sheets, sometimes no more than a few creased pages, carried news of famine and reform, of government budgets and distant wars, but also of indignation, satire, and hope. For the first time, a new Indian public, educated, restless, and increasingly articulate, was learning to address itself and its rulers in a language of rights and grievances. The rise of the vernacular press was no accident. British rule had, in its own way, sown the seeds of its undoing. The universities founded in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras after 1857 produced a generation of lawyers, teachers, doctors, and clerks. These men, and a few remarkable women, were trained in English law and liberal ideals, yet lived with the daily indignities of colonial subordination. Many found their voice in print. Newspapers like the Amrita Bazar Patrika, Kesari, the Hindu and Urdu Akhbar became forums for debate and dissent. In the bazaars and chai stalls, their stories were read aloud to crowds who could not read themselves, turning private anger into public sentiment. Lawyers, in particular, emerged as the architects of political argument. Men like Surendranath Banerjee, educated at the University of Calcutta and later dismissed from the Indian civil service for a technicality, took to the courts and the streets. Banerjee's oratory drew thousands to public meetings in Bengal, where he denounced racial discrimination and called for greater Indian participation in government. In Bombay, Feroze Shah Mehta dissected municipal budgets and exposed corruption, while in Allahabad, Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya spoke for educational reform and Indian representation. These lawyers, trained to marshal evidence and construct petitions, became the backbone of early political associations. Organizations like the Indian Association, the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, and the Madras Mahajana Sabha. Teachers, too, played their part. In rural schools and urban colleges, they taught not only arithmetic and Shakespeare, but also the history of Mughal decline, the story of Plassey, and the meaning of self-government. Some, like Gopal Krishna Gokhale, blended the roles of educator and agitator, founding societies for debate and public speaking. Through their efforts, a generation of students learned to see themselves as citizens, not just subjects. Associations proliferated. In towns and cities, small groups gathered in rented halls or under banyan trees to draft resolutions, organize lectures, and send petitions to the Viceroy or to Parliament in London. The language of these petitions was measured, always respectful, often deferential, but beneath the surface lay a growing impatience. The British, for their part, responded with a mixture of condescension and caution. Some officials welcomed the emergence of a moderate Indian opinion, hoping it could be managed. Others saw danger in every editorial and every meeting. Petitioning, however, was only the beginning. Public meetings became a new theatre of politics. In Calcutta's town hall, in the open grounds of Bombay's Chowpatty, and in the courtyards of Madras, thousands assembled to hear speeches that blended constitutional argument with moral outrage. The crowd itself became a political fact, a living proof that grievances were shared, not isolated. Police watched these gatherings warily, ever alert for the line between speech and sedition. Censorship, never far behind, became a blunt instrument of rule. The Vernacular Press Act of 1878, passed under Viceroy Lytton, gave magistrates sweeping powers to shut down any paper deemed seditious. Editors were fined, presses confiscated, and journalists jailed. Yet the effect was paradoxical. Repression only sharpened the press's sense of mission. The Amrita Bazar Patrika famously switched overnight from Bengali to English to evade the act, turning a local scandal into a national cause. The press became both a weapon and a witness, chronicling the abuses of power and the stirrings of resistance. As the 19th century waned, the language of politics widened. Words like Swaraj, self-rule, and rights, once the preserve of a few, began to circulate in towns and villages. Songs, poems, and pamphlets joined petitions and speeches as vehicles of protest. Women like Pandita Ramabai and Toru Dutt published essays and poetry that questioned both colonial authority and social orthodoxy, adding new voices to the chorus of dissent. Even as illiteracy remained high, the spoken word, at village meetings, in temple courtyards, on railway platforms, became a force in itself. The British Raj, confident in its bureaucracy and army, found itself facing an adversary it could not easily suppress: public opinion. The educated classes, once seen as intermediaries, now demanded to be heard in their own right. The government's attempts at consultation, through councils and commissions, were met with skepticism and increasingly with organized opposition. The old methods of paternal rule, the steel frame of the Indian civil service, the rhetoric of improvement, began to seem brittle in the face of a mobilized public. By the early 1880s, the stage was set for a new kind of politics. The press had linked distant provinces in a shared conversation. Lawyers and teachers had given shape to the language of rights and representation. Associations, petitions, and public meetings had tested the limits of colonial tolerance. The educated public, once a small circle, had become a restless multitude. In this ferment, the idea took root that Indians might organize not just to petition, but to demand, not just to criticize, but to shape their own future. And so, in December 1885, as delegates from across India prepared to meet in Bombay, the next chapter of the struggle would begin, not with violence or rebellion, but with a gathering and a resolution that would echo through the century. In the winter of 1885, 72 men gathered in the Gokuldas Tejpal Sanskrit College in Bombay, an unremarkable hall, but a momentous threshold. They came from every corner of British India, lawyers from Calcutta, teachers from Madras, journalists from Allahabad, landowners from Punjab, and doctors from Pune. Their names would one day be carved into the memory of a nation. Dadabhai Naoroji, Umesh Chandra Banerjee, Dinshaw Wacha, Surendranath Banerjee, all of them were products of a new world, English educated, steeped in the law and logic of the Raj, yet restless with the limits imposed by its rule. The Indian National Congress was born not in fire and rebellion, but in the measured hope that reasoned petition and constitutional argument could awaken the conscience of empire. The idea for such a body had been brewing for years. Provincial associations and public meetings had multiplied since the 1870s, but their voices were scattered, their influence diluted. It was Alan Octavian Hume, a retired Scottish civil servant, who first proposed a national platform. To the British, Hume seemed a safe intermediary, a believer in gradual progress, not sedition. To Indian leaders, he promised unity, a place where grievances could be gathered, debated, and presented with one voice to the rulers in Calcutta and London. The Congress's first resolution was modest, a call for greater Indian representation in government, for the admission of a larger and more liberal element in the legislative councils. Yet beneath the polite phrasing, a quiet revolution was stirring. In these early years, the Congress was dominated by the so-called moderates. They were reformers, not revolutionaries. Men like Dadabhai Naoroji, the gently spoken Parsi intellectual whose white beard and searching eyes became a symbol of the movement's conscience. Naoroji had spent decades in London, pleading India's case in the heart of the empire. He was the first Indian elected to the British Parliament, but his true legacy was a single devastating question. Why was India, so rich in resources, so persistently poor under British rule? The answer, he argued, lay in what he called the drain of wealth. Each year, millions of pounds in revenue, profit, and salaries flowed from Indian fields and factories to British coffers, money that could have built schools, roads, and hospitals, but instead vanished overseas. Naoroji's drain theory gave the Congress a powerful new language, not just the language of grievance, but of economic justice. The early Congress sessions were careful affairs. There were no mass rallies, no cries for independence. Delegates wore Western suits, addressed each other in English, and insisted that their loyalty to the Crown was beyond question. They petitioned for more Indians in the civil service, for an end to racial discrimination in administrative posts, for the right to participate in the making of laws that governed their lives. But each year, as the petitions were ignored or dismissed in the British Parliament, the mood shifted. the moderates' faith in gradual reform began to fray. British officials, both in India and in London, saw the Congress as little more than a debating club, a harmless outlet for the educated elite. Yet beneath the surface, the act of gathering, debating, and demanding had begun to change those who participated. The Congress's early leaders believed in working within the system. They studied British constitutional history, quoted John Stuart Mill and Edmund Burke, and imagined a future where Indian self-government would unfold, step by step, along the path that Canada or Australia had walked. They called for simultaneous civil service exams in London and India, for the separation of executive and judicial powers, for the expansion of legislative councils. These were not radical demands, but they struck at the heart of imperial control. Each reform proposed was an assertion of equality, a refusal to accept the logic of racial hierarchy that underpinned the Raj. Dadabhai Naoroji's economic critique was soon joined by others. R.C. Dutt, a former Indian civil servant, published detailed studies of revenue policy and its catastrophic effect on Indian agriculture. Gopal Krishna Gokhale, a teacher from Maharashtra, argued that poverty and famine were the result not of fate, but of deliberate policy. The Congress became a forum for new voices. Women like Kadambini Ganguly, the first female graduate of Calcutta University, and Muslims like Badruddin Tyabji, who would become the first Muslim president of Congress. Their presence signaled the widening ambition of the movement, a search for a national idea that could unite India's dizzying diversity. The British response was a mixture of indifference and suspicion. Viceroy Dufferin privately dismissed the Congress as a microscopic minority, but his government watched its proceedings with growing unease. Police spies attended every session. Debates were monitored for signs of sedition. Newspapers in England mocked the Congress as a childish imitation of Westminster. But in the bazaars and classrooms of India, its resolutions began to circulate. For the first time, the grievances of distant provinces were woven into a single fabric of protest. The Congress's annual meetings became pilgrimages, where delegates returned home carrying not just petitions, but a sense of shared purpose. By the end of the 1890s, the limits of loyal critique were becoming clear. The British Parliament remained unmoved by arguments of justice or efficiency. Legislative councils were expanded, but only at the margins, and real power never left British hands. The promise of the Raj, that education and loyalty would be rewarded with partnership, was revealed as a fiction. In this disillusionment, a new spirit was born. The language of constitutional reform gave way, slowly but inexorably, to the language of rights and nationhood. In the years to come, the Congress would be transformed by anger, by youth, by the fire of mass protest. But its beginnings lay in the earnest debates of Bombay, in the cautious hope that an empire could be persuaded to reform itself. As the century turned, new storms gathered on the horizon. Divisions sharpened, the British wielded the sword of partition, and the struggle for India's future moved from the council chamber to the street. In the summer of 1905, the city of Calcutta simmered with rumors and anxiety. Lord Curzon, the Viceroy of India, had announced a plan that would redraw the map of Bengal, splitting the vast province into two. His stated reason was efficiency. Bengal was too large, too unwieldy for a single administration. But few in Bengal believed this. The new boundary would cut through the heart of Bengali-speaking lands, separating the largely Muslim East from the Hindu-majority West. To many, it was a deliberate act of divide and rule, a surgical line meant to weaken the emerging sense of Indian unity. For decades, Bengal had been the crucible of new ideas, home to poets, reformers, and the first stirrings of political nationalism. Now its people faced the reality of being split apart. On October 16th, the day the partition came into force, Calcutta awoke to a city transformed. Shops remained shuttered, the streets filled with men and women, young and old, dressed in homespun white, carrying earthen pots of water from the sacred Ganges. They marched silently to the sound of conch shells and the singing of Vande Mataram, the hymn that had become the anthem of protest. Across Bengal, thousands took part in the ritual of Raksha Bandhan, tying threads of unity on one another's wrists, a symbolic rejection of Curzon's dividing line. The partition, intended as an administrative maneuver, had instead ignited a new kind of politics, the politics of mass resistance. The reaction to Bengal's partition quickly moved beyond the drawing rooms of Calcutta's elite. The Indian National Congress, until now a forum for polite petitions and constitutional debate, found itself swept into a swelling movement. The word on everyone's lips was Swadeshi, of one's own country. The call was simple, yet radical. Boycott British-made goods, revive indigenous industry, and build economic independence as a weapon against the Raj. In the bazaars, imported cloth was heaped in bonfires, and the spinning wheel became a symbol of defiance. Indian mill owners, merchants, and artisans found themselves suddenly at the heart of a national cause. The boycott hit British trade hard. Lancashire's mills saw orders from Bengal plummet, and the colonial government scrambled to contain the damage. But Swadeshi was more than an economic campaign, it was a cultural awakening. In towns and villages, students left government schools and colleges, risking expulsion and police harassment to join new nationalist institutions. The National Council of Education was born, its classrooms echoing with lessons in science, history, and patriotism, taught in Bengali and English. Women, many for the first time, stepped into public life. In the courtyards of Calcutta and the lanes of Dhaka, they organized protest meetings, composed songs, and spun cloth. Sarala Devi Chaudhurani, niece of Rabindranath Tagore, led marches of women in homespun saris, their voices raised in song. The movement's poetry and music, from Tagore's verses to the street chants of schoolchildren, carried the message far beyond Bengal. The British authorities responded with repression. Police broke up gatherings, banned nationalist songs, and arrested student leaders. Yet each act of suppression only deepened the movement's resolve. In Mymensingh, a crowd of villagers confronted police with nothing but their bare hands and the determination to protect their teachers. In Calcutta, the boycotts grew bolder. Lawyers refused to appear in colonial courts, and workers struck in protest. The Swadeshi movement had made politics the property of the people, not just the privilege of the educated elite. Mass meetings in the Maidan and public squares drew tens of thousands, their speeches relayed by word of mouth to the farthest corners of the province. The energy of Swadeshi spilled into every sphere of life. New banks, insurance companies, and factories sprang up with Indian capital. The Bengal Chemical Works, founded by chemist Prafulla Chandra Ray, became a symbol of what indigenous industry could achieve. Handloom weavers, long battered by British imports, found their skills newly valued. Even the humble charkha, the spinning wheel, became a political icon, an emblem of self-reliance and a quiet rebuke to the empire's economic logic. In every home that chose khadi over Manchester cloth, the personal became political. Yet the movement was not without its tensions. The boycott divided cities and villages, sometimes turning neighbor against neighbor. Some Muslim leaders, wary of Hindu dominance in the Swadeshi circles, began to voice their own anxieties. The British, seizing on these divisions, encouraged communal organizations and offered patronage to those willing to accept the new Bengal. The seeds of future discord were sown even as the movement reached its zenith. Petition and protest had given way to mass agitation. The line between constitutional moderation and militant action blurred. Young men, frustrated by slow progress and official repression, began to speak of direct action, of bombs and secret societies. The government's heavy-handed response, censorship, arrests and deportations, pushed some from the open meetings of the Congress into the shadows of underground resistance. The age of the loyal petition was ending. A new, more turbulent era of the freedom struggle was beginning. As the fires of Swadeshi burned across Bengal, the rest of India watched and learned. The movement had shown that the Raj was vulnerable to the will of the people, that unity and sacrifice could shake even the mightiest empire. But it had also revealed the fault lines that would haunt the struggle ahead. Between moderation and extremism, between communities, between the dream of unity and the realities of difference. Out of the crucible of Bengal's partition, a new generation of leaders, tactics, and ideas would emerge, reshaping the fight for India's future. The first decade of the 20th century was an age of ferment, as the Indian struggle for freedom splintered into new, irreconcilable paths. The partition of Bengal in 1905 had not only stirred the masses to boycott foreign goods, but also shattered the illusion that the Raj could be reformed by reason alone. As moderate leaders of the Indian National Congress pressed for constitutional petitions and dialogue, a younger, impatient generation saw only betrayal in British promises. Out of the dust of protest meetings and the heat of Swadeshi bonfires, new voices emerged, fiery, unyielding, and determined to shake the empire by any means. Bal Gangadhar Tilak, in the narrow lanes of Pune, gave the movement a new vocabulary. "Swaraj is my birthright, and I shall have it," he thundered, his words echoing through Marathi newspapers and Ganapati festival gatherings. Tilak's politics were rooted in mass mobilization, in awakening pride through history and shared heritage. He called for boycott, for national education, and for defiance. His arrest and trial for sedition in 1908, after he defended the actions of young bomb throwers in his newspaper Kasari, turned him into a folk hero. In the Punjab, Lala Lajpat Rai, the Lion of Punjab, roused students and workers with his own blend of oratory and organization, while in Bengal, Bipin Chandra Pal became the voice of radical Swadeshi, urging not only boycott but passive resistance and non-cooperation. Together, Tilak, Pal, and Lajpat Rai formed the famous Lal Bal Pal triumvirate, the core of the so-called extremists. Their rise split the Congress. At the 1907 Surat session, the tension between moderates, like Gopal Krishna Gokhale, who still believed in negotiation, and the extremists exploded into open rupture. Chairs were flung, tempers broke, and the Congress itself fractured, leaving the British to believe that the movement would collapse under its own contradictions. But beneath the surface, a more secretive, dangerous current was swelling. In the back streets of Calcutta and the villages of Bengal, the Anushilan Samiti, founded in 1902, trained young men in physical fitness, discipline, and the arts of clandestine resistance. Inspired by the Italian Carbonari and Russian nihilists, the Samiti's members believed that only the shock of violence could awaken a sleeping nation and shake imperial confidence. Their pamphlets circulated in the shadows. Their meetings were masked as wrestling clubs and study circles. In 1908, two teenagers, Khudiram Bose and Prafulla Chaki, set out to assassinate a British magistrate, Kingsford, in Muzaffarpur. The bomb they hurled missed its target, killing two British women instead. Chaki took his own life when cornered. Khudiram, only 18, was hanged. His execution sent ripples of grief and admiration across Bengal, and his defiant smile at the gallows became a symbol of youthful sacrifice. The revolutionary impulse was not confined to Bengal. In Maharashtra, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, a student in London, founded the Abhinav Bharat Society, a secret society pledged to armed struggle. Savarkar's writings, smuggled into India, glorified the 1857 uprising as the first war of independence, and his manual on bomb-making became a forbidden text among radicals. Arrested in London for conspiracy, Savarkar's dramatic escape attempt at Marseille and eventual deportation to the cellular jail in the Andamans only deepened his legend. In the West, the Ghadar movement took root among Punjabi migrants in Canada and the United States. These exiles, laboring on railways and farms, published the Ghadar newspaper, calling for armed revolt and an end to British rule. Their message was uncompromising: freedom would not be granted, it must be seized. When World War I erupted, Ghadar activists tried to smuggle arms and incite mutiny among Indian soldiers, convinced that the empire's distraction offered a fleeting chance. British intelligence, aided by informers and a vast web of surveillance, crushed these plots with mass arrests and deportations. Yet the Ghadar story, of exiles risking all for a distant homeland, became a chapter in the global history of anti-colonial struggle. The British Raj responded with a tightening fist. Sedition trials multiplied in the courts of Bombay, Lahore, and Calcutta. The 1908 Alipore bomb case saw Aurobindo Ghose, once a Cambridge scholar, now a spiritual nationalist, stand accused of conspiracy. Aurobindo's acquittal after a year in Alipore jail led him to spiritual retreat in Pondicherry, but his writings had already seeded new visions of Indian destiny. Others were less fortunate. Hundreds of young men, often little more than boys, were transported for life to the Andaman Islands. Their families left in mourning and their names whispered as martyrs. As repression mounted, the British Parliament debated the costs of rule and the risks of radicalization. The Morley-Minto reforms of 1909, granting limited Indian representation in legislatures, were an attempt to placate moderate opinion and isolate the revolutionaries. Yet for many, the reforms were too little, too late. The gulf between constitutional petition and revolutionary violence yawned wider. Moderates condemned the bomb and the pistol, fearing that violence would provoke only harsher repression and destroy the fragile gains of political argument. Extremists, in turn, saw the moderates as collaborators, too timid to seize the moment, too trusting of imperial mercy. By 1914, the Indian nationalist movement had become a mosaic of hopes and hatreds, strategies and schisms. The memory of Khudiram's smile, the echo of Tilak's slogan, the shadow of the Andaman penal colony, and the secret meetings of Gadarites and Samiti members, all were woven into the fabric of a struggle that no longer belonged to lawyers and petitioners alone. The Raj, once so confident in its order, now faced a restive land where the idea of freedom had taken root in 1,000 hearts, some willing to wait, others ready to fight. As Europe slid toward war, India's destiny too was poised on a knife's edge. The coming conflict would test the empire's strength and the movement's unity, setting the stage for a new chapter in the long, unfinished battle for self-rule. As the shadows of war fell across Europe in August 1914, the British Empire summoned its colonies to arms. In India, the Raj called for loyalty and for men. From the Punjab's wheat fields, the Deccan's dusty villages, and Bengal's riverine deltas, hundreds of thousands of Indian soldiers answered. They sailed in crowded troop ships, their uniforms crisp, their turbans and boots ill-suited for the biting cold of Flanders, the deserts of Mesopotamia, and the tangled jungles of East Africa. Over 1 million Indians served overseas, making up the largest volunteer force from any colony in the Great War. They dug trenches at Ypres, charged Ottoman lines at Gallipoli, and braved disease and shellfire in distant lands. Letters home spoke of mud, frost, and the strange indifference of European towns. Their sacrifice was immense. Over 70,000 would not return, and tens of thousands more came back wounded, bearing scars that would outlast the war. At home, the war brought hardship and expectation. Grain and cloth prices soared as the government requisitioned supplies for the war machine. Taxes rose, and the burden fell heaviest on the rural poor. Families waited anxiously for news from the front, hoping for letters, dreading telegrams. The Raj, desperate for men and money, promised that India's loyalty would be rewarded with greater self-government. Yet even as Indian soldiers bled for the empire, the colonial state tightened its grip. Wartime censorship silenced newspapers. Meetings were banned. Political activists found themselves under surveillance or in jail. The Defence of India Act, passed in 1915, gave the government sweeping powers to detain without trial and crush dissent. The contradiction was glaring. India was told to fight for freedom abroad, while freedom at home was rationed, denied, or suppressed. Against this backdrop of sacrifice and repression, a new current of political energy began to surge. In Bombay, the fiery Bal Gangadhar Tilak emerged from years of imprisonment, his spirit unbroken. In Madras, the British-born theosophist Annie Besant, her white hair and commanding presence unmistakable, threw herself into the Indian cause. Both believed that the time had come for India to claim its rights, not as a favor, but as a matter of justice. In 1916, Tilak and Besant launched parallel Home Rule Leagues, modeled after Irish and colonial precedents, to demand self-government within the empire. Their message was simple and electrifying: home rule is our birthright. The leagues crisscrossed the country, holding meetings from city halls to village squares, recruiting thousands of members, students, lawyers, merchants, and women into a disciplined vocal movement. Annie Besant, with her sharp intellect and tireless energy, became the face of the Home Rule campaign. She edited newspapers, addressed packed rallies, and traveled ceaselessly, even under official harassment. Her arrest in 1917 sparked outrage and protest, uniting moderates and radicals in a rare moment of solidarity. Tilak, meanwhile, drew on his deep roots in Maharashtra and Bengal, galvanizing support among the young and the restless. The Home Rule Leagues built a network of branches, training a new generation of organizers and giving political education a mass platform. For the first time, the demand for self-government echoed not just in English or in elite drawing rooms, but in many Indian languages, in bazaars, and in the countryside. The Raj could not ignore this groundswell. In August 1917, the British government issued the Montagu Declaration, named after Edwin Montagu, the Secretary of State for India. For the first time, Whitehall promised the gradual development of self-governing institutions and the progressive realization of responsible government in India as an integral part of the empire. The language was cautious, hedged with qualifications, but the signal was historic. Indian leaders seized on it as a moral commitment, a marker that the old certainties of imperial rule were crumbling under the pressures of war and mobilization. Yet many suspected that the promise would be slow to materialize, and that the true test would lie in the reforms to come. Amid these shifting tides, a remarkable political truce was forged. For years, the Indian National Congress and the All India Muslim League had moved along parallel, often conflicting tracks. Now, in December 1916, they met in Lucknow, a city redolent with memories of resistance and compromise. The Lucknow Pact was born, a landmark agreement between Hindus and Muslims, moderates and extremists, Congress and League. It called for greater Indian representation in legislatures, for real power in the provinces, and for protection of minority rights through separate electorates. The pact was imperfect, but it marked a turning point. For the first time, the major political organizations of India presented a united front, demanding constitutional reform and an Indian voice in government. Crowds thronged the streets of Lucknow, hopeful that the era of divide and rule might finally be ending. Yet beneath the surface, tensions and ambiguities remained. The Home Rule movement had awakened popular energies, but it also revealed the limits of elite politics. The Lucknow Pact signaled unity, but it was also a bargain shaped by fear. Fear of majoritarianism, fear of communal marginalization, fear that the promise of self-rule might fracture before it could be realized. The Montagu Declaration raised expectations, but the machinery of the Raj remained intact, wary and watchful. For millions of ordinary Indians, the war's end brought little relief. Food remained scarce, jobs uncertain, and the return of soldiers brought new stories of dignity and disillusion. As the guns fell silent in Europe, a restless India looked to its future. The old world of deference and gradual partition was passing. In its place, a new generation, hardened by sacrifice, emboldened by the taste of organization, impatient with half-promises, was beginning to stir. Across the subcontinent, a leader who had learned the art of resistance in South Africa was preparing to step onto India's national stage, carrying with him a new method and a new hope for the struggle ahead. In early January 1915, the ship SS Arabia docked at Bombay's Apollo Bunder. Among the passengers stepping ashore was a small, bespectacled man in a simple dhoti and homespun shawl. His luggage unremarkable, his reputation anything but. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi returned to India after 2 decades in South Africa, where he had forged a new creed of resistance. Satyagraha, the force of truth. The country he returned to was restless after the strains of World War I, its politics divided but expectant. its villages and towns quietly seething under the weight of colonial rule. Few yet guessed that Gandhi's homecoming would change the course of India's freedom struggle, or that his first battles would be fought not in the great cities, but in the fields and factories of rural and industrial India. Gandhi's South African years were not merely an apprenticeship in protest, but a crucible of personal transformation. There, confronted by the colour bar and the humiliations inflicted on Indian labourers, Gandhi learned to organise, to endure, and to challenge injustice without violence. The South African campaigns against discriminatory passes, taxes, and the denial of basic rights taught him that moral authority could unsettle an empire. He returned to India with a new method: satyagraha, the insistence on truth through self-suffering, civil disobedience, and the refusal to hate. To the political sophisticates of Bombay and Calcutta, this was unfamiliar ground. But to the millions who suffered in silence, Gandhi's message promised dignity and hope. Within months of his return, Gandhi was drawn to the distant district of Champaran in Bihar, summoned by desperate pleas from local peasants and a young lawyer named Rajkumar Shukla. For decades, Champaran's indigo cultivators had been trapped in the Tinka-Thea system, forced by European planters to grow indigo on a portion of their land, regardless of market prices or their own needs. The planters' agents used threats, fines, and beatings to enforce their will, while British magistrates looked away. Gandhi arrived in April 1917, not as a lawyer or politician, but as a seeker of truth. He walked from village to village, recording grievances in battered notebooks, sitting with peasants in their mud-walled homes, refusing to leave when ordered by the district authorities. His arrest and release only heightened local resolve. For the first time, thousands of India's poorest saw a leader who would not abandon them, who risked jail for their cause. The result was historic. After an official inquiry, the Champaran system was dismantled, compensation granted, and the peasants' voice recognized. Champaran was more than a local victory. It was a template for a new kind of Indian politics. Gandhi insisted on non-violence, on patient suffering, and on the transformation of both oppressor and oppressed. He called for sanitation drives, basic education, and an end to caste discrimination within the movement itself. The Congress, long confined to elite petitions and urban debate, now found itself drawn into the realities of rural India. Gandhi had made the struggle for freedom inseparable from the struggle for justice in the everyday lives of ordinary people. No sooner had the ink dried on the Champaran settlement than another crisis summoned Gandhi, this time to the textile mills of Ahmedabad, where workers had struck over the withdrawal of a wartime bonus. The mill owners, many of them Congress supporters, refused to yield. Gandhi fasted in sympathy with the workers, urging them to hold firm but remain peaceful. The city's air grew tense as the strike dragged on, but Gandhi's presence steadied both sides. Eventually, arbitration granted the workers a partial victory, and the principle of collective bargaining gained a foothold in Indian industry. Gandhi's methods, negotiation, fasting, moral persuasion, proved adaptable to the urban world as well as the rural. That same year, famine and crop failure struck Kheda district in Gujarat. The colonial government demanded full land revenue despite the obvious distress. Peasants faced the loss of land, livestock, and dignity. Gandhi, joined by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and a team of volunteers, organized a campaign of non-cooperation. Villagers refused to pay, courts were boycotted, and tax collectors met with polite but unyielding resistance. The government, confronted by the scale of passive defiance and the risk of wider unrest, relented. Revenue was suspended and the peasants' suffering was eased. For the first time, Satyagraha had forced the Raj to bend. In these three campaigns, Champaran, Ahmedabad, and Keda, Gandhi's method was tested and refined. He insisted on strict discipline, no violence, no personal hatred, no breaking of one's word. Each struggle was rooted in local grievances, yet each became a lesson in the power of organized, principled resistance. Gandhi's ability to bridge caste, creed, and class drew new faces into the independence movement: teachers, students, women, and the untouchable poor. The Congress, hesitant at first, found itself transformed by this influx of energy and idealism. By 1918, Gandhi was no longer a provincial reformer. His name echoed in bazaars and villages, in the speeches of Congress leaders and the whispers of colonial officials. He had shown that India's millions could be organized, that their grievances could not be ignored, and that the Raj's claim to moral authority was deeply vulnerable. The methods he championed, public inquiry, mass meetings, petitions, peaceful resistance, became the new grammar of Indian protest. Yet even as Gandhi's star rose, darker clouds gathered on the horizon. Wartime repression lingered, and the British prepared new laws to silence dissent. The memory of sacrifice in the trenches and at home clashed with the cold logic of imperial control. Across India, hope and anxiety mingled. The stage was set for confrontation, and the next test would come not in the fields of Champaran or the mills of Ahmedabad, but on the bloodied ground of Punjab and in the shadow of laws that would shatter the fragile trust between ruler and ruled. In the spring of 1919, the pulse of India beat with new hope and growing anxiety. The Great War had ended, leaving behind a trail of sacrifice and expectation. Over 1 million Indian soldiers had marched under the Union Jack from Flanders to Mesopotamia, and the home front had been wrung dry for the imperial cause. In return, British statesmen had promised progress, self-government, consultation, a new partnership. But as the world emerged from the trenches, India found itself instead staring down the barrel of repression. The warning came with the Rowlatt Act. Officially the Anarchical and Revolutionary Crimes Act, it was the brainchild of a committee led by Justice Sidney Rowlatt, who saw in the turbulence of war and the flicker of revolutionary conspiracies a justification for extraordinary powers. The act allowed the government to detain suspects without trial, curtail press freedom, and silence public assembly, emergency measures, but with no clear end. When news of the act broke, it rippled through the bazaars and barristers' chambers of every province. For the first time, the promise of constitutional reform was met with a law that seemed to roll back the very notion of rights. It was Mohandas Gandhi who gave the moment its shape. Having returned from South Africa with the weapon of satyagraha, non-violent resistance, he called for a nationwide hartal, a day of prayer, fasting, and suspension of work. On April 6, 1919, cities from Bombay to Lahore fell silent. Shops shuttered, railway lines stood empty, and crowds gathered in uneasy anticipation. The government, unnerved by the speed and scale of the protest, responded with arrests and prohibitions. What began as peaceful defiance soon edged toward confrontation. In Delhi, Amritsar, Ahmedabad, and Calcutta, police fired on crowds, and the air thickened with rumor and fear. Nowhere did the tension run higher than in Punjab, the granary of empire and a crucible of wartime recruitment. In Amritsar, the sacred city of the Sikhs, the mood was electric and unpredictable. Dr. Satyapal and Dr. Saifuddin Kichlu, respected local leaders, were arrested and whisked away to an unknown location. The city erupted. On April 10th, angry crowds surged through the streets, burning British banks and attacking symbols of colonial authority. British officials, panicked and outnumbered, ordered troops to fire, and several civilians fell dead. By April 13th, the festival of Baisakhi brought thousands to Amritsar. Families, farmers, and townsfolk streamed into Jallianwala Bagh, a walled garden hemmed in by narrow lanes, to hear political speeches and share news. Without warning, Brigadier General Reginald Dyer marched in with 50 riflemen. Dyer had issued a ban on public gatherings, but the crowd, many of them unaware, remained assembled. He ordered his men to block the exits and, with neither warning nor demand for dispersal, opened fire. For 10 minutes, bullets raked the unarmed crowd. When the guns fell silent, the garden was strewn with bodies. Men, women, children. Official figures counted 379 dead, but the true toll was likely far higher. The massacre at Jallianwala Bagh sent shockwaves across India and the world. News of the slaughter, carried by survivors and whispered through the press, shattered the fragile trust between ruler and ruled. In Punjab, martial law descended like a shroud. Public floggings, summary executions, and humiliating punishments became the order of the day. In Amritsar, Indians were forced to crawl on their bellies across the Kucha Kurichan, the street where a British woman had been attacked, as a spectacle of subjugation. The city's heartbeat slowed to a fearful silence, and the old certainties of British justice crumbled. In London, the government scrambled to contain the scandal. The Hunter Commission was dispatched to investigate, gathering testimony from British officials and Indian survivors alike. Dyer, unrepentant, claimed he had acted to prevent insurrection, that he would have used machine guns had he been able to bring them through the narrow alleyways. The commission condemned his actions as a grave error, but Parliament was divided. Some hailed Dyer as the savior of India, while others recoiled in horror at the naked brutality. In the end, Dyer was relieved of command, but the empire's moral armor was irreparably dented. For Indian nationalists, the meaning was clear. The promise of partnership was a mirage. The Raj would not yield power except to force. Rabindranath Tagore, Nobel laureate and conscience of Bengal, returned his knighthood in protest, writing that the time has come when badges of honor make our shame glaring. Gandhi, until then a cautious critic of empire, now saw the futility of seeking justice from imperial hands. The Congress called for an end to cooperation with the colonial state. Across the subcontinent, lawyers renounced their titles, students boycotted schools, and the old faith in British justice dissolved into bitterness. The events of 1919 marked a turning point. The line between ruler and ruled was now drawn in blood. For millions, the Raj was no longer the stern but fair arbiter. It was a regime willing to use violence to preserve its power. The memory of Jallianwala Bagh would become a rallying cry, a wound that would not heal, a symbol of trust betrayed. In the years that followed, new alliances would form, old strategies would be cast aside, and the struggle for independence would gather a force and fury that could not be contained. From the ashes of Amritsar, a new phase of resistance was about to begin. one that would unite Hindus and Muslims, peasants and urbanites, in a campaign that would shake the foundations of empire. In the summer of 1920, the streets of India pulsed with a new energy. The memory of Amritsar still burned in the national consciousness, and the Rowlatt Act's shadow lingered over every public meeting. In this moment of grief and outrage, two powerful streams of resistance converged. One was the Indian National Congress, now under the magnetic leadership of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, seeking to channel mass discontent into disciplined non-violent action. The other was the Khilafat movement, a pan-Islamic campaign led by the Ali brothers, Muhammad and Shaukat, determined to defend the Ottoman Caliphate from dismemberment by the victorious Allies. For the first time, Hindu and Muslim leaders forged a practical alliance, binding together India's fractured political landscape in a common cause: to break the moral and political legitimacy of British rule. The Khilafat agitation, born in the bazaars and mosques of northern India, was not merely a religious cry. It was a protest against imperial betrayal. Indian Muslims, who had fought and died for the British in the Great War, watched in dismay as the Caliphate, symbol of Islamic unity, was threatened with extinction at the Treaty of Sèvres. The Ali brothers, fiery orators and tireless organizers, galvanized support from Bengal to Bombay. Their message was clear: the fate of the Caliphate was inseparable from India's own destiny. Gandhi, recognizing the deep wells of faith and grievance animating the Khilafat cause, saw in this moment a chance to unite communities long divided by suspicion. He threw the full weight of Congress behind the Khilafat agitation, forging an alliance that would bring millions to the banner of non-cooperation. On September 4, 1920, at the Calcutta Congress session, Gandhi presented his plan: a nationwide campaign of non-violent non-cooperation. The movement would boycott government schools, law courts, and legislative councils. It would reject British honors and titles, urging Indians to return medals and resign posts. Most symbolically, it would call for a boycott of foreign cloth, the lifeblood of British industry, while promoting the spinning and wearing of khadi, homespun cotton, as a badge of Swadeshi pride. The resolution passed with thunderous applause. The old guard hesitated, fearing chaos and repression, but the mood of the country had shifted. The people, Gandhi insisted, must now become their own liberators. The campaign quickly spread from the corridors of Congress to the lanes of villages and the heart of the cities. In Allahabad, lawyers like Motilal Nehru gave up lucrative practices. In Bombay, students walked out of colleges in protest. In Punjab and Bengal, crowds gathered to burn Manchester cloth in public bonfires. The tricolour flag fluttered above processions, its saffron, white and green now a symbol of shared sacrifice. Volunteers, men and women, Hindus and Muslims, took a solemn vow of non-violence and discipline. The spinning wheel became an icon of resistance, its whirring a quiet answer to the noise of imperial industry. Khadi was more than a fabric. It was a revolution in everyday life. In towns like Bardoli and villages across Gujarat and the United Provinces, Gandhi's lieutenants spread the gospel of self-reliance. Charkas, or spinning wheels, appeared in thousands of homes. Even the poorest could participate. Each thread spun was an act of defiance, each garment a rejection of dependency. Gandhi himself wore only homespun, his simple dress a daily rebuke to the grandeur of the Raj. The movement reached deep into rural India, where peasants, laborers, and artisans found in non-cooperation a new sense of agency. The British, accustomed to governing through a narrow elite, now faced the unsettling reality of mass awakening. But the movement was not without its tensions. The alliance between Congress and the Khilafat Committee was uneasy, fraught with mutual suspicion and the weight of history. In some towns, communal unity blossomed, Hindus and Muslims marching side by side, sharing platforms and pledging loyalty to a common cause. In others, local grievances and old animosities simmered beneath the surface. British officials, alarmed by the breadth of the boycott, responded with bans, arrests, and censorship. Police clashed with demonstrators in Bombay, Calcutta, and Delhi. Still, the movement swelled, drawing in railway workers, mill hands, and the urban poor. For the first time, the Raj faced not just the anger of the educated, but the organized defiance of the masses. By early 1922, the campaign had reached a fever pitch. The British administration, shaken by the withdrawal of cooperation at every level, grew increasingly repressive. Jails filled with volunteers, and the press groaned under censorship. Yet for Gandhi, the soul of the movement was its adherence to ahimsa, non-violence in word and deed. He insisted that the means must be as pure as the ends, that satyagraha required restraint even in the face of provocation. It was a principle that would be put to the ultimate test on a cold February morning in the small town of Chowri Chowra, in the Gorakhpur district of the United Provinces. There, on February 5, 1922, a peaceful protest against police brutality spiraled out of control. As tempers flared, a mob, infuriated by the firing of police on demonstrators, set fire to the local police station. The blaze claimed the lives of 22 policemen. The news sent shockwaves through the movement. For Gandhi, the violence at Chowri Chowra was a moral catastrophe. He believed that India was not yet ready for true non-violent struggle, that the discipline needed for satyagraha had been lost in the heat of mass anger. In a move that stunned his followers and confounded his critics, Gandhi called off the non-cooperation movement. The order went out: all agitation must cease, all volunteers must stand down. The decision was met with disbelief and heartbreak. Many in Congress, especially younger leaders, saw it as a missed opportunity, proof that Gandhi's insistence on non-violence was an impossible ideal. Others, like Motilal Nehru and C.R. Das, began to question the direction of the movement. The Khilafat leaders, too, faced disillusionment as the caliphate itself was soon abolished by Mustafa Kemal in Turkey. Yet Gandhi stood firm, accepting arrest and imprisonment as the price of his convictions. The wave of mass mobilization receded, leaving behind a changed political landscape. The Raj, though battered, had survived the storm. But the spell of imperial invincibility had been broken. Across the subcontinent, millions had glimpsed their own power, and the dream of freedom was now alive in every village and town. In the aftermath, India's leaders would search for new strategies and directions. The unity of Khilafat and Congress would not last, and fresh debates would erupt over the meaning of self-rule, the shape of future struggle, and the challenge of holding together a nation of many faiths and tongues. The struggle for independence had entered a new, more complex phase, one that would test the movement's resolve and imagination in the decade to come. In the uneasy calm after non-cooperation suspension, India's nationalist movement entered a decade of searching and splintered energy. The mass upsurge of the early 1920s had faltered, leaving behind a landscape of hope, confusion, and bitter debate. Gandhi, shaken by the violence at Chari Chara, called for a return to non-violent discipline and constructive work, spinning khadi, promoting village industries, and fighting untouchability. But as the British Raj pressed on with its old routines, a new question haunted the Congress and its allies: how to sustain the flame of self-rule when the path ahead seemed so uncertain. In 1923, a faction within Congress broke ranks to form the Swaraj Party, led by Motilal Nehru and Chittaranjan Das. Disillusioned with Gandhi's withdrawal from direct confrontation, they advocated entering the colonial legislative councils, not to cooperate, but to obstruct. Their aim was to expose the hollowness of the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, laws that had created limited Indian participation in government, but kept real power with British officials. The Swarajists believed that by winning seats and disrupting proceedings from within, they could paralyze the Raj's machinery and keep the cause of self-rule alive in the public imagination. In the elections of 1923 and 1926, they won significant victories in Bengal, the United Provinces, and the Central Provinces, turning council chambers into arenas of nationalist argument and procedural protest. Yet the strategy was controversial. Gandhi's loyalists distrusted legislative politics, fearing it would sap the movement's moral strength. The Congress split, with no changes focusing on constructive village work, education, and the spread of charkha-spun cloth. The All India Spinners Association, founded in 1925, became a symbol of Gandhi's vision. Millions urged to spin daily, to boycott foreign cloth, and to build self-reliance from the ground up. In countless villages, Congress volunteers set up national schools, promoted basic hygiene, and worked to break the social curse of untouchability. Gandhi himself traveled the country, urging upper-caste Hindus to open temples and wells to those once deemed untouchable. The struggle for freedom, he insisted, could not be separated from the struggle for dignity and social reform. But the question of caste, and especially untouchability, exposed deep fissures within the movement. In 1925, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a brilliant scholar from Maharashtra, convened the first All India Depressed Classes Conference. He argued that political independence would be hollow if it did not guarantee equality for those at the bottom of the social order. Ambedkar's challenge was clear: the Congress could not claim to speak for all Indians while ignoring the daily humiliations faced by millions. His voice grew louder through the decade, forcing nationalists to confront the uncomfortable realities of their own society. Meanwhile, the 1920s saw India's cities and fields roil with new forms of protest. In Bombay and Calcutta, textile workers, railwaymen, and dock laborers struck for better wages and conditions. The All India Trade Union Congress, founded in 1920, linked economic demands to the wider struggle against imperial rule. In the countryside, peasants in Bardoli, led by Vallabhbhai Patel, organized against high taxes and forced evictions. Their satyagraha in 1928 would become a model for future agrarian protest, showing how local grievances could be woven into the fabric of national resistance. As the old guard debated methods and morals, a new generation of revolutionaries took to the stage. In the shadowy backstreets of Lahore, Kanpur, and Calcutta, young men and women, disillusioned by the slow pace of constitutional politics, turned to direct action. The Hindustan Republican Association, founded in 1924 by Ram Prasad Bismil and Ashfaqullah Khan, plotted robberies to fund their cause and dreamed of armed insurrection. In Bengal, the Jugantar and Anushilan groups revived the underground networks of the Swadeshi era, targeting symbols of colonial authority. Their actions were born of frustration, but also of hope, a belief that sacrifice and daring could jolt the nation from its slumber. The British responded with repression and surveillance, but the revolutionary ideal spread, especially among students. In 1928, a young Bhagat Singh would join this movement, soon to become its most iconic martyr. For now, though, the revolutionary current was only one among many. Its violence condemned by Gandhi, but admired in secret by those who saw no other path. The late 1920s also brought new voices to the nationalist conversation. Jawaharlal Nehru, son of Motilal and educated at Cambridge, began to argue for a more radical, socialist vision of freedom. He traveled across the country, visiting factories and villages, listening to workers and peasants, and warning that political independence must also mean economic justice. Nehru's speeches electrified youth conferences and Congress sessions, drawing a new generation into the movement and widening its horizons beyond elite politics. Yet for all its ferment, the decade was marked by uncertainty and drift. The Congress, riven by tactical disputes and ideological divides, struggled to chart a single course. The Swaraj Party's parliamentary campaigns exposed the limits of council entry, as British officials simply bypassed obstruction and ruled by ordinance when necessary. Gandhi's constructive program, while inspiring to many, could not by itself break the machinery of colonial rule. Labour and peasant movements grew, but often lacked coordination with the national leadership. The revolutionary underground, though brave, remained isolated and vulnerable to police crackdown. Still, the 1920s were not a lost decade. They were a crucible in which new strategies, leaders, and voices were forged. The debates over council entry, social reform, and the meaning of Swaraj sharpened the movement's sense of purpose. The entry of workers, peasants, Dalits, and youth into the struggle gave it a breadth and depth unimagined a generation earlier. By the decade's end, the stage was set for a new confrontation with the Raj, one that would demand for the first time nothing less than complete independence. The arrival of the Simon Commission in 1928, with not a single Indian member, would provide the spark. The movement, battered but unbroken, was about to find its voice again. The year was 1927. Across India, the British Parliament's latest gesture, a commission of inquiry into the future of Indian constitutional reform, arrived not as a promise, but as an insult. The Simon Commission, named for its chairman Sir John Simon, landed in Bombay amid a storm of protest. Not one of its 7 members was Indian. For millions, it was a declaration. The rulers of India would not even pretend to consult those they ruled. The Congress, the Muslim League, and a host of other organizations united in rare agreement. Boycott the Commission. In Bombay, Lahore, Calcutta, Madras, and Delhi, black flags greeted the Commission's train. "Simon, go back," echoed through the streets, shouted by students, lawyers, and workers. The air was thick with the sense that a line had been crossed and that something new was stirring. In Lahore, the protest surged with particular force. There, on October 30th, 1928, a procession led by the veteran nationalist Lala Lajpat Rai marched towards the city's railway station. Rai, already a legend for his defiance of colonial authority, stood at the head of the crowd, his frame frail, but his voice thunderous. The police, under orders to break the demonstration, charged with lathis, heavy sticks. Rai was struck repeatedly. He refused to retreat, declaring, Every blow on my body will prove a nail in the coffin of British rule. He would not recover. Within weeks, Lala Lajpat Rai was dead, his injuries too grave, his passing a rallying cry. Across India, his martyrdom became a symbol of sacrifice and the brutality of the Raj, a reminder that the demand for self-rule was now written in blood as well as ink. The Simon Commission, undeterred, pressed on with its work. But its very presence forced Indian leaders to articulate their own vision for the country's future. In response, the Congress convened an all-parties conference to draft a counter-proposal. The result was the Nehru Report, completed in August 1928 and named for its principal author, Motilal Nehru. The report called for dominion status within the British Commonwealth, a federal constitution, fundamental rights, and universal adult suffrage. It was a bold vision, but it stopped short of demanding full independence. For Jawaharlal Nehru, Motilal's son, and for many younger nationalists, this was not enough. They pressed for Purna Swaraj, complete freedom, unqualified by imperial oversight. Yet the Nehru Report exposed deep fissures in Indian politics. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, leader of the All India Muslim League, found its proposals lacking. He feared that a strong central government would ignore Muslim interests and that the report's rejection of separate electorates would jeopardize minority protections. In March 1929, Jinnah responded with his 14 points, a list of constitutional safeguards for Muslims, separate electorates, provincial autonomy, and protections for religious and cultural rights. The 14 points became the League's minimum demands, and their rejection by Congress signaled the growing chasm between India's two largest political communities. As the decade closed, the mood among nationalists grew more impatient, more radical. Jawaharlal Nehru returned from Europe, inspired by socialist ideas and the spectacle of mass politics abroad. Subhas Chandra Bose, another rising star, pressed for a more militant approach. The Congress, under pressure from its left wing and from the surging energy of students and workers, prepared for a decisive break with the past. The annual Congress session of December 1929 was set for Lahore, a city now indelibly marked by Lajpat Rai's sacrifice. On the banks of the Ravi, in a sprawling tent city illuminated by lanterns and alive with anticipation, the Congress gathered. Motilal Nehru, elder statesman, passed the mantle to his son Jawaharlal, who was elected Congress president at just 40. On the night of December 31, 1929, as the year slipped away, Nehru stood before thousands, his voice carrying over the cold winter air. At midnight, the tricolour flag was unfurled. The Congress declared that from now on, the goal was not dominion status, but complete independence, Purna Swaraj. The crowd erupted. For the first time, the demand for total freedom was the official creed of the national movement. The Lahore session was more than a declaration. It was a blueprint for action. The Congress resolved that January 26, 1930, would be celebrated across India as Independence Day. In towns and villages, flags were hoisted, pledges recited, and the idea of freedom made tangible. Children carried banners, workers left their mills, women joined processions. The Raj responded with bans and arrests, but the tide was turning. The psychological barrier had been breached. Indians were no longer negotiating for a place within the empire, but claiming the right to decide their own fate. Yet beneath the surface, unity frayed. The Muslim League, disappointed by the Congress's refusal to accept communal safeguards, distanced itself. Other minorities, Sikhs, Dalits, Christians, worried about majoritarian rule. The British, for their part, clung to the language of gradual reform, hoping that division among Indians would buy them time. But the Lahore Resolution had set in motion forces that would not be easily contained. The call for Purna Swaraj electrified the country, transforming the independence movement from a constitutional argument into a mass awakening. As 1930 dawned, India stood poised between hope and uncertainty. The old politics of petitions and councils had given way to a new era of confrontation and mass mobilization. The Congress prepared for direct action, seeking to turn the idea of freedom into a living reality. In the months ahead, a simple, everyday commodity, salt, would become the spark for a nationwide movement, drawing millions into the struggle and making the world take notice. The age of civil disobedience was about to begin. In the spring of 1930, the old order on the Indian subcontinent faced a new kind of challenge. It began not with violence or secret conspiracy, but with a quiet walk along the western coast. On March 12th, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi set out from Sabarmati Ashram, trailed by 78 chosen companions, to march 240 miles to the village of Dandi. Their purpose was simple yet subversive: to make salt from the sea in open defiance of the British Raj. For centuries, salt had been free, a necessity of life, gathered by peasants and fisherfolk. Under the British, it had become a tightly controlled monopoly, taxed and policed, its production outlawed for Indians. The salt tax was a daily reminder of subjugation, reaching into every home and kitchen. Gandhi's march was both a protest and a performance, a slow, deliberate assertion that the empire's legitimacy rested on the consent of the governed, and that consent was being withdrawn, grain by grain. As the marchers wound through villages, word spread with the speed of rumor. Crowds swelled along the dusty roads, some offering water and food, others falling in behind. Gandhi, now nearly 61, walked at the head in plain homespun, his staff in hand, a living symbol of humility and resolve. British officials watched uneasily. They had seen protest before, but not like this. Not a movement that courted arrest and suffering, not a leader who invited the world's gaze. When, on April 6th, Gandhi bent to the ground at Dandi and lifted a crust of salty mud, he broke a law, but also the spell of imperial inevitability. Across the country, people followed suit, gathering salt, selling it, flouting the police. The act was small, but its ripples were vast. The British response was swift and severe. Police raided salt pans, seized contraband, and beat protesters with lathis. Gandhi himself was not arrested at first, for the Raj feared to make him a martyr. Instead, they targeted his followers. But the movement had already slipped beyond the reach of any single leader. In Bombay, Calcutta, Madras, and countless villages, men and women took up the call. Women, long relegated to the margins of public politics, now emerged as leaders. Sarojini Naidu, the Nightingale of India, led processions and spoke before crowds. Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay tried to sell illegal salt at the Bombay Stock Exchange, daring the police to arrest her. In Allahabad, young women like Kamala Nehru organized pickets outside liquor and foreign cloth shops. For the first time, mass civil disobedience was a movement of families, of mothers and daughters, not just activists and politicians. The Salt Satyagraha soon reached a new crescendo at Dharasana, north of Bombay. With Gandhi now behind bars, Sarojini Naidu led a column of volunteers to the gates of the government salt works. There, in May 1930, unarmed protesters advanced in disciplined ranks, only to be met by police wielding steel-tipped batons. American journalist Webb Miller, present at the scene, cabled his harrowing account to the world. Not one of the marchers even raised an arm to fend off the blows. They went down like 10 pins. The images and reports shocked readers in London and New York, Paris and Berlin. The British Raj, so long justified as a force for order and civilization, now stood exposed as a regime that beat down peaceful protest with brute force. The SALT campaign had become a spectacle of conscience, and the world was watching. Arrests mounted into the tens of thousands. Gandhi, Nehru, Patel, and nearly every senior Congress leader found themselves behind bars. Yet the movement did not wither. In the countryside, villagers refused to pay taxes, boycotted foreign cloth, and braved confiscation of land and cattle. In Bengal, Orissa, and the United Provinces, peasants and laborers joined the struggle, their grievances fusing with the demand for Swaraj, self-rule. British officials described a state of civil rebellion spreading across the land. In some places, police stations were surrounded by crowds demanding the release of prisoners. In others, salt was made in secret by moonlight. The machinery of colonial rule, so powerful on paper, found itself overwhelmed by the sheer persistence of ordinary people. The repression was fierce, but the Raj could not jail an entire nation. By early 1931, the Viceroy, Lord Irwin, recognized that the government's position was untenable. The jails were overflowing, the countryside restless, and world opinion turning. In February, Gandhi was released from prison. The two men, Gandhi and Irwin, met in a series of tense but respectful talks at the Viceroy's residence in Delhi. The result was the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. In return for suspending civil disobedience, the government agreed to release political prisoners and permit the manufacture of salt for personal use. The pact was a compromise, but also a tacit admission that the Congress could not be ignored. Gandhi now traveled to London as the sole Congress representative at the Second Round Table Conference. In the heart of the imperial capital, he wore his simple dhoti and shawl, refusing the trappings of Western power. The conference, held in the autumn of 1931, brought together British politicians, Indian princes, and communal leaders. Gandhi argued for a united, independent India, but found himself hemmed in by imperial interests and the divisions among India's own communities: Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Dalits, and others. The British sought to fragment Indian demands by emphasizing minority rights and princely privileges. The talks ended in disappointment, but Gandhi's presence left a mark. He met with workers in the East End, with suffragists and anti-colonial activists, and with the king himself. Newspapers across Europe and America ran front-page stories on the half-naked fakir who had shaken an empire. Back in India, the struggle resumed. The Raj, stung by criticism and determined to reassert control, launched new waves of arrests. Yet the old balance of power was gone. The Salt Satyagraha had shown that the British could no longer rule India without consent or at least acquiescence. The spell of imperial authority, once so absolute, had been broken by the courage of marchers, the voices of women, the stubbornness of villagers, and the power of global media. The struggle for independence had entered a new phase, but it was now clear that freedom's meaning would be fiercely contested, not only between rulers and ruled, but among Indians themselves. As the movement pressed on, new questions emerged. Who would speak for the voiceless? And what would justice look like in a free India? In the wake of the Salt March and the surge of civil disobedience, another struggle was unfolding. One less visible on the salt flats and city streets, but no less decisive in shaping the soul of the Indian freedom movement. In the towns and villages of British India, the ancient system of caste still drew hard, invisible lines through society. For millions branded as untouchable, the so-called depressed classes, freedom was not simply a matter of driving out the British. It was a fight to break the chains of social exclusion, to claim dignity, rights, and a place in the nation's future. Here, a new leader emerged, as formidable in debate as any on the national stage. Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar. Born in 1891 into a Mahar family in Mhau, central India, Ambedkar's childhood was marked by humiliation and exclusion. Denied water, forced to sit apart in school, he saw the daily mechanics of caste discrimination. Yet, through scholarships and fierce determination, he rose to study at Columbia University and the London School of Economics, returning home not only as a scholar, but as the most articulate champion of the rights of India's most oppressed. While Gandhi fasted and marched, Ambedkar organized conferences, wrote searing critiques, and built associations like the Bahishkrit Hitakarini Sabha to demand education, jobs, and political representation for the marginalized. By the 1930s, the British Raj, battered by protest and international criticism, attempted to reform its rule. It convened the Round Table conferences in London, inviting Indian leaders to debate the shape of a future constitution. For the first time, Ambedkar was recognized as the principal spokesperson for the depressed classes. He argued forcefully that the promise of Swaraj, self-rule, meant little if it simply handed power from British officials to high caste elites. "We must shape our course ourselves," he declared. "We must be the makers of our own destiny." Ambedkar demanded separate electorates, reserved seats in legislatures chosen by Dalit voters to guarantee a voice for the most vulnerable. This demand collided with the vision of Mahatma Gandhi, who had made the upliftment of Harijans, as he called untouchables, a central plank of his social reform. Gandhi, however, believed that separate electorates would fracture Hindu society, permanently dividing caste from caste. For him, India's unity and spiritual redemption required the abolition of untouchability, but within a single undivided Hindu electorate. "I cannot possibly accept," Gandhi wrote, "that those who belong to the depressed classes are not Hindus." The stage was set for a confrontation that would test the movement's very definition of freedom. In August 1932, the British Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald, announced the Communal Award. It was a constitutional bombshell. Separate electorates were granted not only to Muslims, Sikhs, and other minorities, but also to the depressed classes. For Ambedkar, this was a historic breakthrough, a belated recognition by the Raj that political equality required protection for those most at risk of being silenced. For Gandhi, it was a mortal threat to Hindu unity. In protest, he began a fast unto death in Yerwada jail, declaring he would rather die than see the Hindu fold divided. The country was plunged into crisis. From Bombay to Calcutta, from temples to parliament, leaders scrambled to avert a calamity. Crowds gathered outside Yewada, torn between reverence for Gandhi and growing awareness of Dalit suffering. Ambedkar, under immense public pressure, was summoned to negotiate. The world watched as two visions of freedom, one rooted in unity, the other in justice, faced each other across a table in Pune. The result was the Pune Pact, signed on September 24, 1932. Ambedkar, moved by Gandhi's fast and the risk of communal violence, agreed to withdraw the demand for separate electorates in exchange for expanded reserved seats for the depressed classes within the general Hindu electorate and guarantees of fair representation in future legislatures. Gandhi ended his fast, the nation rejoiced. But for Ambedkar and his followers, the outcome was bittersweet. They had secured political safeguards, but at the cost of a constitutional principle that the marginalized should have the right to choose their own representatives, not merely accept what the majority offered. Ambedkar's critique did not end with the Pune Pact. He saw clearly that the promise of independence risked becoming a mere transfer of power from British hands to those of an entrenched social elite. In essays and speeches, he warned that political democracy without social democracy was a hollow shell. Freedom, he wrote, is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to be treated as equals. For Ambedkar, the true test of India's liberation would be whether it could abolish the ancient tyranny of caste, open schools and wells to all, and guarantee the dignity of every human being. The struggle for constitutional justice thus became entwined with the larger battle for independence. In the years that followed, Ambedkar continued to organize, agitate, and write, founding the Independent Labour Party and later the Scheduled Castes Federation. He led mass conversions to Buddhism, seeking a spiritual escape from the stigma of untouchability. His vision would ultimately find its greatest expression not in the streets, but in the Constituent Assembly, where he would shape the very architecture of modern India's rights and freedoms. Yet, even as Ambedkar and his followers pressed for justice, the movement for freedom was splintering in other directions. Beyond the debates of legislatures and pacts, a new generation of revolutionaries was turning to the gun and the gallows, convinced that only sacrifice and armed struggle could shake the foundations of empire. The movement's currents were many. Some sought justice in the law, others in fire and blood. The story of India's independence was far from a single march to freedom. It was a tapestry of struggles, each thread woven from the dreams and wounds of its people. In the restless air of 1928, the city of Lahore simmered with the heat of 1,000 grievances. The Simon Commission, sent from Britain without a single Indian member, had become a symbol of imperial arrogance. On the streets, black flags and angry slogans greeted the Commission's arrival. Among the crowds marched a new generation, young, impatient, radicalized by the failures of petitions and the memory of unpunished massacres. In their midst stood Bhagat Singh, thin, intense, his eyes already shadowed by legend. For men like him, the time for negotiation had passed. The age of revolutionary action had dawned. The Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, HSRA, was their chosen banner, a secretive, loosely connected web of young men and women bound by the dream of a free, just India. They gathered in the cramped rooms of Lahore, Kanpur, and Calcutta, reading Marx and Bakunin by lamplight, debating the failures of moderate politics. For them, the Raj was not a distant abstraction, but a daily wound, felt in the police's heavy hand, in the hunger of the poor, in the humiliation of colonial law. Their answer was armed struggle, not for power, but to awaken the nation through sacrifice. The death of Lala Lajpat Rai in November 1928 marked a turning. Beaten during a protest against the Simon Commission, Rai's passing was claimed as murder by the revolutionaries. Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev resolved to answer violence with violence. On December 17, 1928, in the flickering gaslight near Lahore's police headquarters, Assistant Superintendent J.P. Saunders was shot dead, mistaken for the officer who had ordered the fatal Lathi charge. The city reeled under curfew and panic. Police raids swept through student hostels and workers' quarters, but the names of the attackers spread in whispered awe. The Raj had been challenged by its own subjects, not with petitions, but with bullets. The revolutionaries disappeared into the underground. In Agra, Chandra Shekhar Azad, the elusive mustachioed leader, kept the HSRA alive. He moved from safe house to safe house, a revolver always within reach, teaching recruits to make bombs from stolen chemicals, to print leaflets in secret presses, to vanish into the crowd at the first sign of trouble. Azad's vow was simple, never to be captured alive. His presence was a legend, his survival a taunt to the colonial police. Meanwhile, in Bengal, the revolutionary current ran deep and old. From the days of the Anushilan Samiti and Jugantar, Bengal's young men had turned to the gun and the bomb, seeking to shake the foundations of imperial rule. The memory of Khudiram Bose, hanged at 18 for a failed assassination, haunted every cell meeting and clandestine march. In Chittagong, Surya Sen and his band would soon attack the armory, hoping to spark a popular rising. For these revolutionaries, martyrdom was not an accident, but a calling. The blood of the young, given freely, would rouse the sleeping nation. The HSRA's most audacious act came in April 1929. To protest the draconian Public Safety Bill and Trade Disputes Act, Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Dutt entered the Central Legislative Assembly in Delhi. At the stroke of noon, as the chamber echoed with debate, 2 bombs fell, not to kill, but to startle. Leaflets fluttered down, bearing the slogan, Inquilab Zindabad, long live the revolution. The smoke cleared to reveal Bhagat Singh and Dutt, arms raised, refusing to flee. They were arrested, their trial instantly becoming a national spectacle. The courtroom became their stage. Bhagat Singh, now bearded and calm, used his trial to indict colonial injustice. He wrote articles from jail, argued for the rights of political prisoners, and turned his cell into a school for the mind. His hunger strike for better conditions drew mass sympathy. Newspapers in distant villages carried his name. Across India, students left classrooms, workers struck, and mothers wept at the thought of a son so fearless. The Raj, in trying to crush him, had made him immortal. For the authorities, the challenge was existential. The revolutionary threat was never about numbers. HSRA's active cadre barely reached a few hundred, but about the contagion of example. The willingness to die, joyfully and defiantly, unsettled the calculus of power. When Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev were sentenced to death for the Saunders killing, petitions for clemency flooded in. Gandhi himself pleaded for mercy, but the viceroy stood firm. On March 23, 1931, the 3 were hanged in Lahore jail. Their bodies were burned in secret, but news of their martyrdom raced across the subcontinent. In Amritsar and Allahabad, in Calcutta and Bombay, crowds gathered to mourn and to vow that their sacrifice would not be forgotten. Chandra Shekhar Azad, true to his word, met his end in a gunfight in Alfred Park, Allahabad, in February 1931. Surrounded, wounded, he used his last bullet on himself. To the police, another criminal was dead. To the young, a legend was born. Songs and poems celebrated his courage. For every revolutionary who fell, 1,000 others learned to dream dangerously. Yet the revolutionary's vision was not only of vengeance. The HSRA's manifesto called for a socialist republic. Land to the tiller, bread to the hungry, an end to caste oppression and communal hatred. Their critique of British rule was also a critique of Indian society's injustices. They demanded that freedom mean not just the exit of the foreigner, but the transformation of the nation. Their bombs and bullets were meant to shock India awake, to demand that independence be worthy of the blood it would cost. The legacy of revolutionary martyrdom was paradoxical. The Congress, led by Gandhi, rejected violence and warned against the cult of the gun. Yet even as mainstream politics moved toward mass civil disobedience and constitutional negotiation, the memory of Bhagat Singh and his comrades lingered. Their portraits hung in student hostels, their slogans echoed in factory strikes, their stories whispered wherever the Raj still pressed its boot. The symbolic power of sacrifice, of young lives given for a dream, became part of the nation's moral arsenal, impossible for any government, British or Indian, to ignore. As the 1930s advanced, the British Raj faced a new dilemma: how to contain a movement that now fused the patience of constitutionalists with the passion of martyrs. In the provinces, new experiments in self-government would test the limits of imperial control. But in the memory of the fallen, the demand for a just, free India would not fade. The road ahead would run through ballot boxes and legislative halls, but always under the shadow of those who had chosen, in the darkest hour, to give all they had. The winter of 1935 brought a document unlike any the Raj had yet produced. The Government of India Act, passed by the British Parliament after years of commissions, conferences, and Indian agitation, promised the most sweeping constitutional reform since the Crown had taken the Company's place. Its pages laid out a new order, a federation of provinces and princely states, expanded electorates, and, for the first time, real powers devolved to Indian ministers at the provincial level. But the promise was hedged with caution. The Viceroy retained sweeping authority. Defense, foreign affairs, and the purse strings of Delhi would remain in British hands. The act was both a concession and a line drawn, a bid to satisfy Indian demands for self-government, yet keep the imperial structure intact. As the ink dried, Indian leaders scrutinized every clause. The Congress, now the country's largest mass party, debated whether to boycott the new constitution as a half measure or seize its limited powers as a platform for further struggle. The Muslim League, under the determined leadership of Muhammad Ali Jinnah, saw opportunity and peril. The Act's system of separate electorates, first introduced in 1909, remained in place, giving Muslims and other minorities reserved seats, but also deepening communal lines. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and the scheduled castes, Sikhs, and other groups pressed for their own rights within the new patchwork. The Raj, for all its grand talk of federation, left the princely states free to choose their own pace, and most hesitated, wary of both British and Congress claims. In February 1937, the Act's machinery creaked to life. Across British India, more than 150 million people watched as 1,585 seats in 11 provinces were contested, though only a fraction of the population, permitted by property and education tests, could actually vote. Yet even these restrictions could not dampen the sense of turning point. In the great cities, Bombay, Calcutta, Madras, and in the countryside, candidates fanned out on trains and bullock carts, promising roads, schools, and an end to arbitrary rule. For the Congress, the elections were a test of its claim to speak for the nation. Jawaharlal Nehru, in his battered car, crisscrossed the subcontinent, drawing crowds by the tens of thousands. In the Muslim-majority provinces, the League fought to establish itself as the voice of India's Muslims, but its organization was thin on the ground, and landlords and regional parties still held sway. The results stunned the Raj. The Congress swept to power in 7 provinces, from the United Provinces to the Bombay Presidency, forming ministries and appointing Indian chief ministers for the first time. In Bengal, Punjab, and Sindh, regional coalitions took shape, and the League found itself with only a handful of seats outside the Muslim-minority United Provinces. In the aftermath, the Congress debated whether to accept office under a constitution it had denounced as unworthy. Gandhi, now in semi-retirement but still the movement's conscience, counselled acceptance as a step on the road to Swaraj. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Congress strongman, pushed for discipline and unity. The party agreed to form ministries, but imposed strict conditions. Governors must not interfere, and Congress would resign if the Raj overstepped. For the first time, the machinery of provincial government began to turn in Indian hands. In the United Provinces, Govind Ballabh Pant launched rural debt relief and expanded primary schooling. In Madras, C. Rajagopalachari pressed for prohibition and the abolition of untouchability. Congress ministers released political prisoners, lifted press censorship, and opened government offices to the public. In the villages, peasants celebrated the end of landlord power, though the old hierarchies proved stubborn. In cities, students and workers pressed for more radical change. Yet the limits of power soon became clear. British governors, appointed from London, could still override ministers. Police and civil service remained largely European and loyal to the Raj. Defense, currency, and trade policy lay beyond Indian reach. The Congress ministries found themselves wielding new authority, but always under the shadow of the Viceroy's veto. Meanwhile, the Muslim League regrouped. Jinnah, sensing the peril in the Congress's dominance, called for urgent reorganization. At the League's Lucknow session in 1937, he warned that Muslims, nearly a quarter of India's population, were being reduced to a permanent minority under Congress rule. The League launched a campaign to expand its base, recruiting students, landowners, and professionals, and building branches in every province. In Bengal and Punjab, where Muslims formed majorities, the League sought alliances with regional parties, but found itself outmaneuvered by local interests. Jinnah's challenge was formidable: to transform the League from a club of notables into a mass party capable of matching the Congress's reach. The Congress ministries, for their part, faced difficult choices. How far could they go in challenging colonial laws without risking dismissal? Could social reform, abolishing caste disabilities, expanding education, improving labor rights, be achieved within the boundaries of the Act? Internal tensions flared. Socialists and leftists within the Congress pressed for radical land reform and workers' rights, while conservatives warned against alienating landlords and business allies. The ministry's record was mixed. Some launched ambitious programs, others faltered amid factionalism and official obstruction. Yet even their limited successes raised hopes and fears across the country. In the princely states, the Act's promise of federation remained a dead letter. Most rulers, protected by British treaties, refused to join. In Hyderabad, Travancore, and Kashmir, movements for responsible government gained ground, but the princes clung to their privileges, wary of both British pressure and Congress agitation. The dream of a united Indian federation seemed more distant than ever. As the decade drew to a close, the limits of constitutional reform became clear. The Congress, now governing millions, found itself both empowered and constrained, its leaders torn between compromise and confrontation. The Muslim League, stung by electoral defeat, began to chart a new, more assertive course. In the bazaars and classrooms, in rural councils and city streets, Indians argued over the meaning of self-rule. Was it a step toward independence or a trap to divide and delay? The Raj, confident in its constitutional scaffolding, believed it had bought time. But time was running out. In September 1939, as thunderclouds gathered over Europe, the Viceroy announced by radio that India was at war with Germany, without consulting a single Indian minister. In Delhi and Bombay, in Lahore and Madras, the old question flared again. Who would decide India's fate, and on whose terms? The struggle for power was about to enter a new, more dangerous phase, as war once more swept across the world and the subcontinent. In the late summer of 1939, the world held its breath as German tanks surged across the Polish frontier and Europe tumbled into war once more. In London's corridors of power, the British Empire's vast dominions were summoned to arms, and India, Britain's most prized colony, was no exception. Yet in Delhi, the moment arrived not with consultation, but with a telegram. On September 3rd, Viceroy Lord Linlithgow announced that India was at war with Germany. No Indian leader had been asked, no legislature consulted, no voice outside the Raj's own echoed in the decision. For the Indian National Congress, which governed most of India's provinces after the 1937 elections, it was a stunning reminder. Real power still lay elsewhere. The news struck the Indian political world with a sense of betrayal. For years, Congress had pressed for self-government, for a share in decision-making, for the right to speak for India in the councils of empire. Now, as millions of Indian lives and resources were pledged to another distant conflict, those hopes seemed dashed. Jawaharlal Nehru, Congress's rising star, spoke for many when he declared that India could not be treated as a mere appendage in the war for democracy. The Congress Working Committee demanded a clear commitment to Indian independence in exchange for support, but the British reply was silence. Resentment simmered as the meaning of the declaration became clear. The Raj would rule by decree, with India's future mortgaged to the needs of imperial defense. Across the country, Congress ministries resigned in protest. In provinces from Bombay to the United Provinces, Bihar to the Central Provinces, the elected government stepped down between October and November 1939. The resignations were not simply symbolic. Overnight, the cautious experiment in Indian self-rule under the 1935 Act was ended. Provincial governors, British officials, took over direct rule, invoking special emergency powers that allowed them to bypass legislatures and curb dissent. For millions who had voted in 1937, The promise of democracy receded behind a curtain of wartime decree. Yet where Congress saw humiliation, the All India Muslim League saw opportunity. Led by Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the League had long argued that Congress rule marginalized Muslims and ignored their interests. With Congress ministries gone, Jinnah seized the moment. On December 22, 1939, he called for Muslims across India to observe a day of deliverance, a celebration of relief from what he called Congress tyranny. In cities from Lucknow to Lahore, League supporters hoisted green flags, held processions, and declared that a new phase had begun. The contrast was sharp. Congress mourned the loss of self-government. The League proclaimed deliverance. The rift between India's two largest political parties, once papered over in the hope of unity, now yawned wide. The war transformed India's economy and society in ways no one could have predicted. British strategists, desperate to feed the empire's war machine, ramped up demands for raw materials: cotton, jute, coal, steel, and above all, food supplies for soldiers and civilians alike. Factories in Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras whirred day and night, producing textiles, munitions, and vehicles for the Allied cause. Railways, already the arteries of imperial commerce, now pulsed with troop trains and supply convoys. But the boom was uneven, prices soared, and inflation gnawed at the savings of the poor. Rural India, already battered by decades of economic strain, saw grain requisitioned and labor drafted away. For many, the war meant not prosperity, but scarcity and uncertainty. With the empire at war, the Raj's grip on information tightened. Censorship became routine. Newspapers, both English and vernacular, found their pages scrutinized by colonial officials. Editorials criticizing the war effort or questioning British motives were blacked out or banned. Political meetings required special permission. Pamphlets could lead to prosecution. The police watched not only for revolutionary conspiracies, but for any sign of disloyalty or unrest. Yet, in the bazaars and alleyways, rumors and whispers spread faster than any official communique. The shadow of war and the sense of a nation ruled without its consent bred both fear and defiance. The constitutional deadlock deepened. Congress refused to cooperate with the war effort unless Britain promised independence after victory. The Raj, determined to maintain control, offered only vague assurances. Talk of dominion status at some undefined future date. The Muslim League, meanwhile, pressed its own demands: guarantees for Muslim political rights and a voice equal to Congress in any settlement. The result was paralysis. London sent no compromise. In Delhi, the Viceroy's Council, now shorn of Indian ministers, ruled by ordinance. The machinery of the Raj, designed for order, seemed incapable of meeting the moment's need for consensus and change. By the dawn of 1940, India was a land suspended between two worlds, one of imperial command, the other of national aspiration. The war's demands grew heavier with each passing month: more soldiers, more crops, more sacrifices. Yet the question of India's political future remained unanswered, its people's voice unheard. In the vacuum, new visions began to take shape. In the drawing rooms of Delhi and the halls of Lahore, leaders debated not only how to end foreign rule, but what kind of nation would rise from its ashes. The struggle for independence, once a battle for rights within empire, was now a contest over the very shape of India's destiny. As the world's conflict deepened, so too did the divisions and ambitions within India. The next chapter of the struggle would be written not only in the language of protest and repression, but in the declarations and dreams of rival nations yet unborn. The road ahead would be marked by resolutions, demands, and the sharpening outlines of a future no longer shared. In the spring of 1940, as the world's great powers clashed in Europe and Asia, the city of Lahore became the crucible for a new and seismic turn in India's struggle for freedom. On March 23rd, under a pale sky in the shadow of the Badshahi Mosque, the All India Muslim League convened its annual session. Tens of thousands gathered, banners fluttering, as Muhammad Ali Jinnah, once an ambassador of Hindu-Muslim unity, rose to address the crowd. The League, he declared, could no longer accept the prospect of a united India dominated by a Hindu-majority Congress. Instead, he called for independent states in the Muslim-majority Northwest and Northeast. An idea soon crystallized into the demand for Pakistan. The Lahore Resolution, later called the Pakistan Resolution, was careful in its language, but its impact was immediate. The ground shifted under every political actor in the subcontinent. The Congress, led by Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel, and a newly released Gandhi, was stunned and defiant. For decades, Congress had claimed to speak for all Indians, regardless of faith. Its vision was of a plural, secular, and united nation, one that would transcend the divisions the Raj had fostered. But the Congress's own record was complicated. In the 1937 provincial elections, Congress had formed governments in most provinces, but left the Muslim League almost entirely out of power, especially in the key province of Uttar Pradesh. Many League leaders saw this as proof that Congress rule would mean Hindu dominance, not national unity. Now, with the Lahore Resolution, the conversation was no longer just about independence from Britain, but about the very shape and soul of the future nation. The League's demand for Pakistan was not universally welcomed, even among Muslims. In Punjab, the Unionist Party, an alliance of Muslim, Hindu, and Sikh landed elites, still held sway, skeptical of both Congress and the League. In Bengal, Fazlul Huq, who moved the Lahore Resolution, led a peasant-based coalition that was only loosely tethered to Jinnah's vision. In the princely states, Muslim rulers eyed the prospect of partition with deep suspicion, fearing the loss of their autonomy. Yet the idea of Pakistan gave voice to anxieties that had grown over decades of communal tension, electoral quotas, and the slow drift of politics along religious lines. Hindu nationalist voices too grew louder. The Hindu Mahasabha, led by Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, rejected both Congress secularism and the League's separatism. For Savarkar and his followers, India was fundamentally a Hindu Rashtra, a nation defined by ancient heritage and religious identity. They warned against any compromise that would divide the motherland or grant special protections to minorities. The Mahasabha's rhetoric, in turn, deepened Muslim fears of majoritarian rule. In the crucible of the 1940s, every camp felt besieged, every leader haunted by the possibility of their community's subordination. Caught between these competing visions, the Sikhs of Punjab faced an agonizing dilemma. Numbering 6 million, concentrated in the fertile central districts, the Sikhs had long been a martial and landowning community, proud of their distinct faith and history of resistance. Neither the Congress's unitary nationalism nor the League's Pakistan offered them security. If Punjab were partitioned, the Sikh heartland might fall on the wrong side of a new border. Master Tara Singh and the Akali Dal demanded safeguards, autonomy, or even a Sikh homeland, but their voices were drowned by the growing storm. In Lahore, Sikh leaders watched the League's procession with a mixture of dread and defiance, already fearing what the future might bring. Every region now became a battleground of identity and allegiance. In the United Provinces, Congress and the League vied for the loyalty of urban Muslims and rural landowners. In Bengal, the politics of language and land cut across religious lines, complicating the League's simple arithmetic of majority and minority. In Sindh, the Provincial Assembly was the first to formally endorse the Pakistan demand, while in Assam, Congress leaders warned that partition would sever the province's Muslim-majority districts from its Assamese heart. Across the subcontinent, the patchwork of provinces, princely states, and communities defied any easy solution. The British, meanwhile, watched these developments with a mixture of anxiety and calculation. The Raj, stretched thin by war, relied on Indian troops and resources more than ever before. Yet the unity of the nationalist movement, so potent in the 1920s and early 1930s, was now broken. The Viceroy, Lord Linlithgow, saw in the Congress League split a chance to maintain imperial control by playing one side against the other. When Congress ministries resigned in protest over India's unconsulted entry into the Second World War, the League celebrated a day of deliverance, marking the end of Congress's dominance in provincial government. The old imperial tactic of divide and rule, honed over a century, found new life in the politics of communal suspicion. At the heart of the crisis lay the fear of majoritarianism. For many Muslims, the prospect of being outvoted in a centralized democracy was intolerable. For Congress, conceding to communal vetoes seemed to betray the very idea of Indian nationhood. For Hindus and Sikhs, partition threatened to turn millions into vulnerable minorities overnight. Each side accused the other of bad faith, of secretly plotting domination or dismemberment. The press, pamphlets, and public meetings of 1940 crackled with rumor and accusation. The wound of 1857, the trauma of Bengal's partition in 1905, and the memory of riots in Calcutta and Lahore all returned to haunt the present. Yet, as the Lahore Resolution echoed across the subcontinent, no one could yet foresee how quickly the idea of Pakistan would move from slogan to demand, from demand to irrevocable fact. The British, pressed by war and uncertain of their future in India, would soon be forced to seek a new settlement. Congress, sensing the urgency, would prepare for a final mass confrontation. And the people of India, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, and others, would face choices that no leader, no party, and no document could fully contain. The next chapter of the struggle would unfold not in legislative chambers, but in the streets, villages, and prisons of a nation on the edge of transformation. The war in Europe had reached India by 1942, but not as liberation, rather as a tightening grip. As Japanese forces advanced through Southeast Asia, the British Empire's hold on India, already shaken by decades of unrest, was tested as never before. For Indian leaders, the crisis was not merely military, it was moral and political. How could a nation be asked to fight for freedom abroad while denied freedom at home? The answer, the British hoped, would come from the Cripps Mission, a last-ditch attempt at negotiation that arrived in Delhi amid mounting tension. Sir Stafford Cripps, tall, gaunt, and earnest, stepped onto Indian soil in March 1942. carrying with him the promise of dominion status after the war, a vague, conditional independence that left real power in British hands for the present. Congress leaders, most notably Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, saw the offer for what it was, a postponement, not a solution. The Muslim League, led by Muhammad Ali Jinnah, found the plan equally unsatisfying, wary that their demand for Pakistan would be sidelined. In smoke-filled rooms at the Viceroy's house, arguments stretched late into the night. But the heart of the matter was clear. The British would not relinquish authority during wartime. The Indian leadership would not accept freedom deferred. As the Cripps mission collapsed in April, the mood across India shifted from negotiation to confrontation. The Congress Working Committee, meeting in Bombay, debated the next step. Gandhi's words, simple yet seismic, echoed across the land. Do or die. On August 8, 1942, in the crowded, tense atmosphere of Bombay's Gwalior Tank Maidan, the All India Congress Committee passed the Quit India Resolution. It was a call for immediate, non-violent mass struggle to end British rule. The next morning, the Empire struck back. Before dawn broke on August 9th, British authorities moved swiftly. Gandhi, Nehru, Patel, Azad, all the Congress leadership were arrested and whisked away to undisclosed locations. In cities and villages, police raided homes, shuttered presses, and banned Congress meetings. The hope was to decapitate the movement before it could ignite. But repression only fueled the fire. With their leaders imprisoned, ordinary Indians, students, workers, and local activists stepped into the breach. In the vacuum, a new generation of resistance was born. Underground networks sprang up almost overnight. In Bombay, Aruna Asaf Ali, a schoolteacher turned activist, evaded arrest and defiantly hoisted the tricolour flag at Gwalior Tank, signaling that the movement would not be silenced. She became a symbol of courage, her face appearing on police-wanted posters across the country. In the shadows, other figures emerged. Usha Mehta, a young student, set up a clandestine radio station, Congress Radio, that broadcast news, instructions, and hope to a nation cut off from its leaders. Her voice, calm and resolute, reached listeners from Calcutta to Karachi, weaving together a scattered resistance. Sabotage became a weapon of the powerless. Railway lines were uprooted, telegraph wires cut, bridges blown up in the dead of night. In Bihar, students derailed trains. In Bengal, crowds stormed police stations and government offices. The aim was not just to disrupt, but to show that British authority rested on shaky foundations. Yet, the price was steep. The Raj responded with overwhelming force, martial law, public floggings, mass arrests, and, in some places, aerial bombardment of protesting crowds. By the end of 1942, over 90,000 people had been jailed, and entire districts placed under emergency rule. Yet repression could not quash the spirit of defiance. In the villages of Uttar Pradesh, women couriers carried secret messages hidden in baskets of grain. In the forests of Satara, Maharashtra, a parallel government, the Prati Sarkar, emerged, collecting taxes and dispensing justice beyond the reach of the British police. School children in Madras distributed leaflets at the risk of expulsion and arrest. The movement's heartbeat was everywhere, impossible to silence, impossible to predict. The Quit India movement was not without its divisions. Some revolutionaries criticized Gandhi's insistence on non-violence. arguing that only armed struggle could shake the Raj. The Communist Party, aligned with the Allies after Hitler's attack on the Soviet Union, opposed the movement, fearing it would aid fascism. The Muslim League, focused on its vision of Pakistan, largely stayed aloof. Yet for millions, the Quit India call transcended faction. It was a moment when the ordinary became heroic, when housewives, clerks, and school children risked everything for the promise of freedom. The British, for all their might, could not unsee what had changed. The machinery of the Raj, police, railways, courts, functioned, but with growing brittleness. Intelligence reports described a sullen, smouldering countryside, an India that obeyed only under duress. In the cities, rumors swirled of Japanese landings and INA advances, feeding both hope and fear. The war that had once justified imperial control now exposed its limits. By early 1943, the Quit India movement's open phase had been crushed, but its legacy endured. The Congress remained leaderless, its cadres scattered, but the spell of imperial invincibility was broken. The British could govern India, but only as a fortress under siege. In the silence of prison cells, Gandhi began a long fast, his frail body a living argument against oppression. Outside, the underground continued, battered but unbowed. As the war dragged on, the struggle for India's soul would take new forms. In the shadows, another leader was preparing to challenge the empire, not with petitions or protests, but with armies raised under foreign skies. The next act in the drama would unfold far from Delhi, in the forests of Southeast Asia, where Subhas Chandra Bose and the Indian National Army would stake their own claim to freedom. In the dark chill of January 1941, a man vanished from British house arrest in Calcutta. Disguised in thick-rimmed glasses and a long coat, Subhas Chandra Bose slipped past the police cordon, bound for the northwest frontier. For years, Bose had been the stormy petrel of Indian nationalism. President of the Congress, then a rebel, always restless, never content with gradualism or negotiation. Now, as Gandhi and the Congress steered the Quit India campaign from behind bars, Bose sought a different path: to raise an army outside India to break the chains of the Raj with force. His escape was an epic in itself, by car to Gomo, then by train to Peshawar, and finally, with the help of underground networks, across the Afghan border. From Kabul, Bose traveled a clandestine route through Soviet Central Asia and then to Berlin. In Europe, the world was at war. The British Empire, beset by Hitler's armies, faced its gravest crisis in a century. Bose believed that the enemy of the British could be the friend of Indian freedom. In Berlin, he met Nazi officials seeking support for Indian liberation. The German Foreign Office gave him a radio station, Azad Hind Radio, broadcasting fiery appeals to Indian soldiers and civilians to rise against colonial rule. But the European Axis saw India more as a bargaining chip than a cause. Bose's hopes for a German invasion of India faded as the Eastern Front consumed Hitler's ambitions. Yet Bose was relentless. In 1943, he sailed by submarine from Kiel, Germany, to Japanese-occupied Southeast Asia, a perilous journey of 3 months, transferring mid-ocean from a German to a Japanese vessel. In Singapore, he found a new theater for his vision. Here, the Japanese had captured tens of thousands of Indian soldiers, prisoners of war taken in Malaya and Singapore. With their help, Indian nationalists in exile had already begun forming the Indian National Army, or INA, under Mohan Singh. But it was Bose's arrival that electrified the movement. At a mass rally in Singapore, he declared, "Give me blood and I will give you freedom." Bose assumed command of the INA and proclaimed the formation of the Provisional Government of Free India, Azad Hind, with its own flag, currency and cabinet, recognized by Japan and Axis powers. For the first time since 1857, an Indian government in exile claimed to speak for a sovereign India. The INA swelled to over 40,000 men and women, including the Rani of Jhansi Regiment, led by Captain Lakshmi Swaminathan, a unit of women volunteers named for the legendary queen who had fought the British nearly a century earlier. Bose's charisma and discipline transformed the INA into a symbol of hope for many. Though its ranks were divided, some joined from conviction, others from the bitter calculus of captivity. The Japanese, for their part, saw the INA as a useful auxiliary to their own imperial ambitions in Asia. In early 1944, the INA marched with Japanese forces across the Burma border into India. Their objective, to ignite rebellion and liberate Indian territory. The twin battles of Imphal and Kohima, fought in the jungles and hills of Manipur and Nagaland, became the crucible of this endeavor. The INA advanced as far as Moirang, where the tricolour of Azad Hind was briefly raised on Indian soil. But the campaign soon faltered. The monsoon rains turned roads to mud, supply lines snapped, and the Allies, reinforced by Indian and British troops, counterattacked with devastating force. At Kohima, the siege turned into a grinding battle, remembered for the inscription on the war cemetery. "When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today." By the summer of 1944, the Japanese and INA were in retreat. Disease, hunger, and exhaustion decimated the ranks. The dream of marching on Delhi dissolved in the jungles of Burma. Bose refused to surrender. As the Allies advanced through Rangoon in 1945, he fled once more, hoping to reach Japan. In August 1945, as Japan capitulated, Bose's fate became shrouded in mystery, reportedly killed in a plane crash in Formosa. Rumors of his survival would haunt Indian politics for decades. Yet the defeat of the INA on the battlefield did not end its story. When the British put captured INA officers on trial at the Red Fort in Delhi, the proceedings became a lightning rod for Indian public opinion. Across the country, students, workers, and even soldiers rallied in support of the INA men. Jawaharlal Nehru, in his barrister's gown, joined the legal defense. For many Indians, the trials exposed the moral bankruptcy of colonial rule. The spectacle of Indian officers being prosecuted for fighting for their own country dissolved old loyalties, sparking unrest in the army and navy and a wave of strikes and protests. The INA's military campaign had failed, but its political impact was profound. It shattered the myth of the invincible Raj and sowed doubt within the ranks of the colonial armed forces. The memory of Bose, flawed, controversial, but uncompromising, became a rallying point for generations. The story of the INA, with its tales of sacrifice and controversy, entered the folklore of independence, complicating the narrative of non-violence with the reality of armed resistance. As the war ended, the British Empire in India faced not only the old challenge of mass civil disobedience, but also the new spectre of military and popular revolt. The cost of governing a restless, mobilized society grew steeper with each passing day. And in the East, a new crisis was already unfolding. one that would test the conscience of the Raj and the resilience of the Indian people, as hunger and misrule brought catastrophe to the fields of Bengal. In the summer of 1943, the lush fields of Bengal, once the rice bowl of the British Raj, became the site of a calamity that would stain the conscience of empire. The monsoon that year brought not renewal but ruin. Cyclones lashed the coast, tidal floods swept away homes and crops, and a fungal disease withered the rice harvest. Yet nature's blows, devastating as they were, only set the stage. It was policy, made in distant offices, calculated in ledgers, and enforced by the machinery of wartime rule, that turned disaster into famine. By August, the price of rice in Calcutta had doubled, then tripled. In country markets from Midnapore to Barisal, grain vanished from the stalls. Villagers pawned brass pots, wedding jewelry, and even roof beams for a handful of rice. In some districts, the price of a kilogram of rice soared to levels unreachable by all but the wealthy. The railways, commandeered for the war effort, carried troops and munitions, not food. British shipping, stretched thin by the Battle of the Atlantic and the Japanese advance in Burma, could not, or would not, bring in relief from other provinces. The colonial government, fearing Japanese invasion, had already ordered the destruction of boats and confiscation of surplus grain along the Bengal coast, a denial policy meant to slow any enemy advance, but which crippled the rural economy. As the months passed, the famine's true scale became impossible to hide. In Calcutta, the colonial capital, thousands of the destitute drifted into the city each week. They slept on railway platforms and under shop awnings, children with swollen bellies and glassy eyes, mothers too weak to stand. Street photographers captured the haunting images: a woman cradling a dying child on the steps of Howrah Station, men collapsed in the shade of the Writers' Building. The city's middle class recoiled in horror, but the machinery of government moved with chilling inertia. Appeals for rice shipments met with bureaucratic delay and imperial priorities. Winston Churchill's war cabinet, focused on the Mediterranean and European fronts, refused to divert shipping for Indian relief, citing the demands of the global conflict. The Viceroy, Lord Linlithgow, and his successor, Lord Wavell, faced a crisis that exposed the limits of imperial power and the moral cost of wartime rule. Reports from Indian civil servants, men like Hemchandra Bose and Amartya Sen's father, Ashutosh Sen, spoke of entire villages emptied by hunger, of women and children selling themselves for survival, of rural markets where the price of a handful of rice could decide the fate of a family. Yet the official response was to blame hoarders, profiteers, and local mismanagement. The government hesitated to declare a famine, fearing that acknowledgement would damage imperial prestige and incite unrest. Meanwhile, inflation spiraled. Wartime spending and shortages drove up the cost of everything from cloth to kerosene. In the countryside, peasants who once grew enough to feed themselves now found their harvests requisitioned for the army or lost to the black market. Landless laborers, already on the margins, were the first to fall. The famine, which began as a shortage, became a catastrophe of distribution and access. A crisis not only of food, but of power, priorities, and indifference. Public anger simmered and boiled over. Indian newspapers, subject to wartime censorship, still found ways to report the truth. The Amrita Bazar Patrika and the Statesman published harrowing editorials and photographs, forcing the world to confront the suffering. Relief kitchens run by volunteers, social workers, and the Indian National Congress tried to stem the tide, but the scale overwhelmed all efforts. Gandhi, imprisoned at Aga Khan Palace, called the famine a moral collapse and an indictment of British rule. Jawaharlal Nehru, also behind bars, wrote of the agony of reading letters from Bengal, powerless to act. International outrage grew as news of the famine reached London and Washington. Some British officials, like Leopold Amery, the Secretary of State for India, pleaded for aid, but the war cabinet's priorities remained fixed on Europe. Churchill's infamous remark, "If food is so scarce, why hasn't Gandhi died yet?" echoed as a symbol of imperial cynicism. Relief arrived only grudgingly and too late. By the time the worst had passed in the spring of 1944, at least 3 million people had perished. Some estimates ran higher. The dead left no memorial but the memory of their suffering and the bitterness that spread from Bengal across India. The famine's impact ran deeper than hunger. In the villages, trust in the Raj was broken. In the cities, anger turned to political action. The Indian National Congress, the Muslim League, and leftist parties all condemned the government's failure. For many, the famine became proof that the British could no longer claim either moral authority or practical competence. The gap between ruler and ruled, already wide, became unbridgeable. The imperial promise of order and protection stood exposed as a hollow shell, unable or unwilling to save its subjects in their hour of need. Yet even as the famine raged, war continued to reshape India. The Japanese threat in Burma, the mobilization of millions of Indian soldiers, the inflation and shortages, and the growing unrest in the cities all combined to create a sense of crisis and possibility. The memory of famine became a rallying cry, a wound that would not heal, driving new demands for justice and self-rule. The Raj, battered by war and haunted by hunger, found itself facing not only the challenge of rebellion, but the loss of legitimacy itself. As the guns of war fell silent and the tide of empire began to ebb, the consequences of the Bengal famine lingered like a shadow over the closing years of British rule. In the months that followed, the anger and disillusionment born in Bengal would find new expression. In the courts, on the docks, and in the ranks of the Indian armed forces, where the struggle for freedom would enter its final tumultuous phase. In the chill of November 1945, the Red Fort of Delhi, once the seat of Mughal emperors, became the stage for a new kind of imperial drama. 3 men stood accused: Shah Nawaz Khan, Prem Kumar Sahgal, and Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon, officers of the Indian National Army. Their crime in the eyes of the British was treason, taking up arms alongside Subhas Chandra Bose against the Raj. Yet as the trial commenced, the air outside the fort was thick with anticipation and outrage. Crowds surged along the ramparts, chanting the names of the accused. In cities from Lahore to Madras, shopkeepers shuttered their doors in protest, and students abandoned their classrooms to march in solidarity. The British had hoped to make an example of the INA, to reaffirm their authority. Instead, the spectacle ignited a wildfire of sympathy and defiance. Inside the courtroom, the British prosecutors pressed their case, but the defense, led by the formidable Bhulabhai Desai, Tej Bahadur Sapru, and Jawaharlal Nehru in his barrister's gown, transformed the proceedings into a national referendum. The accused did not deny their actions. Instead, they justified them as a battle for India's freedom. The trial transcripts were reprinted in vernacular papers, passed hand to hand, read aloud in tea stalls and railway platforms. The INA men, drawn from Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh backgrounds, became living symbols of a unity that eluded the fractious political elite. By December, the government realized the peril. To punish the officers would risk turning them into martyrs. The sentences were commuted, but the damage to imperial authority was done. The tremors of the Red Fort trials spread far beyond the courtroom. In army cantonments and police barracks, whispers grew louder. Indian soldiers returning from the war, trained and blooded in battlefields from North Africa to Burma, found themselves again in subordinate roles, saluting British officers, denied equal pay, and reminded daily of their colonial status. The loyalty that had once been the Raj's armor was now riddled with doubt. In January 1946, a new flashpoint emerged, not in the countryside, but on the decks of Her Majesty's ships. On February 18, 1946, ratings of the Royal Indian Navy in Bombay rose before dawn and refused their orders. The spark was small: bad food, racist insults, and rumors that INA prisoners would be treated harshly. But by noon, the tricolour and the Muslim League's green flag flew side by side on the mast of the HMIS Talwar. The mutiny spread with electrifying speed. Ships in Karachi, Calcutta, Visakhapatnam, and Madras joined in. Within days, 78 ships and 20 shore establishments across the subcontinent were in open revolt. The city of Bombay erupted in sympathy. Tram drivers struck work, textile mills fell silent, and students poured into the streets. British tanks rolled down Marine Drive, firing warning shots. The mutineers, armed with little more than kitchen knives and slogans, demanded not only better conditions, but freedom itself. The mutiny was short-lived. After 5 days, the sailors surrendered under assurances of clemency from Indian leaders and threats of overwhelming force from the British. Yet the message was unmistakable. The loyalty of the armed forces, long the backbone of British rule, could no longer be taken for granted. For the first time since 1857, sections of the Indian military had openly defied imperial command, and the call for independence now echoed in the mess halls and parade grounds. Simultaneously, the cities and mills of India became battlegrounds of another kind. In the months following the INA trials and Navy mutiny, labor unrest swept the country. In Bombay, Calcutta, Kanpur, and Madras, millions of workers, dockers, textile hands, railwaymen walked off their jobs. Their grievances were economic. Inflation had outpaced wages, and war contracts had ended, leaving families on the brink. But the strikes quickly blurred the line between bread and freedom. Union leaders invoked the names of Gandhi and Bose. Placards called for "Quit India" and "Down with imperialism." British police responded with batons and bullets, but the unrest could not be contained by force alone. In the countryside, peasants too felt the aftershocks. Sharecroppers in Bengal, Bihar, and the United Provinces organized for debt relief and land rights, emboldened by the weakening grip of colonial law. The old fear of the police and the collector was fading. Even in princely states, where Maharajas clung to their privileges, local movements demanded responsible government and an end to feudal dues. The sense of possibility was palpable. The British Raj, for so long a fact of life, now seemed brittle, dependent on obedience that was crumbling by the day. In Whitehall and the Viceroy's house, the alarm was acute. Intelligence reports painted a grim picture. The army was restive, the police unreliable, the civil service beset by resignations and passive resistance. The spectre of a general strike or another military revolt haunted British officials. The empire's greatest fear was not merely mass protest, but the prospect of ruling a country where the instruments of order, soldiers, sailors, workers, refused to obey. The cost of maintaining the Raj, already swollen by war debt and reconstruction, now seemed unsustainable. In London, Labour ministers weighed the risks of holding on against the dangers of letting go. Amid this mounting crisis, Indian leaders sensed the shifting balance. The Congress and the Muslim League, rivals in vision if not in their opposition to foreign rule, recognized that the time for negotiation had come. Yet the unity glimpsed in the streets and on the decks of mutinous ships hid deeper divides over religion, representation, and the very shape of a future India. The question now was not whether the British would leave, but how, and on whose terms. As the spring of 1946 approached, the struggle moved from mutiny and mass action to the conference table, where the fate of millions would be debated and the dream of unity would be tested as never before. Spring 1946. The monsoon had not yet broken over the Great Plains of India, but the political air was thick with anticipation and uncertainty. Across the length and breadth of the subcontinent, voters queued at polling stations. Men in dhotis, women in saris, students, lawyers, peasants, and factory workers, each one grasping a ballot paper, each one carrying the weight of a nation's future. The elections were the most consequential in Indian history. For the first time, the Government of India Act 1935 was being put to its greatest test, promising provincial autonomy, but also revealing the deepening fault lines between the Indian National Congress and the All India Muslim League. The results were unambiguous. Congress swept the general constituencies, winning over 90% of the seats reserved for Hindus and a clear majority overall. The League, meanwhile, captured almost every Muslim seat, its green flag rising from Bengal to Punjab to the United Provinces. The electoral map, once a patchwork of regional parties and cross-communal alliances, now mirrored the sharpening lines of religious identity. The Congress claimed it spoke for all Indians, but the League's victories gave credence to Muhammad Ali Jinnah's demand that Muslims were a nation unto themselves, entitled to their own homeland. The promise of a united, plural India was beginning to slip away. In London, the Labour government, weary after 6 years of war and pressed by economic crisis at home, recognized that imperial control was no longer sustainable. In March, a high-powered cabinet mission, Sir Pethick Lawrence, Sir Stafford Cripps, and A.V. Alexander, set sail for India. Their mandate to find a constitutional formula acceptable to both Congress and the League, to transfer power while preserving unity. They arrived in Delhi amid a storm of expectation, greeted by processions, banners, and the relentless scrutiny of the press. The mission's plan was a delicate, intricate compromise. India would remain a single union, with a central government controlling defense, foreign affairs, and communications. Provinces would group themselves into 3 sections: a Hindu majority Group A, a Muslim majority Group B in the northwest, and a Muslim majority Group C in the east. Each group would have considerable autonomy, with the right to revisit the federal arrangement after 10 years. A constituent assembly, chosen by the provincial legislatures, would draft the new constitution. The plan was a last-ditch attempt to square the circle. to offer Muslims security without conceding outright partition, to promise unity without majoritarian domination. For a moment, there was hope. Congress and the League both accepted the plan, at least in principle, but the devil was in the details. Congress, led by Jawaharlal Nehru, insisted that provinces could opt out of groupings, seeing the federal structure as a stepping stone to strong central government. The League, led by Jinnah, insisted that the groupings were binding, the only guarantee that Muslim-majority provinces would not be overruled. Every clause became a battlefield. Every word was a trap. Talks dragged on through the Delhi heat. In the cool marble halls of Viceroy's house and the cramped offices of party headquarters, negotiators argued late into the night. Gandhi, his frail frame draped in homespun, pleaded for unity and conscience. Jinnah, precise and implacable, demanded clarity and safeguards. Sardar Patel, the Congress strongman, calculated the risks of too much concession. In Bengal, Hussein Shahid Suhrawadi maneuvered for provincial autonomy, while in Punjab, leaders weighed the fate of a province that was itself religiously divided. The cabinet mission, battered by the crossfire, pressed forward. In September 1946, the Viceroy, Lord Wavell, invited Congress to form an interim government at the centre, a provisional ministry to bridge the gap until full transfer of power. Nehru became Vice President of the Executive Council, effectively the head of government. Congress offered the League seats in the cabinet, but Jinnah, feeling betrayed by Congress's interpretation of the plan, refused to participate. When the League finally did join, relations were already poisoned. Cabinet meetings became arenas of mutual suspicion. Portfolios were bartered and disputed. Decisions delayed by boycotts and walkouts. Meanwhile, the Constituent Assembly convened for its inaugural session in December 1946. The chamber in New Delhi, hung with tricolour banners and portraits of past leaders, should have been a scene of national celebration. But the League boycotted the proceedings, denouncing the Assembly as a Congress-dominated body that could not safeguard Muslim interests. The Assembly pressed on, appointing Rajendra Prasad as its president, forming committees and debating the principles of a free constitution. But the empty benches where League representatives should have sat were a daily reminder of the deepening divide. On the streets, the mood grew tense. Congress and the League, once partners in the struggle against the Raj, now eyed each other with suspicion and fear. Rumors swirled of conspiracies and secret deals. In villages and city neighborhoods, communal anxiety simmered. The press spoke of Pakistan and partition with increasing frequency. British officials, watching from the sidelines, realized that the dream of a united India was slipping away, undone by mistrust, ambition, and the scars of decades of divide and rule. The cabinet mission departed India in the autumn, its work unfinished. The interim government limped forward, but its authority was fragile and its mandate contested. The Constituent Assembly continued its deliberations, but could not claim to speak for all. The British, exhausted and increasingly irrelevant, began to prepare for a transfer of power that might come sooner, and with less order than anyone had dared imagine. As 1946 drew to a close, the promise of a peaceful transition gave way to a sense of foreboding. The search for unity had failed. In its place, a dangerous uncertainty settled over the land. Soon the tension in the air would erupt into violence. On the streets of Calcutta, in the villages of Bengal and Bihar, and across the bloodied fields of Punjab, the struggle for independence was entering its final, most tragic phase. August 16, 1946. In the heart of Calcutta, the streets pulse with a nervous energy that feels like the prelude to a monsoon storm. The All India Muslim League, led by the resolute Muhammad Ali Jinnah, has called for Direct Action Day, a mass demonstration to demand the creation of Pakistan. Overnight, the city's political tension, simmering for months, bursts into the open. Shutters clang shut along Harrison Road. Crowds gather in the Maidan, speeches echo from makeshift platforms, and banners proclaim the League's resolve. Across the city's patchwork of neighborhoods, Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, Christian, and others, rumor and fear spread faster than the trams can roll. By midday, processions have turned into confrontations. Stones fly, shops burn, and by nightfall, Calcutta is gripped by a frenzy of communal violence that will scar the city for generations. The violence of Direct Action Day is not an isolated eruption. It is the product of years of political hardening, of the Congress League rivalry, of failed negotiations, of a cabinet mission plan that promised unity but delivered only suspicion. The British, their authority waning, watch with growing alarm as their old strategy of divide and rule seems to have slipped beyond their control. In Calcutta, police and army patrols struggle to keep pace with the chaos. For 4 days, the city is a battleground. Hindu and Muslim neighborhoods become fortresses. Families flee their homes, seeking safety in temples, mosques, and improvised shelters. The official death toll will claim thousands, though the true number is lost in the confusion and the silence of the dead. Hospitals overflow. The air is thick with the smell of smoke and fear. As news of Calcutta's bloodshed radiates outward, it fans embers of tension across Bengal and beyond. In the rural districts of Noakhali, east of the city, the violence takes a different, slower form. Through September and October, villages are swept by waves of attacks, homes looted, women abducted, men killed or forced to flee. The population fractures along religious lines, neighbors turning on neighbors. The countryside becomes a landscape of charred ruins and empty fields, a place where trust is as scarce as food. In Bihar, the pendulum of violence swings back. Retaliatory attacks target Muslim communities, echoing the horrors of Bengal with tragic symmetry. Trains arriving in Patna and Gaya bring not commerce, but stories of loss and vengeance. Punjab, the land of 5 rivers, stands on the edge of its own precipice. Here, the communal mosaic is even more complex. Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, all woven together by centuries of coexistence, now pulled apart by the politics of partition. As 1946 draws to a close, rumors of atrocities travel along the Grand Trunk Road. Armed bands begin to organize, and villages stockpile whatever weapons they can find: farming tools, hunting rifles, even World War relics. The British administration, overstretched and uncertain, finds itself unable to guarantee order. The very instruments of the Raj, police, magistrates, district officers, are paralyzed by divided loyalties and fear of taking sides. Amid this unraveling, one figure refuses to surrender to despair. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, now in his late 70s, leaves the relative safety of Delhi and journeys into the heart of Bengal's shattered countryside. In Noakhali, he walks from village to village, barefoot on muddy paths, refusing all security. He stays in the homes of survivors, eats the simplest food, and prays with both Hindus and Muslims. Gandhi's presence is both a plea and a provocation, a reminder that India's freedom must not be purchased with the blood of its own children. He urges villagers to rebuild trust, to return abducted women, to share food across lines of faith. Yet even for Gandhi, the old tools of satyagraha, truth, non-violence, personal example, seem to have lost some of their power in the face of such bitterness. In Congress and League headquarters, leaders watched the spreading violence with mounting dread. Jawaharlal Nehru, now head of the interim government, travels to Bihar to quell the violence, his speeches heavy with sorrow and anger. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the iron-willed organizer, demands the restoration of law and order, but knows that the machinery of the state is buckling under the strain. Jinnah, having called for direct action, now pleads for calm, but the momentum of events is no longer in any leader's hands. Across India, newspapers print lists of the dead and missing. Refugee columns clog the roads, carrying children, bundles, and memories of homes abandoned in haste. The social fabric, already stretched by war, famine, and political deadlock, now seems ready to snap. The violence is not merely physical, it is psychological, a trauma that seeps into conversations, prayers, and dreams. Old friendships dissolve under suspicion. Markets, once places of mingling, become sites of tension. In the countryside, harvests are left to rot as families flee. In the cities, curfews and checkpoints become the new routine. The hope of a united, plural India, the dream that animated decades of struggle, now flickers uncertainly in the gathering dark. Yet even in this hour of crisis, there are moments of courage and compassion. In Calcutta, some risk their lives to shelter neighbors of another faith. In Punjab, Sikh Jathas escort Muslim families to safety, even as others prepare for conflict. In Noakhali and Bihar, volunteers, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, form peace committees, distribute food, and try to rebuild what violence has destroyed. But these are fragile gestures, easily overwhelmed by the rising tide of fear and revenge. As 1947 approaches, the British, exhausted and increasingly irrelevant, accelerate their preparations to depart. The question of partition, once unthinkable, now dominates every conversation in Delhi, Lahore, and Karachi. The subcontinent stands at a crossroads, its leaders forced to choose between unity and division, principle and expedience. The cost of freedom is no longer measured only in years of struggle, but in the lives upended and the wounds that may never fully heal. The next act will be played out in hurried negotiations, midnight decisions, and the drawing of new lines across ancient lands. Lines that will shape the destinies of millions. In the spring of 1947, the British Raj, once the world's most powerful colonial regime, teetered on the edge of collapse. The air in Delhi was thick with rumor and anxiety. Lord Louis Mountbatten, the dashing last viceroy, arrived with a single urgent brief: to end British rule, and to do it fast. He inherited a country fractured by communal violence, political deadlock, and the growing certainty that the old imperial machinery could no longer hold. The cabinet mission's failed compromise, the trauma of Direct Action Day, and months of retaliatory bloodshed had convinced London that time was running out. Britain, exhausted by war and battered by debt, now sought a hasty exit. But the shape of that exit and the destiny of millions remained perilously uncertain. Mountbatten moved with a speed that startled even those who had spent decades navigating the slow ceremonial rhythms of the Raj. He began a relentless series of meetings with Congress leaders, Nehru, Patel, Rajendra Prasad, and with the Muslim League's Muhammad Ali Jinnah, whose demand for Pakistan had become an unyielding rallying cry. The Sikhs, represented by Baldev Singh and Master Tara Singh, pleaded for their own security in Punjab's heartland. Mountbatten, aware that every delay risked more violence, pressed the leaders to accept a new plan. The subcontinent would be divided and power would be transferred not in June 1948 as planned, but on August 15, 1947, barely 10 weeks away. On June 3, 1947, Mountbatten broadcast his proposal to the world. The Mountbatten Plan, officially the Third June Plan, offered a partition of British India into two dominions, India and Pakistan. Provinces with Muslim majorities, Punjab, Bengal, Sindh, and the northwest frontier, would decide by assembly vote or referendum whether to join Pakistan or India. The rest would fall to India. The Congress, weary of civil war and fearing a drawn-out British withdrawal, reluctantly accepted. The Muslim League, having made Pakistan its unyielding demand, agreed. For millions, the announcement brought not clarity, but a new wave of fear. What would partition mean for their homes, their fields, their families? And could such a vast rupture be managed in mere weeks? The British Parliament rushed to enact the Indian Independence Act, which received royal assent on July 18, 1947. This single document, just a few pages long, ended nearly 2 centuries of British sovereignty. It created two independent dominions, India and Pakistan, effective August 15th. The act dissolved the authority of the Viceroy, transferred sovereignty to new governments, and left the fate of the princely states, the nearly 600 autonomous kingdoms that dotted the subcontinent, hanging in the balance. Each ruler was told to decide, accede to India, to Pakistan, or in theory, remain independent. The clock was ticking. The administrative scaffolding of empire was being dismantled at breakneck speed. At the heart of the partition was a single agonizing question. Where would the line be drawn? To decide the fate of Punjab and Bengal, two provinces with deep interwoven communities, Mountbatten appointed Sir Cyril Radcliffe, a barrister who had never set foot in India. Radcliffe arrived in July, given 5 weeks to divide two ancient lands by population, property, religion, and geography. He worked in secrecy, cut off from the leaders whose futures he was shaping. His staff pored over census maps and district lists, drawing and redrawing boundaries in sweltering offices in Delhi. The Radcliffe Line, as it would be known, snaked through villages, towns, and fields, splitting communities, rivers, and even houses. Its logic at times arbitrary, its consequences irreversible. As the deadline approached, the machinery of the Raj began to seize. Civil servants, many of them British, were packing their trunks for the last mail steamer home. District officers, police, railway managers, and judges, who for generations had kept the imperial order, were suddenly unsure which country they would serve. The Indian civil service, once the steel frame of British rule, was breaking apart. Files were burned, stamps replaced, and new flags stitched in government workshops. In the border provinces, rumors swirled. Would Lahore go to Pakistan or India? What about Calcutta? No one knew. The uncertainty fueled panic. as families weighed impossible choices whether to stay, to flee, or to hope the line would spare their ancestral homes. The princely states, too, faced a moment of reckoning. Some rulers, like the Nizam of Hyderabad or the Nawab of Junagadh, dreamed of independence or hoped to play India and Pakistan against each other. Others, like the Maharaja of Patiala, rushed to align with the Indian Union. Sardar Patel and VP Menon in Delhi worked around the clock, drafting accession documents and cajoling princes to join the new dominions. The fate of Kashmir, perched at the northern edge of the subcontinent, remained unresolved, a shadow that would loom over independence and beyond. The administrative rupture was total. Railways, postal services, police forces, and military regiments were split overnight. Assets, debts, and archives were divided by hurried committees. In offices across Delhi, Calcutta, and Lahore, staff counted everything from paperclips to locomotives, dividing them by formula and guesswork. The human cost was incalculable. As the date drew near, trains were commandeered for officials, not refugees. Telegraph lines buzzed with desperate messages, and the ordinary people of India and Pakistan, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, and others, waited in dread for the news that would decide their fate. On August 14th and 15, the two new nations would be born. But as the sun set on the British Raj, the hurried transfer left wounds that would not heal quickly. The Radcliffe Line, revealed only after independence, would trigger one of the largest migrations in human history. For now, in the tense summer of 1947, the promise of freedom was inseparable from the shadow of flight, loss, and the unknown. The hour of independence was at hand, and with it, the ordeal of partition. August 14, 1947, midnight approaches in Delhi. In the shadowed halls of the Constituent Assembly, Jawaharlal Nehru rises to address a nation about to be born. Outside, the city is restless. Bonfires flicker, processions wind through the streets, and the air vibrates with the anticipation of a century's longing. Nehru's voice, steady and grave, carries across the chamber. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. The words are heavy with history and hope, but also with the knowledge of what is being left behind. As the clock strikes 12, India becomes a sovereign nation. The Union Jack is lowered, and the tricolour ascends over the sandstone ramparts of the Red Fort. In Parliament House, members, many of whom had spent years in British prisons, stand in silent tribute to Mahatma Gandhi, who is absent from the ceremonies, having chosen to walk among the riot-torn villages of Bengal. The assembly listens as Nehru, his voice thick with emotion, speaks of the tryst with destiny, of wounds to heal, and of the tasks ahead. The mood is jubilant, yet somber, a celebration shadowed by the knowledge that freedom has come at a staggering cost. Across the new border in Karachi, another ceremony unfolds. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the founder of Pakistan, stands before a crowd in the Constituent Assembly of the world's largest Muslim-majority nation. He speaks of tolerance and law, of a state where religion is each citizen's private affair. The green and white flag of Pakistan is raised, and Karachi's streets erupt in celebrations, firecrackers, speeches, and prayers. Yet, even as Pakistan's birth is proclaimed, trains from the Punjab and Bengal begin to arrive, crammed with refugees. Families who have left behind ancestral homes, livelihoods, and sometimes loved ones in search of uncertain safety. The partition of British India into India and Pakistan has set in motion the largest migration in recorded human history. In August, the Radcliffe Line, drawn in haste by a British lawyer unfamiliar with the land, slices through Punjab and Bengal, dividing towns, farms, and families overnight. Columns of refugees, Hindus and Sikhs heading east, Muslims heading west, trudge along dusty roads, carrying what little they can. Trains packed far beyond capacity snake across the plains, their roofs crowded with desperate passengers. In the heat of late summer, rumors swirl that entire trains have been attacked, that villages have been set ablaze, that neighbors have turned on one another after centuries of coexistence. Violence erupts along the borderlands. In Lahore, Amritsar, Rawalpindi, and the towns of East and West Punjab, mobs descend, fueled by fear and vengeance. The scale of the killings, abductions, and assaults is staggering. In some places, local police and officials are powerless or complicit. The fields of Punjab, once green and alive with harvest, become silent witnesses to the bloodshed. For every train that arrives safely, others bear grim evidence of the journey's dangers. Across Bengal, in Calcutta and Dhaka, communal tensions flare and the exodus continues day after day. In Delhi, the capital strains under the weight of the crisis. The city swells with refugees. By September, nearly 500,000 people have poured in, seeking shelter in hastily erected camps. The government, just days old, scrambles to organize relief. Food kitchens, medical tents, and lists of the missing. Patel, Nehru, and Rajendra Prasad move between meetings and camps, their faces etched with exhaustion. Volunteers from the Congress, the Muslim League, the RSS, and the Khaksars all work side by side, distributing food and searching for survivors. In the chaos, lines of caste, class, and religion blur and fracture. Hospitals overflow. The Red Fort, once a symbol of imperial power, becomes a sanctuary for the dispossessed. Gandhi, refusing to attend the celebrations in Delhi, walks barefoot from village to village in Bengal, trying to quell the violence. In Noakhali and Calcutta, he sits with those who have lost everything, urging forgiveness and peace. His presence is a fragile bulwark against the tide of hatred. In the West, Sikh leaders in Punjab organize caravans for the protection of fleeing families, while in Lahore, Muslim volunteers do the same for those headed in the opposite direction. Yet the scale of the disaster overwhelms all efforts. The newly independent governments of India and Pakistan, both untested and beset by crisis, struggle to maintain order and provide relief. By the end of August, the magnitude of the human tragedy is clear. An estimated 10 to 15 million people are on the move. Families are scattered, children separated from parents, and entire communities uprooted. The official death toll will never be known, but hundreds of thousands are dead, and countless more bear scars that will last a lifetime. Relief camps stretch from the deserts of Rajasthan to the banks of the Ravi. In the camps, people search for news of lost relatives, rebuild shattered lives, and begin the long process of mourning and survival. Yet amid the grief, there are moments of resilience. In the camps and on the roads, strangers share food and water, and old enmities are sometimes set aside in the face of shared suffering. The new governments begin the immense task of resettlement. Land is redistributed, jobs found, and children enrolled in new schools. The bureaucracy of the Raj gives way, slowly and painfully, to the machinery of independent rule. As August 1947 draws to a close, India and Pakistan stand altered forever. The promise of freedom is real, but so is the price paid. The maps have changed, but the wounds of partition will not heal quickly. Across the subcontinent, the work of forging nations out of the wreckage of empire and migration has only just begun. And for the leaders in Delhi and Karachi, a new and urgent challenge looms: how to bind together the fragments of a divided land and bring hundreds of princely states into the fold of independence. In the luminous dawn of independence, India stood not yet whole. The British departure in August 1947 left behind not only the new dominions of India and Pakistan, but also a patchwork of over 560 princely states, territories ruled by hereditary monarchs, each with their own flags, courts, and armies, covering nearly a third of the subcontinent's land and a quarter of its people. The Raj had held these rulers in a web of treaties and British paramountcy. Now, as the imperial scaffolding fell away, the princes faced a choice that would shape the very borders of the newborn nation. Into this labyrinth stepped Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, India's first deputy prime minister and minister of home affairs, a man of iron will whose calm exterior masked a relentless resolve. At his side was VP Menon, a civil servant of rare tact and imagination. Together they confronted the specter of balkanization, a subcontinent splintered into dozens of squabbling kingdoms, vulnerable to chaos or foreign intrigue. Patel's vision was clear and uncompromising. India must be united, or it would be lost. The legal instrument crafted for this task was the Instrument of Accession, a simple document that would bind a princely state to India in matters of defense, foreign affairs, and communications. It was, in Menon's words, a leap in the dark, a constitutional bridge from feudal sovereignty to democratic citizenship. Most princes, faced with the overwhelming fact of independence and the new realities of power, signed. Some did so reluctantly, bargaining for privileges and privy purses. Others, sensing the winds of change, sought a dignified exit from the stage of history. By late August, state after state, Baroda, Bikaner, Travancore, Cochin, joined the Indian Union. But for a handful of rulers, the moment brought only confusion, ambition, or outright defiance. Nowhere was this more dramatic than in Junagadh, a small kingdom on the Kathiawar coast. Its Nawab, Mahabat Khan, a Muslim ruler over a largely Hindu population, startled the world by acceding to Pakistan in September 1947. The decision triggered panic and outrage in Gujarat. Protests erupted, civil servants resigned, and the Indian government imposed economic sanctions. Patel responded with characteristic firmness. Indian troops moved to the border, and a provisional government of local leaders was formed. As the Nawab fled to Karachi, the people of Junagadh voted overwhelmingly for accession to India in a hastily organized plebiscite. The episode set a precedent. Popular will, not princely whim, would decide the fate of these lands. But the greatest challenge loomed in the heart of the Deccan. Hyderabad, the richest and largest of the princely states, was ruled by the Nizam Osman Ali Khan, a man whose fabled wealth was matched only by his deep unease at the prospect of joining either India or Pakistan. With a population of over 16 million, majority Hindu, governed by a Muslim elite, the Nizam dreamed of independence, backed by his own militia, the Razakars, and a tangled web of intrigue reaching London and Karachi. For months, Negotiations dragged on, punctuated by violence, communal tension, and the Nizam's desperate appeals to the United Nations. Patel's patience wore thin. By September 1948, after failed talks and mounting reports of atrocities, the Indian government launched Operation Polo, a swift 5-day military campaign. Indian forces entered Hyderabad. The Razakars crumbled. By September 17th, the Nizam surrendered. Hyderabad was integrated, and the principle of a secular democratic India prevailed over feudal separatism. Yet the operation left scars, memories of violence, the displacement of communities, and a lingering sense of unease about the methods of state building. Far to the north, the fate of Kashmir would prove even more fateful and infinitely more tragic. The princely state of Jammu and Kashmir, ruled by Maharaja Hari Singh, was a land of stunning valleys and deep political fault lines. Muslim majority, but governed by a Hindu dynasty. As partition's violence swept Punjab, the Maharaja hesitated, seeking to preserve his own throne by delaying any decision. But by October 1947, events outpaced caution. Tribal militias, armed and encouraged from across the new Pakistani border, invaded the Kashmir Valley, sowing terror and panic. Hari Singh, desperate and besieged, appealed to India for help. Patel and Nehru, after urgent deliberation, agreed to send military aid, but only if the Maharaja signed the instrument of accession. On October 26, 1947, the document was signed. Indian troops were airlifted into Srinagar in a race against time. The First Indo-Pakistani War had begun, and the question of Kashmir's ultimate allegiance would cast a shadow over the subcontinent for generations. The United Nations was drawn in, ceasefires were declared, the lines of control hardened into borders, but the promise of a final settlement remained elusive. Through these crises, Junagadh's plebiscite, Hyderabad's surrender, Kashmir's war, the Indian Union was forged not just by negotiation and signature, but by the stern realities of power and the unfinished business of history. Patel and Menon's campaign was a masterpiece of statecraft, yet it was also a story of pressure, persuasion, and, when necessary, force. By the end of 1949, nearly every princely state had joined the Union, their rulers pensioned off, their armies disbanded, their courts and currencies swept away in the tide of a new order. The map of India, once a mosaic of colors and borders, was redrawn into a single sovereign nation. The process was fraught with tension and compromise, but it laid the foundation for a territorial unity that had eluded the subcontinent for centuries. The integration of the princely states was not just a political achievement, it was a social revolution. A promise that the millions who had lived under the shadow of royal privilege would now be citizens, not subjects. Yet even as the ink dried on the last accession, new questions arose. What kind of nation would this be? How would it reconcile the legacy of empire, the wounds of partition, and the hopes of its vast, diverse people? In the halls of the Constituent Assembly, the next chapter was already being written, a debate over rights, justice, and the meaning of freedom in the world's largest democracy. In the aftermath of independence and partition, as the dust of violence and migration slowly settled, India stood before a blank slate and a daunting question. What shape should freedom take? The new nation, born amid the exhaustion of struggle and the trauma of division, faced the monumental task of building a state that could hold together its vast mosaic of languages, faiths, classes, and regions. It was a challenge unlike any the world had seen. A subcontinent stitched together by memory and hope, now needing rules to govern its collective life. The answer would be found not on the battlefield or in the streets, but in the halls of the Constituent Assembly. On December 9, 1946, the Constituent Assembly convened for the first time in the Central Hall of the old Parliament House in New Delhi. Its 299 members, drawn from every province and community, carried the weight of centuries on their shoulders. Some wore khadi, others the robes of judges or the dress of religious minorities. Among them stood lawyers, peasants' sons, social reformers, and freedom fighters, men and women who had tasted both the lash of colonial rule and the intoxicating promise of self-determination. Their task was to craft a constitution that would not only bind together a wounded land, but also chart a path for justice, dignity, and unity in a world still reeling from the collapse of empires. Jawaharlal Nehru, elected as the Assembly's first leader, set the tone with his stirring objectives resolution. The sovereign independent republic shall be a union of them all, derived from the will of the people. But the Assembly was more than a forum for soaring speeches. It was a crucible where conflicting visions of liberty and order, of social revolution and continuity, would be hammered into law. Nowhere was this more evident than in the debates over fundamental rights. For the first time in Indian history, the promise of equality before the law, freedom of speech, religion and assembly, and protection against discrimination would be guaranteed not by royal edict or colonial statute, but by the people's own charter. At the heart of these debates stood Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the Assembly's most brilliant and controversial mind. Born an untouchable in Maharashtra, Ambedkar had spent his life fighting the injustices of caste and exclusion. Now, as chairman of the drafting committee, he wielded the pen that would shape the nation's conscience. Ambedkar insisted that political democracy, votes and parliaments, was meaningless without social democracy. On the social plane, we have in India a society based on the principle of graded inequality. How long shall we continue to deny equality in our social and economic life? His vision was radical, a constitution that would outlaw untouchability, guarantee equality before the law, and open the doors of opportunity, by right, not by charity, to those long kept at society's margins. The Assembly's work was slow, deliberate, and often fractious. Each clause was debated, amended, and sometimes fiercely contested. The question of universal franchise, whether every adult, regardless of wealth, gender, or caste, should have the vote, sparked passionate argument. Some feared that extending the ballot to hundreds of millions would unleash chaos in a largely illiterate land. But the Assembly, drawing on the spirit of the freedom movement, chose faith in the people. India, they resolved, would reject property or education as a barrier to citizenship. Every adult would have an equal voice, making the new republic one of the world's boldest experiments in democracy. The challenge of federalism loomed large. How could a nation of such dizzying diversity, of languages, religions, and regions, be held together without trampling local identities? The Assembly crafted a union with strong central powers, but also recognized the autonomy of states, especially in matters of language and culture. Hindi was chosen as the official language, but with safeguards for English and regional tongues. This delicate balance, born of compromise and necessity, would give India the flexibility to adapt and survive future storms. Secularism, too, was forged in the Assembly's fire. The wounds of partition were raw, and the fears of minorities, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, and others, ran deep. The Assembly rejected the idea of a theocratic state, instead enshrining freedom of religion and equality regardless of faith. Minority rights were protected through cultural and educational autonomy and special provisions for disadvantaged groups. The hope was not to erase difference, but to weave it into the fabric of the Republic, so that no Indian would be a stranger in their own land. Social justice was made a constitutional principle. Reservations in legislatures and public services were guaranteed for scheduled castes and tribes, recognizing the centuries of discrimination they had endured. The directive principles of state policy called for the abolition of poverty, the right to work and education, and the uplift of women and children. While not immediately enforceable in courts, these principles set a moral compass for the state, a promise that independence would be measured not just by flags and parades, but by the dignity of the poorest Indian. After nearly 3 years of debate, over 165 sittings, 7,600 amendments, and countless hours of argument, the Assembly completed its work. On November 26, 1949, the Constitution of India was adopted. A document of over 90,000 words, the lengthiest written constitution in the world, blending British parliamentary traditions, American rights, Irish directive principles, and Indian experience. On January 26, 1950, chosen to recall the declaration of Purna Swaraj 2 decades earlier, India became a sovereign democratic republic. The old colonial order was swept away. The new tricolour flew above a nation that had at last given itself the law of its own making. Yet the true test of the Constitution would lie in its living reality, in the dusty villages and crowded cities, in the courts and legislatures, in the daily struggles of ordinary people. The dream of justice, equality, and fraternity, so painstakingly inscribed in the Assembly's debates, would be measured not by parchment, but by the transformations it set in motion. As the Republic was born, India stood at the threshold of a new era, uncertain but unbroken, ready to discover what independence would truly mean. As dawn broke on August 15, 1947, the tricolour was hoisted above the Red Fort. Across the subcontinent, bells rang, conches sounded, and fireworks lit the night. Yet the jubilation of freedom was inseparable from the ache of loss. In the shadow of independence, millions traversed new borders with little more than hope and memory. The Raj was gone, but its departure set loose questions that would ripple far beyond India's frontiers. Across Asia and Africa, the world watched. Indonesian nationalists, inspired by India's mass movements and Gandhi's satyagraha, declared independence from the Dutch. In Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah and his followers studied India's constitutional debates, seeing a path to self-rule. The Indian National Congress, once a petitioning body, became a symbol of what colonized peoples might achieve. The British Empire, long the world's largest, began to unravel. Burma, Ceylon, and Malaya soon sought their own destinies. In Kenya, Nigeria, and beyond, the cry for independence grew louder, echoing the Indian demand for self-determination. The age of empire was ending, hastened by the example of the subcontinent. Yet independence did not mean the end of struggle. The promise of democracy, so carefully inscribed in India's new constitution, came under immediate pressure. In the first elections of 1952, more than 170 million people, Men and women, rich and poor, of every faith and language, lined up to vote. Ballot boxes traveled by bullock cart, boat and camel. Jawaharlal Nehru, now Prime Minister, called it a great adventure of faith. But the adventure was fraught. The wounds of partition bled into city streets and village lanes. Refugees clamored for homes and jobs. Communal riots flared in Punjab and Bengal. Princely states, newly integrated, nursed old resentments. The Constitution promised equality and justice, but caste hierarchies, poverty and gender discrimination proved slow to yield. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, chief architect of the Constitution, warned that political democracy must not be a top dressing on an Indian soil which is essentially undemocratic. The fight for real freedom, he insisted, was far from finished. Memory itself became a battleground. For those who survived partition, the border was not just a line on a map, but a scar across families and histories. In Amritsar and Lahore, in Dhaka and Delhi, stories circulated of lost homes, missing loved ones, and journeys made on foot or by train under terrible threat. The violence of 1947, its massacres, abductions, and forced migrations haunted the new nations. In the years that followed, both India and Pakistan sought to shape the memory of partition into national stories. One of survival and unity, the other of sacrifice and rebirth. Monuments went up, textbooks were rewritten, and silence gathered around certain truths. Yet every August, the pain returned, as millions remembered what freedom had cost. The rivalry between India and Pakistan was born in the very hour of independence. Within months, war broke out over the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire line drawn by the United Nations became a new fault line, dividing not just territory but also the dreams of two peoples. Armies mobilized and borders hardened. In the years to come, the rivalry would shape politics, armies, and identities on both sides. The nuclear age would add new dangers. Yet despite the bitterness, people-to-people ties of language, food, music, and kinship persisted, hinting at a shared past that politics could not erase. Amid Cold War tensions, India charted its own path. Nehru, joined by leaders like Egypt's Nasser and Yugoslavia's Tito, founded the non-aligned movement. In a world divided between American and Soviet power, India refused to be drawn into military alliances. Instead, it called for one world, for peace, disarmament, and economic justice. This stance brought both respect and criticism. To some, non-alignment was a moral stand. To others, a pragmatic calculation. India's voice carried weight in the United Nations and in Afro-Asian solidarity conferences. The dream was not just national independence, but a new international order, one where the voices of the formerly colonized could not be ignored. Still, the meanings of freedom remained unfinished. For many, independence brought new possibilities: land reform, industrialization, education, and the hope of dignity. For others, old hierarchies persisted. Dalits, Adivasis, women, and the poor continued to struggle for rights and recognition. The Constitution outlawed untouchability and promised universal franchise, but social justice was a horizon, not a destination. In the villages of Bihar, the slums of Bombay, and the hills of Nagaland, movements for equality and autonomy continued. The spirit of the independence movement, its hunger for justice, its willingness to challenge authority, endured in new forms. The legacy of the Raj lingered too in the institutions and habits it left behind. The English language, the bureaucracy, the railway timetables, the courtrooms and cricket fields. India's leaders faced the challenge of making these tools serve new democratic ends. The press, once censored and persecuted, now flourished, holding power to account. Universities, once the preserve of the elite, opened their doors to a new generation. The law, once a weapon of colonial control, became a site of contest over rights and freedoms. As the decades passed, the story of Indian independence became part of a wider human story. A struggle against domination, a quest for dignity, and an unfinished experiment in democracy. The Raj was gone, but its shadow stretched across continents. The midnight of August 1947 was not an ending, but the beginning of a new, uncertain journey. The meaning of freedom, like the nation itself, would have to be remade again and again by those who inherited its